Compass of the Wise, 1779. To you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God, but to those who are outside all things come in parables. Mark 4:11. Preface. Most honorable supreme superiors, most honorable, most wise elders, worthy dearest brothers, when I reflect upon the unfathomable divine guidances by which Providence has led me throughout my whole life, and consider the blessings with which it has deemed me worthy to be overwhelmed, the impulses of love, fervor, purest devotion, and deepest gratitude toward the Almighty Architect of the world arise in my heart. Even though on this my pilgrimage I have not infrequently been purified through hard trials of the cross, and have not always walked among roses, I nevertheless recognize in this too the wondrous paths of eternal wisdom, which in its holy governance has deemed it good to strew both roads both to the temple of heavenly bliss and to natural wisdom, with sharp thorns. The intentions of independent wisdom have justified the outcome to my greatest happiness. It has, on this secure path so proper to our sanctified brotherhood, opened for me the access to that school of instruction, which, founded by the highest wisdom, planted through incomparable prudence, and upheld by unblemished integrity, shall endure until the end of time. Most praiseworthy fathers, through God, your fatherly goodness, benevolence, and a good friend, I have had the fortune, without my own merit, to be admitted in a wholly unexpected way into the glorious palace of beautiful nature. You have shown me the path by which one may attain wisdom, art, and virtue, please God, and charitably serve one's suffering neighbor. What in the world could be compared with these glorious pursuits? What glittering illusion of fleeting worldly trifles, what dazzling nothingness, often very unjustly distributed honors, could ever appear to enlightened eyes as beautiful and venerable as this very wisdom, whose possession of all things in the world proceeds wisely, which makes us friends of God, and grants us the purity of souls, long life, and such temporal goods as are obtained neither through injustice nor deceit, neither through usury nor the oppression of fellow citizens, but solely from the inexhaustible source of divine blessing. How great, then, must the duties of a true disciple of wisdom be? Obedience, loyalty, discretion, gratitude to the Most High and His adorable grace, fear of God and love of mankind must accompany him in all his actions and make his light and the praise of the Creator visible and radiant. Beyond the aforementioned virtues, with which the brothers must be adorned, there is also the priceless remedy against the harmful influence of the chief enemy of wisdom and of souls. I mean the praiseworthy activity of good works. In order now to fulfill my duty in this regard as well, I have, by express command of high superiors, compiled the beautiful, thorough, and clear hidden text from one of our worthy dear brothers who, although at present has incurred a certain constitutionally based separation from our order through improper conduct, nevertheless has revealed the great secret of the philosopher's stone, according to the most ancient, best, and surest way of the patriarchs, Egyptians and other former peoples of the morning and midday lands, so clearly that nothing like it has ever before come to light before me. I have brought it into order from a rather faulty transcript, provided it with notes and a preface, in which I have presented the history of our high order of truth fully in accordance. Should I have the good fortune, with this work undertaken to the honor of God and the edification of our sanctified brotherhood, to receive the approval of my highest and high superiors, as well as of worthy dear brothers, I could hope that, due to the excellence of the work, it may yield widespread benefit and serve to convince today's natural philosophers that upon the solid foundation of their mechanical knowledge and know that alchemy, built upon mechanical art, can be impossible to be the true one, the detestable sophists would, by reading the same, lose all hope of breaking down with their mighty assaults the gates of the palace of beautiful nature, and overthrowing the firmly established laws of motion. Some inquisitive investigators of natural secrets would also come to recognize what they may expect from this mystery, and thereby be saved from entirely futile efforts. Finally, my self-love leads me to believe that at least some former enemies of wisdom might, through the preface, gain a better and more well-founded understanding of our purest and sanctified intentions, and after obtaining this insight, be compelled to pronounce a blessing over us as friends of God, just as Balaam was once forced to bless Israel instead of cursing them. As it is at present more necessary than ever that the public be clearly convinced of both the real existence and long duration of our sanctified brotherhood, and no less of the purity of our sincere intentions, and that many degenerated and erring lodges wandering in confusion may be informed of the true final purpose of true and rightful Freemasonry, and may be kindled to seek again, in the consecrated temple of wisdom, the true light and the lost word. Therefore, most honorable supreme superiors, most honorable, most wise elders, worthy dearest brothers, look upon the first fruits of my purest offering of thanks with kind eyes. Extend your blessed fatherly hands further over me, and grant me your protection. Instruct me further from the abundance of overflowing wisdom with which the severity of God has anointed you as true priests of nature. Correct the errors which may have crept into this my work, so that GUSWM, US, abbreviation unclear in meaning. Into his mighty protection I commend you all, most honorable fathers. Worthy dearest brothers, with devout reverence, in pure fear of God and love of humanity, as a true freighter of the Rose and Golden Cross, from my residence on the 10th of the first month, 1778. Ketmiavir. Preface. Some time ago, while I was in a local coffee house in the company of very polite, honorable, and learned men, I encountered there a fellow affiliate who was fervently arguing in favor of the advantages of French Freemasonry. He spoke of nothing other than profane ones, moles, the blind, etc., which are the usual expressions these erring brothers use when they compare other people to themselves and those wanted to belittle others. In doing so, he often used the term maître écossois and the like. I listened patiently for a long time, until I finally grew tired of the boasting, which does not befit true brothers. I gave a sign from which he could infer that I myself was a master of the appearance of light and of the lost word, indeed a better Scottish master than he was, and behold, there was suddenly a great silence. He then approached me, invited me to join his lodge, and said no more. I responded with polite reserve that I was grateful for his kind invitation. However, I had not attended any of their gatherings for 14 years. For although after my initiation I was for a long time, and even in some French lodges, an admitted and very zealous Freemason, I had nonetheless changed my mind. After realizing that little benefit could be drawn from their activities, even though I always held the utmost esteem for the 3 primary or English degrees. I also gladly acknowledge that all systems, as far as the core principles of pure moral teaching, friendship, charity, and integrity are concerned, are in agreement, and that one cannot in good conscience claim that their lodges engage in the excesses of which their enemies accuse them. On the contrary, it must rather be admitted that in those lodges nothing is done against religion, the state, or good morals in general, especially in those based on the English model, were established and carried out, and occasionally pleasant and instructive teachings would emerge from them. Indeed, even on the feast of St. John the Baptist in London, Amsterdam, Hamburg, and other commercial cities, considerable alms were distributed among the poor of all free religions. But since the insignificant, or at least the trivial, mostly prevailed, and unfortunately even some, especially French lodges, had been turned into mere Bacchic festivals, I had entirely refrained from them. Not to mention the many interrogations conducted with the so-called maître terrible and the like, which did not align with proper seriousness, doubtlessly introduced by some frivolous young petits maîtres, and likely prompted the letter of that Swiss B to Monsieur de Quinsonnes, president of the Parliament of Grenoble, in which he writes, among other things, that it is incomprehensible to him how reasonable people can subject themselves to the most unreasonable practices. He was deeply ashamed of his curiosity, and although some works had been written whose favorable reception by the world might have made him proud, he was nevertheless entirely free of such danger and remained humble. B. Drite. A. S. The New Gold Maker, or The True Secret of the Freemasons, published 1770. P. 99. B. Stembes. P. 100. F. To B, he would only have to say to himself, I am not a Freemason. This thought would be sufficient to diminish all the good opinion he might have of his own understanding. Now, since every rational man is obliged, like Cato, the former Roman censor, to justify even his pastimes before the eyes of the discerning world, just as much as his most serious actions, it is also ridiculous to seriously occupy oneself with the explanation of meaningless things considering the great brevity of this life. So I believed I could recover far more usefully from my intentions in the company of so many learned and reasonable gentlemen as were present. To this is added, I continued, that although all Freemasons generally still have their symbols and hieroglyphs, most no longer understand the slightest bit of their true meaning, which in fact could not be more regrettable, and even if some D would try to excuse this by saying that it is the position, instead of the true meaning, thereby connecting no other idea with their tableau, which, although not the true one, might at least be of some use to them, insofar as it would not appear as ridiculous as the aforementioned Swiss claimed, yet this excuse is not sufficient. A false notion is always a deception of the intellect, and to stubbornly defend such is an error combined with simplicity and arrogance, which is by no means to be approved. I myself was enamored with these matters for many years, but I became just as wise from them as others did, until through a particular guidance of divine providence, I attained a proper understanding of them in a different and special way. For I came to know the true and proper Freemasonry more precisely. Now indeed their number is relatively small compared to the many others, yet all the more worthy of praise, because they are very cautious in the admission of their members, as few are to be found, N.B., who are worthy to be such. Precisely this must serve them as a constant motive to praise the highest, who among so many others has chosen them to be the instrument of his bountiful goodness toward mankind. Here, gentlemen, is a brief but solid description. It is fully in accordance with the truth, for the sanctified fraternity spoken of here is most excellent in its foundation, as it owes its origin and continuation to the wisest of men, indeed even to kings themselves. To thank, venerable, because of its gray age, glorious, because of its fidelity, by which it has endured in constant purity down to our times, holy, because of its zeal in the promotion of divine honor, pure in its moral teachings, clean in its principles, and edifying in its way of life. It is glorious in its intention to attain wisdom, art, and virtue, to please God, and to serve one's neighbor. It is no less wise and prudent in its structure, precise in the fulfillment of its duties, correct in the execution of its statutes, strict in securing love, kind in forgiving those who recognize their faults. It is devout and spirited in its assemblies, earnest, modest, and orderly in its practices, instructive in its discourses, sober and moderate in its amusements, diligent in its works which benefit the whole human race. Its assemblies are devout, for they begin and end with the praise of God. They are indeed the instruments of the bountiful goodness of God. C. It is ridiculous to learn useless things in such a short time of life. Seneca. D. Among others, a certain gentleman from Nantes, in the same New Goldmaker. P. 137. E. New Goldmaker. P. 101. Toward mankind, for their benefit extends to all members of the state. Through its purified principles, the farmer becomes more intelligent and diligent, the citizen more industrious, calmer, and more content, the soldier braver, the judge and official more just and impartial, the courtier more noble and less attached to trifles. The lawyer loses through it his contentiousness and sophistry. The physician learns through complete and certain steps to act and to heal his patients with unfailing good effect. And finally, the philosopher can receive from them the exorcisms with which he can drive out the troublesome little ghosts of the eons, and introduce purely good, pure, and highly effective spirits into natural science and worldly wisdom. I recall having heard a comparison many years ago from a good friend, which is incomparable. He said, namely, that this society appeared to him almost like an earthly paradise, before which God had placed a cherub with a flaming sword to keep back those reckless ones who, infected with all 7 deadly sins, would otherwise seek to delight in nourishing themselves from the tree of life planted therein. As for the learning with which this illustrious order is especially adorned, it is just as great as all its other advantages, and not subject to the slightest doubt. Just consider yourselves what so many wise men, who study day and night through various millennia, and frequently share their thoughts and experiences with one another, both in speculative and practical sciences, can accomplish, and that they must surpass all learned societies that ever existed, still exist, or will ever exist. The praise that an anonymous modern writer gives them is therefore in no way exaggerated or overstated. Of you, he writes, O you in truth, fortunate ones, who have been able to unite the upper waters with the lower by means of the bonds, from you, who have attained the skill to make earth with fire, and to break it with water, then to sublimate it. From you, I say, all darkness will flee, and all kinds of honor and happiness will accompany you on earth. You have seen the non-liquid upper waters, you have handled the light with your hands, you have shown that you have the science to compress the air, you have nourished the earth, and recognized how to elevate it into mercury, salt, and even sulfur completely. You have recognized the center point, and known how to draw the rays of light from it, and through the light to scatter the darkness, and to see new daylight. Today Mercury is born, and the moon is in your hands. It has been born again, and placed into a more worthy state. You have preserved the sun in its height, and the moon in its white brilliance, and all the stars in the firmament. You have observed the night in the midst of darkness. What more shall I say? You have brought forth a chaos, and given it a form, which you have drawn from it yourselves, and thus the first matter has been in your possession, which you, however, have provided with a far nobler form than the previous. One was, and have completely transferred it into a more perfect form. F. The light that bursts forth from the darkness by itself. Augenschein, 1772. 8. Vol. 1. Sheech. 3. P. 76. FF. All happiness could have been shared by their true society, if it had remained in its original loyalty and purity, for it cannot be denied that they were formerly and at their origin all philosophers. But things have changed a great deal over time. The master sages realized with deliberation that by increasing the number of their members, they were not necessarily increasing the number of wise men, and therefore sought to restrict themselves to narrower limits. The Freemasons were left with their mysterious signs and rites, but gradually people stopped giving them the key to them, and soon the entire society no longer knew what their rites meant. In the meantime, they always maintained them, and experience has shown how wisely those forefathers acted in withholding the secret from them. They may be very venerable brothers. What have they lost? And, since they never thought of a return, and until this time have not yet thrown themselves into the fatherly arms of the legitimate superiors, except for a single lodge, which quietly enjoys the fruits of its uprightness, they must still wander in darkness, and it is very doubtful whether they will ever again see the light or find the lost word. During this my speech, all present listened with great attention and silence. Finally, they showed their approval by asking me to give them an account of the origin, progress, and current state of this order. They did not doubt at all that, since I already knew so much about it, I should be able to fully satisfy them. Indeed, it could well be supposed that I myself was a member of it. To this last conjecture I did not consider it proper or necessary to respond, but acted as if I had not heard it, and thus began, as the company, including the brother Freemason, though with rather sullen facial expressions, had seated themselves, in the following manner. That Adam, the father of us all, received the highest wisdom in the knowledge of God, of nature, and of all, created things directly from his creator. No believer in God and his holy word will doubt, but rather with the understanding that Adam, through perfect knowledge of all of nature and all substances, was able to give each creature its name accordingly, that he perfectly understood both the external and internal properties of all things, one must accept as infallible evidence. Even though this knowledge was greatly diminished after the lamentable fall into sin, God nevertheless made use of the service of the holy angels, that it might not be entirely extinguished, to refresh it again in him, as it were. These were his preceptors. As a certain famous writer, H. It is no less credible that this patriarch, having received from God the highest sciences, though largely lost through the fall into sin, and later relearned through the pure spirits, passed them on to his children. G. See the New Goldmaker. P. 99. F. H. Philaleitha, in the Antiquity of Magic. Page 40. I. Book 1 of Judaic Antiquities. K. G. J. F. Ryman's Literary History Before the Flood. Section 1, number 35, page 29. Section 3, page 221. The pillars of Seth are known, upon which he is said to have inscribed the sciences learned from his father. The historian Josephus I says that he had seen one of them. This is not as unbelievable as some scholars claim, who assert that writing had not yet been invented at that time, which is clearly false, as many very learned men have proven, attributing the said art and its invention to Adam himself. K. Enoch, who was likewise an heir of patriarchal wisdom, was called by the Arabs Adaris, that is a teacher of hidden sciences, and he is commonly considered the first Hermes, whose name in Greek means the same. I pass over the others to say just a little about Noah. In his heart rested all the knowledge that had survived the flood and could possibly reach us, preserved from whence it passed to his sons, grandsons, and other descendants, and through them and their children, it spread to all other peoples across the entire face of the earth. L. The homeland of Noah was Armenia, where the lineage of his son's son Shepherad remained, and since this lineage took no part in the foolish building of the Tower of Babel, it also remained in the purity of the religion, morals and sciences learned from their father and forefather. In contrast, in the house and school of Ham, various sophistries had already begun to creep in. From this latter lineage, around the middle of the year 1700 of the world, thus not long after the flood, a group of people set out under the leadership of Mizraim, a grandson of Noah, and settled in a nearby region of Egypt, where the household waters that had previously flooded that land could no longer cause any harm. Their leader is called Menes by the profane writers, and he is precisely the one who in later times of superstition was associated with the gods under the name Osiris, for he himself and all his subjects were lawful and nature-abiding people, although I do not deny that among them, Burnet in Archaeol, Philo, L1, C2, various heresies may have smoldered under the ashes, but due to the strict and vigilant oversight of the government, they could not come to light, and only in much later times did they spread widely. For when Moses lived in Egypt, it was evident that at the king's court, sophists and unbelievers, as is still common today, had complete dominance. Menes took as his wife his own sister, which in those patriarchal times was not forbidden. She was called Azza in the Phoenician tongue, the language of the Hamites, that is Seras, because she was the wife of the king, from which the Egyptians later coined the word Isas, and incorporated this woman along with the younger Egyptians into the number of gods. She had great intelligence and wit, and was a lover of sciences, especially chemistry, medicine, natural philosophy, and both natural and spiritual magic. Since the famous Thoth was then serving as the king's chief advisor, she made use of this opportunity and had herself instructed by him in the aforementioned sciences, in which, through his teachings and her own diligence, she advanced so far that from then on, and among all peoples, she was regarded as a very great sage, although by the learned rabble, she was held even to be a witch and sorceress. Her tomb inscription, a monument of great reliability, mentions this hermetic instruction as something that brought her honor. L. All knowledge of things that survived the flood, and that could reach us, once lay hidden in the heart of Noah alone, whence it flowed to his sons, grandsons, and descendants, and through their offspring spread throughout the entire world. Thus it reads, I am the queen of the whole land, instructed by Hermes. M. Egamau epsilon iota, e bet alpha sigma lam deota sigma sigma alpha taus. Choras, epi alpha iota delta epsilon de te epsilon sigma alpha, apio ermo. This has been passed down to us by Herodotus, who is a classical writer on Egyptian matters. Q. Kircher, in Obelisco Pamphil, Book 2, Chapter 1, page 96. The aforementioned Thoth was called Tauth by the Phoenicians and Hermes by the Greeks, and he is the second in the line of the most famous men bearing this name. He was the most learned man of his time, and the author of the renowned Emerald Tablet, which among hermetic philosophers is regarded almost as a kind of alchemical Bible. For besides the fact that it was written in the Phoenician language N, which by the time of the third Hermes had almost fallen into oblivion and was translated into an entirely different dialect, namely Egyptian, this serves as a principal proof of authenticity that it cannot be attributed to the younger Hermes. Our elder Thoth stood in very high esteem with King Menes, was employed by him for the most important affairs, and even succeeded him on the throne under the name Athothes or Thoth the First. He He was, as mentioned, an excellent man, and in here one must seek the proper time and origin of the veneration which said people held for these sciences and the incredible height to which they rose in them. Indeed, it is at this very point in time that lies the reason why the wise masters of this nation were prompted to found their secret societies, which later served as models after which other peoples formed theirs, and which, even to this day, among the Christians by divine grace, continues under the name of the true Freemasonry. Some, indeed most scholars, consider our Hermes to be the inventor of hieroglyphic letters, by means of which he displayed the principles of secret sciences before the eyes of the pros. He concealed them from the profane, which for them to know would not be useful, or rather would be harmful, and only the sons of wisdom were allowed to be acquainted with them, as is still stated in the illustrious description to which I refer. These public monuments which contain such glorious things prompted the clever Greeks to go to the wise masters in Egypt, in order to be admitted there into the secret societies, and to be instructed in this school of philosophical wisdom. For indeed they drew all that later brought them such great fame over time from these monuments and their explanations. The learned Jesuit Athanasius Kircher has, in his Oedipus Egyptiacus, which appeared in Rome in 4 folio volumes, made great efforts to prove this, and for this reason he deserves to be read. But I saw Greece to be older than Israel. This Herodotus has left to us, who in Egyptian matters is a classical writer. O. Kircher, in Obeliscus Pamphilius, Book 2, Chapter 1, page 96. N. W. Chr. Kriesman and G. Dornius, Commentary on the Emerald Tablet, Chapter 2, in Emonge, Bibliotheca Chemica, Volume 1, page 384. Extraordinarily experienced in the aforementioned sciences, so much so that even the profane denounce him as a sorcerer and master of witches, although he may well have been a pious, honest man living according to the law of nature. Hence some writers rightly assert that after the flood, he was one of the first who revealed to mankind, presumably chiefly to the Egyptians, the knowledge of God and the secrets of nature. Extracts from the True Salt of the Philosophers, which constitute the 10th book of the Special Secrets of a True Adept, Dresden, 1757. 8vo, section 16, p. 261. Abraham, born in Ur of Chaldea, likewise belonged here. His piety and intimate communion with God is attested by the Holy Scripture, and his wisdom and great knowledge in the secret natural sciences in all their parts is placed beyond all doubt by the testimony of very famous secular writers such as Eupolemus, Artabanus, Flavius Josephus, and Philo the Jew. During his journey in Egypt, he increased his knowledge, but in return showed them things which they had not known before, so that he indeed played a very useful role as a teacher. The Phoenicians could have been passed on. If the book of Jetsira were truly by him, one would have to regard him as a strong Kabbalist, for this book shows the greatness of its author. Mizaref, and all the others have borrowed their alphabets for notaricon and gematria from it. In the time of this patriarch lived Zoroaster, a man for whom I hold an extraordinary esteem. Those who place him as late as the time of Darius Hystaspes are, in my opinion, gravely mistaken, for since most teachers consider him the founder of the renowned magic, which began to flourish at least 1,000 years before the reign of this king, everyone can see that this calculation cannot be correct. Franz Patricius Q., who shares my opinion, cites an ancient oracle, which reads as follows: "But I do not see him, for a cloud has wrapped around him. No mortal of men would behold him, unless perhaps one was born a friend of the secret things of the Chaldeans, for to them alone was the head revealed, who has seen the great ruler, except a Chaldean sprung from a higher lineage, to whom the course of the stars was known." Our author believed that one could, without hesitation, understand Abraham, who spoke with God, and at the same time was a great astrologer and magus, and since the pure principles of Zoroaster, which, in the Zend and his other writings, though obscured by the later editions of appointed magi and newer Platonists, agree so precisely with the patriarchal teachings of the most ancient Chaldeans, it is not unbelievable that he received such teachings from the mouth of Abraham and brought them into the first magi. Even the scholars themselves admit this, and his wisdom has even been admired by the purest among all pagans, and regarded as nothing other than a piety supported by wisdom and divine service are, just as the illustrious fraternity regards it as the religion of Abraham and the patriarchs, and as the highest level of natural philosophical wisdom, which even among the Magi themselves, as enemies of all idolatry and images, has been preserved for many years, although they did assign a certain form of veneration to the two great celestial lights, the sun and the moon, under which, however, P. Eusebius, Preparation for the Gospel, Book 9, Chapter 17, from Eupolemus, Q. Panagia, Book X, p. 22, De Universa Philosophia, Venice edition, in folio, R. Plato in Marsilius Ficino, Works, Basel edition, in folio, Book 7, p. 854, may have concealed more philosophical truth than a penal religious practice. For they held at most, if one wishes to explain the matter theologically, these creatures merely as models and receptacles under which God lay hidden, but in no way as something divine. D. All these fundamental principles must have remained very deeply rooted among them, after they had long before been united with the Egyptian Druids and had adopted various of their errors in religion. For Osthenes, who accompanied the younger Xerxes on his campaign into Greece, advised this king to destroy all idol temples of the conquered and defeated peoples, which is a known fact, and the example of the Holy Three Kings, who were also associates of the secret brotherhood of the Magi, and the first confessors of Christianity. T. confirms this. One therefore does very great violence to the honest Zoroaster, when one indeed allows his moral teaching to be good and reasonable in most respects, but, on the other hand, gives him the blame that he flattered the lust of the Oriental peoples and allowed incest without distinction and polygamy throughout. Yet this could not be so highly charged against one who knew of no other law than the natural law. The Abbot, Section 3. Bazine X, although he is by no means a great church teacher in matters that concern the honor of God, is far more just when, he writes, Zerdus purified the idol worship and taught them to worship God alone, the author of the sun and of the moon. Now, it could very well be that when Zoroaster came to Persia, the common people, who in any case are very easily accustomed to gape at outward things, had gone too far in their devotion toward created things, and were therefore punished by him. Meanwhile, the wise among the people will hardly have thought so. Let one recall what I have said above concerning the philosophical significance of this matter. The brotherhood lasted among the Magi as long as they themselves lasted, but whether it is continued among the Geban or not is unknown to me. Among the present-day Persians it presumably still exists, and they have probably taken it from the Arabs. At least I have been told that even to this day, assemblies of the chief Druids are said to be held in Persia. I return to Isaac and the blessing that he bestowed upon his son Jacob. It stands in Genesis 2:28 and reads thus, May God give you of the dew of heaven and of the fatness of the earth. This splendid blessing has flowed down from the said patriarchal brother onto the entire most worthy brotherhood in rich measure, which also knows very well how to employ it for the honor of God and the benefit of one's neighbor, just as that which the blessed Jacob gave to his son Judah in the following words, He shall wash his garment in wine, and his cloak in the blood of grapes. Genesis Exlix 11. S. C.U. Prechtel's History of Religion. Regensburg, 1773. Octavo. Part 1. Chapter 5. Page 46. Page 308. T. Philolitha in Antiquity of Magic. Page 19. U. Prechtel in the same place. Page 334. 3. X. Philosophy of History, Chapter 11, page 60 and following. Zerdus corrected the worship of the sun and taught them to adore only one God, the author of the sun and of the moon. He who has been instructed in the school of the wise as to what wine is, in which the garments, namely the substance of the blessed stone, are washed, and who knows the blood of grapes from which the royal mantle acquires its purple-colored adornment, will learn to understand that this is a particularly excellent blessing, which, like the preceding one, rests upon the brotherhood so often praised by me. Now, I finally come to the patriarch Joseph, a son of Jacob. Such a one was a truly distinguished magus from the highest rank of the elder brethren, for besides the fact that he was a good interpreter of dreams, as is evident from the 11th and 12th chapters of the Book of Creation, which art without any dispute belongs to magic, so he also had a cup, of which Genesis Liv. 5 says that it was the one with which he practiced divination. It is astonishing to read what pitiful chatter is put forward by some scholars concerning this kind of divination, such that one might feel pain thereby. Section 4. If these people knew the power of the stone of the wise, and how metals are magically consecrated by means of it, they would not conduct themselves so anxiously. Yet it is good that the sons of wisdom know it. Moses, a military leader of the Israelite people, was so great a man that it would be unjust if we did not treat of him somewhat more fully. A learned French writer presents his greatness to us in a brief conception that is fully in accordance with the truth. His fine words run as follows. The life of this great man is a fabric of marvelous events, from the moment of his birth until the final hour of his life. Indeed, one may rightly conclude from all his actions that he possessed the sciences and the arts in just as high a degree of perfection as Solomon, which ought not to surprise us, since he was instructed by the Egyptian priests and philosophers in the most exalted branches of learning. He was born in Egypt, and was drawn out of the Nile stream by Thermuthis, a daughter of King Canches, B, whom some hold to be Busiris, of whose cruelty so much is related in the histories, or, according to another opinion, of the one whom Manetho calls Ramesses Miamun, C, into which he had been cast by his mother in order to preserve him from the wrath of the king, D, taken up by her, and after he had grown up, educated at court in all the sciences of the Egyptians. Y. Philolitha in Antiquity of Magic. Page 51 and 1. Z. The life of this great personage is a fabric of marvelous events, from his birth until his death, and one may also judge from all the actions of his life that he possessed the sciences and arts as perfectly as Solomon, which is not surprising, since he was instructed by the priests and by the philosophers of Egypt in the highest sciences. See Bordelot, History of Music, Tome A, Chapter 5, page 60 and following. A. Josephus, Jewish Antiquities, Book 2, Chapter 5. B. Chemnitius in Chronology, Book 2, Section 5I, page 35. C. Dionysius Petavius, Rational Chronology, Part 1, Book I, Chapter 3, page 12, 3, Part 3, page 7. D. Exodus 2. E. Petavius F. places the year of his birth in the year 3143 of the Julian chronological division, or in the year after the creation of the world, 2413. If this is correct, then he can by no means have lived under the Genechers, who was probably Achincharres II, and who only lived and flourished in the year 3616 of this period, that is, in the year of the world 2876, just as Ramesses Mayamun, whom some hold to be the father of Thermuthis, lived and flourished around the year 3635, that is, 2905, after the creation of our earth, and thus he must therefore see 5. Petavius erred by about 460 years. However, we do not wish to decide this here, but rather content ourselves with indicating that Usher, G., whom one prefers to regard as the one who measured the chronology of Holy Scripture most precisely, names Ramesses Mayamun, whom most follow. Since this our Moses lived in Egypt, it appears that the first assemblies of the brethren were established there, which thus have become known to us under the name of initiations. For although the patriarchs and masters of wisdom from the beginning of the world held together and separated themselves from the great profane multitude, yet it was nevertheless only during the lifetime of this commander of the Israelites that the order law of the highest, secrecy, was established in Egypt and in desert Arabia, but in and after the Babylonian captivity, the alliance was strengthened in Syria, and also existed in the times of Solomon and of the younger Xerxes, H, the ordering of the classes, and of whose division had been produced. But just as this highly important matter spread and developed from time to time over the entire globe, it has, through the arrogance of many malicious people, not improved, but rather worsened. Thus, in the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries, the entire brotherhood was reformed by 7 masters of wisdom, and finally brought into its present constitution. But in order that the superiors might better pursue their intentions and better preserve human curiosity, they established the 3 lowest classes of the so-called Freemasonry as a preparatory school for higher sciences, under certain parabolic adornments, e. Acts 7th, 22. He is said to have been instructed in all the wisdom of the Egyptians. See Philo, Book 1, on the life of Moses. Edward Stillingfleet in Origins, Section 1, 2, Chapter 2, Section 6. Marsham in Canon of Chronology, page 242. F, in the same place. G, his incomparable work bears the following title: Jacobi Usserii Annales of the Old Testament, initially published in London 1650 and 1654, later brought to light in Paris 1670 in Folio I. John Marsham, in the Canon of Chronology with respect to these times. H. Through this the time is at the same time fixed in which the younger Xerxes lived. For although most place him in the times of Moses, or shortly after them, yet nevertheless and although these, through the length of time, have been completely profaned with many vain and useless appendages, and have become almost unrecognizable, nevertheless, by fraternal right, the most suitable subjects must be drawn from their midst, and no one other than a wise man from the appearance of light can attain the degree of the juniorate of the Rosicrucian. Here the brother Freemason stirred again and said, "Bravo! I too am a Rosicrucian, for we also have in our true and rightful brotherhood an exalted degree that bears this name." "I, by no means, my very venerable brother," I replied. "They cannot call themselves thus until they have found the lost word again, and instead of the appearance, have seen the light itself. The name does not matter, but the thing itself. Moreover, nothing deceives so many venerable lodges more than the so-called higher degrees, which in and of themselves are nothing but inventions of idle minds. Our Moses was without dispute a great artist of separation. We read Exodus 20 that the difference of the span of time between him and Solomon is not so great that Hermes, as a possessor of the highest universal, could not have seen the most wise royal brother. We know of several adepts who have become unbelievably old, of whom I will mention only 2, namely Erefius, who lived 1,000 years, and the still living Joydrico Guardo, who has completed almost 600 years. He burned the golden calf, pulverized it, scattered it upon the water, and gave it to the children of Israel to drink. Now this, however, is impossible without the assistance of the higher art of separation. Even some renowned interpreters of Scripture have noticed this, among whom I wish to name only Cornelius a Lapide, who, in the explanation of this passage, as far as I recall, speaks as follows: He, Moses, threw the golden calf into the fire with the admixture of certain herbs, so that it would be melted into a mass, and, as it were, burned down into coal, and he ground it to the finest powder. But the good man, as one sees, had not the slightest conception of the manner in which gold must be destroyed before it can be made drinkable. Had he known that only he who can catch a cannon shot is capable of accomplishing the great secret, namely of destroying gold in such a way that it is no longer gold, he would not have gone forth with his herbs. Here, the entire company began to laugh out loud. The thinker catches a cannon shot, they said. All of this is still nothing, I replied. You can produce earthquakes, floods, storm winds, thunderstorms, and so forth, and enclose all these aroused mighty effects of nature in a small vessel. Here the laughter doubled, but after I had assured them upon my honor that this was indeed so, they were satisfied, and I directed them to the well-known matter, from the aforementioned lawgiver, according to the model of the Egyptian fraternal assemblies. I, in the very latest discovery of the hidden mysteries of the higher degrees of Freemasonry, or of the true Rosicrucians, Husserl in 1768, octavo, page 92 and following of the second part, there stands. Such a ridiculous, childish, and foolish account of the origin of this most praiseworthy order that it is a disgrace before learned people, especially Englishmen, to write such trash into the world. At least this much becomes clear from it, that one can perceive that the said Freemasons are in no way entitled to assign themselves a name of whose true meaning they do not have the slightest sound conception, just as little as they know what Scottish Freemasonry actually intends to say, since they know neither its word nor its meaning, and least of all are they knowledgeable in its work. The Sanhedrin, established by assemblies, consisting of 70 wise men, upon whom God poured out his Spirit, so that, like Moses, they might instruct, in clear modes of speech, the deep matters of power and the hidden things, of his law, and that this might bring benefit both spiritual and bodily. And that this was the first brotherhood in Israel, which not only had to attend to political and governmental affairs, but also had to show the younger brethren the traits of natural philosophical wisdom, hidden in divine holy scripture, and explain the Kabbalistic magical secrets concealed therein. Lo Moses. Moses' sister was called Maria, or according to the Hebrew manner of speech, Miriam. She was a prophetess and exceedingly versed in the hermetic sciences, as the book known under her name provides irrefutable testimony thereof. And although the said writing is regarded by many scholars as spurious, and it is also credible that the Platonists of the Alexandrian school added no small number of additions to it, it nevertheless remains certain that the Greeks for a long time regarded it as a genuine writing, as may be seen from Georgius Syncellus. Weak and overly credulous brethren have held that this Miriam, no less than Isis, Cleopatra, Tafnuta, and other chemical women, were Philoletha in Antiquity of Magic, page 63. What I have said above concerning the wondrous destruction of gold will seem very offensive to many readers, as will also certain modes of expression occurring in the work itself. Yet it must be known that such expressions, which appear offensive, are indispensable for those who strive to ascend the highest stage of the temple of wisdom. As for the correctness of this assertion, I can assure by the living God that every one of us who stands in the degree in which this is taught is able to demonstrate it several times each day. And what would it benefit us if we wish to deceive the world with marketplace clamors, which is entirely contrary to our character, which lays nothing other than Christian integrity, uprightness, and honor as the foundation of all its actions? The reader may also form an understanding of the present work which I bring to light. It is the same, as stated in the dedication, written by a genuine member or a consecrated order, and it comprehends everything that the sincere Benedictine Basilius Valentinus, the excellent hermetic triumphator, and the faithful Montesator write concerning the great work of the universal stone, according to the doctrine of the most ancient Egyptians, Persians, Chaldeans, and other magical sages of the world, insofar as is permitted according to the laws of our permitted brotherhood, set forth in the clearest manner. It would therefore be more advisable that lovers of hermetic world wisdom occupy themselves with such writings, rather than waste their time reading the newer pharmaceutical concoctions. Admitted sisters in the secret society. However, this is not credible, because not a single writer of authority makes mention of it. Meanwhile, such a notion has nevertheless aroused the curiosity of some venerable ladies, so that they imagined it might in time yet fall to them to be admitted into the illustrious order. Yet their hope has hitherto not been fulfilled, and will also hardly be fulfilled in the future. Not as though one places the slightest mistrust in the discretion or in the strictest virtue of this fair sex, but solely to prevent that perhaps a jealousy might arise among the brethren themselves, on account of precedence in favor toward one or another of these female members. As for Solomon, there is surely not the slightest doubt that he ought not to have been the greatest among the masters of wisdom who have ever lived. Let one read the 7th chapter of the Book of Wisdom without prejudice, and the truth of this will be palpable. From it becomes clear that he possessed certain knowledge of all things, and knew how the world was made, had command of the power of the elements. It was known to him what people have in mind and everything that is hidden, etc., all of which are clear marks of a perfect hermeticist and of a natural and divinely discerning magus. To this there is added still the Song of Songs of this holy king, in which such traces of these sciences are to be found that entire folio volumes of chemical magical commentaries could be written upon it. Let one consider here what Scripture itself says, how in the times of this king there was so much silver in Jerusalem that one could have paved the streets with it, whereupon I cannot leave unmentioned the apt remark of the old gentleman Sonnenfels, namely that Solomon transformed the entire immense quantity of silver which his royal father David left him into gold, which is not incredible when one considers how much of it he, as it were, expended on the construction of that temple which astonished posterity, and for which the treasures from the still unknown Ophir would hardly have sufficed. But that I may also touch upon something of the magic of this king, it becomes evident not only from the book of wisdom cited by me that he was very experienced therein, but also from the approval of all Oriental peoples. It can in fact be said that this matter among the Arabs, Persians, Turks, and all other Madmis among the Mohammedans is believed as so certain a truth that in their writings one encounters nothing more frequently than accounts of the astonishing power of the Solomonic seals, talismans, pentacles, and of his rings, marked with the secret names of God. And even if most of these accounts were false, one nevertheless cannot apprehend essential properties of thing that does not exist at all. Of what does not exist, there are no predicates. Nor do I hope that a Christian person would be so shameless as to accuse this holy king of a secret understanding with evil spirits, which even to think would be blasphemy. M. Third Book of Kings X, 27th. And the king made, note well, so much silver in Jerusalem as stones, according to the Reformed translation. Let one direct one's thoughts to the word made. N. In the Splendor of the Light, chapter 8, page 111. The brotherhood itself, in which the aforementioned hidden sciences are taught, continued thereafter constantly, although during the Assyrian and Babylonian captivity, very sparse assemblies may have been held. Yet since we nevertheless find that the prophets Isaiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, and others living at that time belonged to the brotherhood, it may very easily be concluded that it cannot have been entirely interrupted. Moreover, at that time the brotherhood flourished in Babylon and Assyria in full bloom, and since the Chaldeans, who were the masters of wisdom of those lands, preserved the natural religion of the patriarchs down to Cyrus, who himself professed it and loved the Jews, this gives. Again provides a motive for credibility, that the Jews attended those assemblies. In the Promised Land, however, the brethren raised their head again only after the Babylonian captivity, for we read in the 4th book of Esdras that he assembled all remaining masters of wisdom, numbering 70, who together with him brought the Kabbalistic divine and natural truths into so many books, so that these might be rescued from oblivion. The inspired author himself gives us the best information about this when he expresses the words that the Lord spoke to him in the following manner: the things which you have first written lay openly before all, so that all may read them. But keep back the last 70 books, so that you may deliver them to the wise of your Israelite people. For in these is the origin of understanding and the source of wisdom and the stream of knowledge, and thus have I done. P. See then here, my lords, the 70 wise men and overseers of the secret brotherhood. D. 2. From what has been said, an eye not ensnared by prejudices will now readily learn what kind of man this supreme overseer of the Israelite generalate was. Let one take these two things to heart. In the first chapter of his 4th book, verses 14 and 39, he speaks of a vessel that was filled with a certain liquid moisture, which had the outward form of water but the color of fire, note well, in itself. Through the enjoyment of this fiery water his heart was filled with understanding, and his power of wisdom, as it were, swelled up. O. C. U. Prechtel's History of Religion, Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 45, page 300. P. G. Flupsimente on the True Salt of the Philosophers, which is the right book of the special secrets of a true adept. Dresden, 1757, octavo, page 23rd, page 267, and following, where the following of great worthiness for consideration is to be read. Picus, Mirandolanus, a very learned and experienced man in his time, speaks of such books very honorably and modestly with these words. These are, he says, the Kabbalistic books, in which Esaurus clearly taught that within them lies hidden the source of understanding and of the sciences. That is a very high theology of the high divinity, a fountain of wisdom, a holy supernatural science of the intelligences, a stream of the arts, that is, a very strong and firm philosophy of these natural things, etc. Q. The other passage stands in 2 Maccabees 1, verses 19 and 20, and reports that at this time the fire buried under the altar of the temple was found again in the form of a thick water in an old well, and with it the sacrifice was kindled anew. Both of the mentioned passages require Rosicrucian explanation for the philosophical books in which Esdras testifies that in them the source of understanding and of the sciences lies hidden. Philological quibbling and conjectural criticism do not suffice here. But whoever knows the aforementioned divine magical fire, and knows how to employ it in the fear of God, for the glorification of his most holy name, and no less, for the benefit of his neighbor, in fraternal intention, will be able daily to kindle a very pleasing burnt offering for the most high architect of the world. When finally the kingdom of Judah and Israel and its kings of the line of David gradually died out, and under the rule of the high priests and the Maccabees, the Jewish land was continually afflicted by the Syrians and other enemies. The brotherhood continued among the Essenes and Hellenistic Jews in Egypt. This was a particularly strict and truly living guild of wise men, who were so secret in their theological, Kabbalistic, chemical, and hermetic magical sciences that they all would rather have suffered death than reveal anything of their natural secrets, much less the hidden names of the angels, or the ground and effect of the Kabbalah, to those who were not related to them. R, which is the true character of the illustrious order, whose members, before death and the severe and most extreme tortures inflicted upon them, before they would break the solemnly sworn oath of secrecy. But, since I perceived that it was already very late, I requested the company to be patient until the following day, and went home. On the evening thereafter we came together again, and I continued as follows: after I have sufficiently related to you, my lords, the beginning, progress, and constitution of the consecrated order among the patriarchs, Israelites, and Jews, I now approach most directly the Egyptians, among whom the first foundation for the regular establishment of secret societies must be sought. These were in that land very closely connected with religion, stood under the supervision of the priests, who were all masters of wisdom, and at first united the patriarchal ordinances with natural doctrine and pure simplicity, without wrapping them in the swaddling clothes of poetry and fables and thereby disfiguring them, which only in later times was effected through symbolic theology. Meanwhile, the great mystery of unity, omnipotence, immeasurability, goodness, justice, and other attributes of a divine being, of the immortality of souls, and of an eternally enduring reward or punishment after death, even alongside the well-known doctrine of the transmigration of souls, which had only a certain limited duration. Q. Behold, a cup full of a liquid substance, like water, but of fiery color. Note well, by which my heart was burdened with understanding, and in my breast wisdom swelled. R. C. Hills. Carducci Appendix to Characters Harmony, Sympathy, and Antipathy of Herbs. Marburg, 1683, octavo, page 179. Yet moral doctrine remained unquestionable, the philosophical magical secrets remained intact, and the sophists and all enemies of wisdom were detested by the brotherhood there just as much as they still are in Europe today. Indeed, already at that time, all those who were not initiated, that is, not admitted into the brotherhood, were designated by the name of the profane, and this not only in Egypt and its eastern lands, but also in Greece and even among the Romans themselves, although the latter possessed nothing but spurious lodges, since their occupations were nothing other than theological and philosophical puppet plays, and their entire royal art consisted of nothing more than building madhouses in their lodges or secret assemblies, while they meanwhile twisted the noses of the poor rabble and, just like certain degenerate French Freemason lodges, swarmed about with nothing but profane persons. Hence it comes about that one finds a multitude of inscriptions in Italy and France, upon which the short words procul esto profani, or even merely procul profani, with or without the sign as the symbol of secrecy, are carved, and without doubt were walled in at the entrance of the place of assembly. Among the sophists, as true sons of wisdom, it was held very difficult to become a member of the secret society, and a candidate had to submit himself to very severe examinations. Indeed, whoever desired to ascend to its highest degrees even had to allow himself to be circumcised. For the Egyptians allowed no uncircumcised person to see the sanctuary of their hieroglyphs. It cannot at all be denied that already in the times of Moses many spurious lodges arose in Egypt, and that at the court of Pharaoh a multitude of sophists were present, and that divine spiritual magic was terribly disfigured by the pagan errors that crept into religion, inasmuch as the enemy of the human race may have driven his fanatical delusions with these children of unbelief in a very crude manner, especially since there is only a very small step between spiritual divine magic and sorcery, as the masters of wisdom teach us, who know very precisely how to determine the boundaries of these sciences. Since now, the Arabs later, Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Indians, Chinese, Persians, Scythians, Celts, Greeks, Romans, Germans, Gauls, Spaniards, Britons, Cimbrians, Goths, Sarmatians, and other peoples received their entire cycle of learning from the sacred precincts, aditus sacris, of the Egyptians that already existed beforehand, it is no wonder if their secret brotherhoods likewise with many been stained by errors until they finally assume another form through Christianity. Since now our present Christian confederates are undoubtedly the true and rightful universal heirs of all secret Egyptian sciences, for example, astronomy, higher mathematics, hermetic philosophy, and spiritual divine magic, and will remain so until the end of time. Nevertheless, after Christianity had already spread completely, various societies united which were more or less fraternized with our illustrious order, and which endeavored secretly among themselves to improve the sciences drawn from those same Egyptian sources. I wish here to mention solely and exclusively the Templars. Without referring to their foundation, progress, and destruction, I wish only briefly to note that they were in truth hermetic magicians, and that chiefly through this science they attained such enormous wealth. C. Second and third letter of a profane. Jerusalem, 1768, octavo, page 2. T. Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, book 1, page 374. They were divided into 5 degrees or classes, namely 1. Arms bearers, 2. Knights, 3. Lesser, and 4. Greater military leaders, and 5. Priests. One may compare the first 2 with the lower degrees of our consecrated fraternity, the lesser military leaders with our lesser adepts, and likewise the greater with our greater ones, but the 5th class represented, in my opinion, are magicians. Their above-mentioned great wealth may perhaps have contributed as much to their downfall as the vices imputed to them, for although they were not entirely to excuse themselves, since some wallowed in great vices, nevertheless, Louis Moinbourg and other impartial writers do not wish to regard everything as proven of which they are accused. At least it is to be believed that not precisely the greatest part of them will have been lustful, so that one may have promoted their complete downfall more from reasons of state and the instigation of certain courtiers. In Peter Messier, a Spaniard, one finds a particular example involving a Templar, who, when being led out to the place of execution, summoned Philip the Fair, King of France, and Pope Clement V, who was leaning out of a window, to appear before the judgment seat of Almighty God, which summons was also fulfilled most exactly by the death of both of them. Although no other writer to my knowledge mentions this, nevertheless, within no very long time some important discoveries may be made, which have hitherto remained hidden from the learned world. But we turn again to the Egyptians. Although we are given little concerning the inner constitution and the doctrine, which was practiced especially in those matters in which the mysteries of Osiris and Isis, which, according to the symbolic philosophical theology of this people, are nothing other than the two constituent parts of the things, namely the volatile and the fixed, were administered, is known. Thus one knows, however, from oral tradition, which is preserved in the still flourishing schools of wisdom, that from them derives the greatest secret of all nature, that excellent ash magim, that is, fiery water and watery fire. One also still has an excellent prayer, which was customary in their lodges, and was spoken at the reception of Lucius Apuleius. He himself has left it to us with the following words: "The powers of the heavens serve you, hell is subject to you, the structure of the world rolls around in your hands, your feet tread the immeasurable abyss, the stars obey your voice, the lights of heaven rejoice in your omnipresence, the seasons return at your command, the elements obey you," etc. X. The conclusion of the lodge probably took place in earlier times, when the patriarchal doctrines were still in fresh memory, with a threefold invocation of Ihaho, so very different from the secret name of God Jobo or Jehovah customary among the Hebrews and Phoenicians, which in U, The Renewed Forest by Pietro Messia, in Venice, 1626. In Quarto, Part 3, Chapter 12, page 268. X. The higher powers worship you, the lower observe you, you turn the sphere, you rule the world, you tread Tartarus, the stars answer you, the lights rejoice, the seasons return, the elements serve, etc. Lucius Apuleius, Metamorphoses, Book 16th, page 433. Edition of Johann Wauer from the Froben Library, 1606-12. In later times, when superstition had already gained strong ascendancy, with the word Hausher, which is the Egyptian name of Osiris, and which in theological understanding and in their lodges never signified anything other than the eternal, immortal creator of heaven and earth, was held to be identical with Amenpha, the god of all gods, and meant nothing else than houses le corps vers Dieu, raise your hearts to God. Among the Greeks, the assemblies were always concluded with the Phoenician words kof, ompher, that is, watch and be pure. Why? So that it almost amounts to the same thing. As for the ceremonial, it was carried out with all splendor and dignity, for the ancient kings were friends of wisdom and of her sons, and indeed often students of it themselves, and therefore the brotherhood stood under their protection and patronage. Yes, in Persia no one could attain royal dignity unless he had first been instructed in the school of wisdom, Zed, and had ascended to the rank of the Magi. Darius Hystaspes made it such a great honor to himself to become a master of the Magi that Y. Basin, Philosophy of History, page 208. Z. It would be desirable that this custom still endured, and that the education of royal children destined for the throne were entrusted to no one other than true Magi, that is, genuine relatives of the secret brotherhood. For such princes, equipped with wisdom, skill, and virtue in a wholly elevated manner, would, when they someday ascended the throne, and had first themselves become capable members and royal brothers, they not only gained the advantage that their eyes were never led astray by land-corrupting flatterers, but they would also learn to recognize every matter according to its true value, and this indeed without effort and as if playfully, and to become true royal magi according to the manner of the ancient Persians, by being able to reconcile the relations of natural things with civic ones, and to calculate their agreements or deviations with the greatest exactness, and to arrange their blessed government accordingly, which never suffered lack of complete satisfaction. I say nothing of the abundance of temporal goods which could thereby be attained without it being necessary to burden the poor subjects with heavy taxes, nor of that which, alas, the Christian world, to the shame of Christianity, strives after with such senseless fury, seeking among foreign peoples through manifold murder and through the spilling of whole streams of civil blood. The magic of the Persians, which is celebrated to such an extent, was chiefly concerned with marking architectures and structures of natural and civic things symbolically. Verulam, on the advancement of learning, chapter 42. This is indeed correct, yet in the schools of wisdom the word magic has a broader meaning, which would be superfluous to explain. He wished to bring the memory of it to posterity through his epitaph. A. They were therefore permitted among these consecrated heathens to do openly that which they unfortunately among Christian peoples are able to perform only secretly and in silence. They therefore entered the temple of nature with a solemn procession, which Clement of Alexandria B describes to us. First came the singer, C, who had 2 books for his use from Mercury, of which the one contained the hymns of praise of the gods, but the other the ordering of royal life, and B, after the singer followed the guardian. Now it would indeed be expected of his reigning fellow brother that, setting aside all other affairs, he should learn this art through his own personal application or constant residence in the hermetic workshops, for brothers would be found who would relieve him of this labor by taking it upon themselves. Only it would be required that he solemnly pronounce these three words: brotherly love, protection, and freedom, and keep them inviolable, and also never allow himself to be led by the enemies of wisdom to other thoughts. The national writer D, this one had to keep the books of Hermes, which deal with the art of astrology, constantly in his mouth, of which there were 4. Further, there came forth the consecrated scribe. On his head he bore a feather, but in his hand a book, which without doubt was the book of constitutions, and a lead weight. He had to understand the secret or hieroglyphic script from its foundation, and was therefore nothing other than the secretary of the chief directorate. After this followed the musician, soloist, who can very well be compared with the brother guide, or with the overseer's surveillance. Finally, the prophet concluded, who was the overseer of sacred exercises and the master of the chair. Among the Greeks, these masters were called hierophants, of whom the arch-enemy of hermetic world wisdom Zern, Conring E, admits that they understood the art of the transformation of metals better than all other people across the entire globe. These secret societies thus lasted until the times of Diocletian, who was a declared enemy of wisdom and of her children, and from a false statecraft, all from the were when book stealing, with the art of transformation to be burned, F, out of fear, lest the Egyptians amid such astonishing riches should finally become overbold and seek to shake off the harsh Roman yoke. A. Porphyry, on the Cave of the Nymphs, p. 253, Cambridge edition of the year 1653 octavo. B. Cited in Ralph Cudworth in The Intellectual System, chapter 4, section 18, page 379, Latin edition. C. Of this one hears nothing more under the present constitution, but it may be that the speaker has come into his place. D. Just as little does one know anything about these, although it is not without that the most depraved brothers of the consecrated order, in natural and spiritual magic, certainly do not yield a hairbreadth to the Egyptian national writers. E. On Hermetic Medicine, chapter 3. F. Suidas. Verb. Alchemia. Then the Romans preferred rather, with great expense and bloodshed, to rob others of what was theirs, than that they might, through kindness, mildness, and forbearance toward those devoted to the arts, have been able to make their other provinces at the same time prosperous. Despite all this imprudent persecution, therefore, the obelisks and other hieroglyphic Egyptian monuments remained for the most part unharmed, through which also the memory of Egyptian learning and the principles of the sciences were propagated to the society of which this treats. Now I hope that my gentlemen listeners will have formed a sufficient conception of the condition of the illustrious order in Egypt. It is therefore fitting that I should also mention other peoples among whom it flourished more or less, and thus I will first recall the Persian, who as planting peoples were led from the aforesaid into other regions. Genesis X 13:14. We read these remarkable words, but Mizraim begat the Ludim, Anamim, Labim, Naphtuhim, Pathrusim, and Casluhim, from whom have come the Philistines and Caphtorim. Now, since the word Mizraim in divine holy scripture not only signified the grandson of Noah, the first king in Egypt, Minis, G, but at times also the land of Egypt itself. Thus it is certain that these sons of Minis are to be regarded not as individual persons, but as so many peoples who proceeded from the said kingdom. Said migration must already be very ancient, although it would scarcely exceed the age of Abraham and Joseph, for in the times of these patriarchs one still knew nothing of Osiris, Isis, Memphis, and Phthas, which were nevertheless known to the Ludim. When Abraham came into this land, the natural law of the patriarchs was still fully in force, H, and although in the times of Joseph the city On had already been built in honor of the son, I, yet one venerated the same as nothing other than under their customary name, Phre, which in Egyptian means son. At that time one still knew nothing of deified men. To this is added further that the wise masters of the said people had not yet come to the point of entering into a close brotherhood, which nevertheless among the Ludim, together with other sciences and customs, without doubt was brought along from Egypt. Who these Ludim were is explained by Bochart, K, who with good reason understands by them the Ethiopians. These now had, as already mentioned, the same symbolic worship as their forefathers. They made use of hieroglyphic writing, as those did. Their priests, who likewise among them, as among the Egyptians were eminent worldly sages, were divided into the same classes, and had to be circumcised and pure before they could be initiated into the secret brotherhoods. One called the members of the same gymnosophists. G. Augustine, on the City of God, Book 16th, Chapter 3. H. Genesis 12:16. Compare P. E. Jablonski in Pantheon Egyptiacum, Part 1, Frankfurt on the Oder, 1750, octavo, Prolegomena section Phi, page 9th. I. Jablonski, same place. Compare Chapter 15. K. Phaleg, Book 4, Chapter 25, 33. The enthusiast Philostratus and other credulous Greeks relate marvels about them, which, however, are nothing but ridiculous fables that take their origin from ignorance of true natural capacity. For it is quite certain that they held their philosophical opinions in common with the Egyptians, and that they were virtuous and reasonable men who at all times brought honor to the brotherhood. The second people of whom mention is made in the said passage of Scripture are the Anamim, whom Bokart El considers to be Libyans. It was a people of whom little can be said, just as of the Labim and Naphtuim. Among the former were counted those peoples who dwelt toward the east of the region of Thohas, and who appear among the ancient writers under the name of the Egyptian Libyans. Among the latter, however, are the inhabitants of the mountains at the outermost borders of Egypt. One can separate them from the inhabitants of their original land just as little as the Farim, although they may indeed have been of a somewhat rougher manner of life than those who dwelt in the flat country. For be that as it may, it is quite credible that there will have been some among them who allowed themselves to be received as kinsmen of one or another of the lodges that were located in their fatherland. The Kasluhim, who are the sixth people of whom mention is made in the above-cited passage, Bokart O calls Kasluchi, and they had their seat in the region of Kolchis, which comprised present-day Mingrelia and Kabardia. It is credible that they were led there by Sesostris, when he made his campaign against the Scythians and made himself master of their land as well as of Cappadocia and Armenia. The aforesaid their progenitor Sesostris lived, according to the assertion of some chronologists, around the time of Rehoboam, a son of the royal brother of Solomon and king in Judah, after the year 3700 of the Julian period, thus after the creation of the world, 2970. Some famous men consider him to be the Sisak or Sesonkis, whom the enraged god sent against the aforesaid idolatrous Rehoboam to punish him for his sacrilege. L. Bokart, same place, chapter 30. Mabusarins, C. Bokart, same place, chapter 28, 29th. N. Pliny, Natural History, book 18th, chapter 18. O. Infalig, book 4, chapter 31. P. But this assertion is entirely false. Sesostris was not the Sisak, but rather that Pharaoh who, after the death of the patriarch Joseph, so terribly oppressed the children of Israel, and whom some called Sechon, Sechon, or Sesanthosin, and to whom they assign Amenophis as father. And in a natural way this settlement must have taken place even before the exodus of Moses of the people of God from Egypt, otherwise he could not have mentioned them in his books. Consequently, Sesostris also cannot be the Sisak. Meanwhile, the most important ancient historians nevertheless affirm that to no one other than him does this honor belong, to have overcome the Scythians and to have introduced these planting peoples into a part of their extensive land. He was an excellent king, a zealous kinsman, and also protector of the brotherhood, since he had been instructed by the great and younger Hermes himself, as is well known. Hence, it is easy to suppose that he brought the order, which at that time was in full vigor, along with him into the conquered regions. This is not a little strengthened by the fact that the Colchians, together with the Egyptians, had from their forefathers one and the same religion, customs, usages, sciences, indeed even the same language. They made use of hieroglyphs, as those did, and for their interpretation they likewise had their consecrated scribes. But what constitutes the greatest proof of their great knowledge in the higher art of separation, which had been left to them by the Egyptians, is this, that they were masters of that golden fleece, for the sake of whose conquest Jason undertook the famous and arduous expedition with his Argonauts, and which he also, with the help of Medea, the daughter of Aeetes, king in Colchis, happily obtained into his hands. This golden lambskin was a book in which the art, the great universal of the world with all its healing and transformative powers, was set forth in detail according to the method learned from their forefathers. The said book was guarded by a fire-breathing dragon, Q. This Medea taught him to lull to sleep so that it no longer. P. 1 Kings 14th, 2 Chronicles 12. See Dionysius Batavius, Rational Chronology, Part 1, Book 2, Chapter 4, page 56. Exodus, I. C. Abbe Guillaume, History of Empires and Republics, in November. Acta Eruditorum, Leipzig, History, Tome 5, Section 6, page 243. Diodorus of Sicily, Herodotus, Strabo, Aelian, Suidas, and others. In Dupin, Universal Library of Historians, pages 60, 119, 252 following. Q. This dragon is very well known to the sons of wisdom, and they often play with him, whereas the sophists have been harmed by his fire. Fire spew, nor emits smoke from itself. R. Whereupon he completely suffocated it in the infernal water, and brought his work so far that he rejuvenated his ancient and almost deceased father Aeson. N.B. S. In memory of this expedition, Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, founded the Order of the Golden Fleece, which in its insignia, the chain with the firestones, and the garments with their colors, is entirely chemical, as Hermann Kerfeld has undoubtedly demonstrated in his Golden Fleece, since the said Duke was a true devotee of the art and a kinsman of a consecrated brotherhood, in which they had learned exalted knowledge. I therefore do not doubt that the order of the Knights of Golden Fleece would give cause for some offense to the most high and noble Knights of the Golden Fleece, if it were to allow its members to suffer. Thus there remain only two latter peoples still to be mentioned, namely the Philistines and the Caphtorim. Of the former is known that they took more pains continually to wrestle with the Israelites than to concern themselves with the investigation of natural secrets, just like the latter, whom Bokart D regards as a part of the inhabitants of Cappadocia. All these peoples held water to be the origin of all created things. But what kind? Without doubt that which, out of chaos and its moist part, through the divine spirit hovering upon it, was separated as the animating water of created things. From them Thales and his followers of the Ionic school learned this, and this also accords with the word of God. For St. Peter writes in his second epistle, chapter 3, verses 5, 6, 7, "But they willingly do not wish to know this, that the heaven was of old also before, and likewise the earth, which consists out of water and in water, through the word of God. The Arabs, as the nearest neighbors of the Egyptians for a long time, remained with the traditional worship of one sole God, observed according to the prescription of natural law, until they finally, after many preceding pagan deviations from the first purity of natural law, turned to the religion of Muhammad. And it appears as if they did not truly begin to apply themselves earnestly to the secret sciences until they had obtained the translations of the writings of Aristotle and other learned Greeks, whereupon they carried things very far in their brotherhoods, and indeed at a time when everything in Europe was flooded with barbarism. For she taught him the hidden manipulations, thus became a female teacher of the brotherhood. It is therefore very well done that the illustrious order admits no sisters. Otherwise it might once again happen that one or another inquisitive second traveler, under promise of marriage, as Jason did with Medea, might attempt to explore the secret which grace alone knew. In all these words there lies a great secret, which only the wise masters understand. Hence it also comes about that they can explain the Argonautica of Orpheus and Apollonius far better than the common critics, both upper degrees as true Tocenists, since they possess that jewel whose likeness the highest monarchs on earth do not disdain to wear about their necks. Same place. Chapter 13. Ibn Sina, commonly called Avicenna, Geber, Rhesis, Orestes, and others were all learned and worthy brothers, through whose efforts the high order spread even into the most distant regions that were united with them in faith, such as Fez and Morocco, Ostraban, and Bukhara. Of the remnants of the brotherhood in this land, there is found in an old handwritten copy of the Fama Fraternitatis a very important passage concerning a brother of the Golden Rosy Cross, who traveled into the said region. He relates that he came into a city Damtes, of which he had heard that the wise men there performed wonders, as it were, and how the whole of nature was revealed to them. The brothers assembled in the said place had received him not as a stranger, but as one for whom they had long waited. They called him by name, i.e., this was the place where he had taught his physics and mathematics, of which the world would justly have reason to rejoice, if love were greater and envy less. From there he came to Fez, where indeed he encountered very great men among the brothers, yet their magic was not entirely pure, and the Kabbalah was intermingled with their religion. The said Mohammedan philosophical brothers were altogether peripatetics, and since this system of teaching is much better suited to true knowledge of nature than that which is today more commonly in use at the present day, thus it is also not to be wondered at that the greatest Hermeticists, world sages, have been from this guild, whereas the system of triangular, pyramidal, serpentine, ribbed, spherical, and vortex-shaped fanciful tales and small particles has never made a true master of separation, nor will it make one until the end of the world. The Chaldeans were great men, and had their general directorate and great lodge at Babylon. In this land lay which in Holy Scripture is called Tashadan, because there the sacred fire was kept, under which they partly understood the Almighty Master, builder of the world, and partly our secret philosophical fire, and in this the present teachers of wisdom follow them, in that they likewise regard fire as the first element. From them Zoroaster learned it, for his philosophical opinions tend chiefly to this, that all things have their origin from fire, by which however he did not understand the elemental fire that consumes everything, but rather the true artificial, mercurial, proximate fire of nature, that now these Chaldeans were a society, sect, I have searched for this place in vain on the map. It may therefore well be that it is either called by another name in our geographical descriptions, or is also a small inconspicuous place, by means of which the wise conceal themselves from the enemies of wisdom and their crafty pursuits kept hidden, although among the peoples of the East this prescription is not so necessary as in many Christian lands themselves. This applies exactly to the present-day Christian magical brothers as well, against which the prophets also speak. From this one can see what kind of great men these are, who can even beforehand know from the disposition of the candidate whether he will be suited for the brotherhood or not. This is also still today the cause why so few ascend to the summit of the highest wisdom. Johann Anton Moscherosch von Wisselsheim. Well-meaning, faithful, and very useful admonitions to all beginners in the very profound study of hermetic philosophy. Leipzig, 1764, Quarto, chapter 3, section 13 and 7. Or that this brotherhood produced great men is conceded even by profane scholars. A. Their name itself already has something hidden, for it is derived from Zaldeak, that is, poison and sap, as I know, and thus means as much as a knower of, poison, behind which lies more than one might suppose. For whoever knows what the dying poison signifies in hermetic philosophy is on the right path and a true Chaldean. Even if everything that has been said does not possess complete correctness, the Chaldeans nevertheless degenerated over time in such a manner that among them, as still happens today, note this, a multitude of astrologers was produced, whose members indeed also called themselves Chaldeans, but who were nothing other than casters of nativities, just like the gypsies, who by fortune, telling sweet people's purses. B. Some have mixed the Sabaeans, who descend from Saba, the son of Cush, and formerly dwelt in Chaldea, and who are identical with the Sabaeans or magicians with the above, whereas others consider them to be Arabs. C. That the aforementioned Sabaeans were eminent readers of the stars is the true opinion of scholars, but whether they also lived in brotherly union with the other scholars is not known. From the said Chaldeans, the Persian Magi the Magi received their philosophical doctrines through Zoroaster. Of the latter I have already spoken above, and will only add this much more, that these Magi were excellent people, who possessed within themselves the true character of the wise, which is secrecy. In the same place, I have noted that in all other respects they acquired great renown, in that among the Persians they were regarded as wise men experienced in divine matters, and as servants of the deity. D. By which it is again confirmed that among them, as among the Egyptians, theology was most closely united with worldly wisdom. This measured virtue of secrecy shows that they were perfect adepts, which is at the same time confirmed by an irrefutable proof. For Democritus writes, according to the testimony of Reinesius in Morhoff, that he traveled to the world, sage Sofa in Persia, in order to learn the secret art of separation there. The Phoenicians, who follow next, applied themselves for the most part to trade and navigation, and hence it came to pass that they sailed all seas known at that time, even the ocean itself. And when they were driven out by Joshua, they saw themselves compelled to move their footing further. Some of them went to Greece, others to Spain and France, and still to others. A. Benedict Zurich, Real School Lexicon, under the word Chaldai. B. Zurich, same place. C. Stanley, Oriental Philosophy, Part 15, Latin section, edition of Philosophical History, page 1168. D. Porphyry, on the Cave of the Nymphs, page 273. Cambridge edition, 1655, octavo. E. Polyhister, Literary History, Book 1, Chapter 11, who went to the African coast, where they built Carthage, indeed, some scholars assert, and wish to prove from discovered reliable inscriptions that they introduced the first inhabitants into America, all of which Samuel Bocart treats in detail in his Phaleg and Canaan. Now, although commerce drew their principal attention, nevertheless they also had their brotherhoods, which without doubt were entirely organized according to the model of the Egyptian ones, and which could count among their members Zeno, Samphoniston, Thales, and Mosius. Whether, however, they also established lodges in France and Spain, or whether in this respect the precedence belongs to the Celtic Druids, has not yet been decided. I am almost inclined to believe the latter, for in my judgment the Phoenicians were not good Rosicrucians, and it may well be that God punished them for their dreadful greed for gold and usury, and delivered them up to the Israelites. Thus there remain only two Oriental peoples still to be considered, namely the Indians and their Bezermans, and the Chinese, of whom it is worth the effort to speak. The Bezermans of the Indians were likewise very great artists and investigators of the hidden things in nature, and they are much so still lightly. Some scholars believe that they descend from the children of Abraham, whom he begot with Keturah, his second wife, and that the name Bezermines or Besamares would mean just as much as Abrahames or Abrahamic according to this Herodotus, whose opinion Morhoff G. supports. Others consider them to be a colony of the Egyptians. The opinion that they are descendants of Abraham by Keturah is not so absurd as some might wish to think, which is confirmed by the fact that, like the Chaldeans, they venerated the sun, yet this veneration was not as reprehensible in ancient times as in later ones, when they removed their thoughts ever further and further from the invisible, that is, God. An ancient prayer, which the Bezermans formerly used to recite at the sight of this creature, is no small proof of this proposition. It reads thus: You, God, by whom you, the sun, are enlightened, enlighten my mind, that my actions may be according to your will. H. This same Morhoff believes, and I with him, that one cannot possibly deny. Them the science of the higher art of separation, if one considers what of their gold water, the stone panther, to which of the gold guarding elders, and of the phoenix, which is said to be found among them. F. This Samphoniston wrote on the doctrine of nature of Hermes, and on the doctrine of God of the Egyptians, and agrees with both in all respects. G. Ribouille, Dissertation on the Soul of Beasts, Chapter 9, Section CCVII, page 514. G. I suspect that he borrowed it from Abraham Rogerius's Open Door to Hidden Heathendom, Nuremberg 1663, octavo, which reports this in Chapter 1, note A, G, and following. H. C. Ribovius, Dissertation on the Soul of Animals, Chapter 5, Section CXX, page 470 following. Since now, apart from the doctrine of teaching of which the illustrious order of the Rosy Cross makes use, no perfect knowledge of nature can be attained, it is quite credible that they have a brotherhood among themselves. One need only read Morhoff at the cited place, and one will be convinced of it. At least the Persians, their nearest neighbors, believe this, for they relate of a Brahminar Padmabha that he showed a Fikai merchant K from Damascus, whom he had come to love in a subterranean cave a black earth, and at the same time recited to him 2 Turkish verses, in which the secret of the stone of the wise is hidden. The content of these verses is word for word as follows: Give the bride of the Orient the son of the king of the Occident, and from them a child will be born, which shall be the sultan of the beautiful sexes. I will tell you, Padmanabha further said, the secret meaning: let the dry adamantine earth that comes from the Orient be moistened by the wet. Out of this corruption the philosophical Mercury will arise, which is almighty in nature, and will beget sun and moon, or make gold and silver, and when he ascends his throne, mere pebbles will be transformed into diamonds and precious stones. In a silver vessel, which stood in a corner of the room, was the water or moisture with which one soaked the dry earth. Finally, he also mentions the virtues of the stone as follows: the earth is yet more excellent and precious. It heals all kinds of diseases. If a person completely emaciated and lying in his final moments takes only a single grain, he will feel how, all at once his strength returns, he will immediately become healthy and rise again. It has yet another virtue, says the Brahmin, which I prefer above all others. Whoever rubs his eyes with its juice sees the spirits and has power to command them. The sect of Laozi in China is likewise a kind of brotherhood whose members practice the chemical art. They hold it to be one of the proper means by which a special salve, and even eternal life itself, could be prepared. Trigautius, who reports this, adds that these people are counted among the saints by the Chinese, and that even to this day very many books about them, both printed and handwritten, are present in China. And the Emperor Xiao was said to have been a great lover of this art, and to have caught every day, in a copper basin cast like a human hand, the purest dew, in which he prepared and softened the pearls of eternal life. Polyhister, Literary History, Book 1, Chapter 13. K. Fikwai is a beverage in many oriental regions, which is held there in just as high esteem as punch in England. L. Scheherazade, History of the Sultaness from Persia and her Viziers, Leipzig, 1733. Octavo, page 169 and following. M. Same place, page 171. N. Book 1, on the Kingdom of China, Chapter 9. But who can truly imagine that these clever men seriously believed that there existed in the world a means by which death could be driven away? This supposed eternity is therefore to be understood as nothing other than a very long time, expressed in the oriental manner, which power the universal medicine certainly possesses. It is noteworthy in this respect that the Chinese sages regard the 4th number as the most perfect, that is, as the end of all created things, from which Kabbalistic testimony the sons of wisdom will immediately recognize these Chinese birds by their feathers. Among the ancient Greeks, one encounters Orpheus and the sages of the Ionian school as the first brethren. Cestellaire had brought his fine science from Egypt and introduced secret societies into Greece after the manner of brotherhoods customary in that land. P. He was wise in the art of medicine of great elevation, from which it follows without fail that he must also have been a chemist. For without the higher art of separation, medicine is nothing but a mere charlatanry, and an art of taking the sick into cure, at random, whether for good or ill. Those related to Orpheus by doctrine called themselves Orpheotellists, and were very good investigators of nature, so that Bernard Q. believes it to be so that the system brought by him out of Egypt and practiced in his school of teaching is to be preferred to all others. Not without reason may Jason have taken him along to Colchis, for since he was an ancient Egyptian priest who from earliest times were just as venerable as the Scottish masters among some present-day Freemasons, lodges notwithstanding that they do not know the same in their true and natural form in the least, but only in that which they have formed of them in their imagination are, so he presumably sought through his didactic song all the more easily to become projection-like, which also occurred. In the Ionian Brotherhood, in my opinion, Thales of Miletus was one of the foremost magical brethren, who likewise in Egypt had become a member of the order and had a very numerous lodge, in which the exercises and treatises were arranged entirely after the manner of Pythagoras, into whose school he had been received. Under his directorship there were various persons, among those living in Greece at his time, so-called sages and other famous people as well. For example, Anaximenes, who had been a truly great physicist. O. Rogers, Open Door to Hidden Heathenism. Chapter 12, page 709. P. Diodorus Siculus, in Bibliotheca, Book 4, middle pages 162, 232. Q. In Archaeological Philosophy with Zunison in Acts of Philosophy. R. How little understanding these good people have of Scottish Masonry is evident from the fact that they do not even know the correct word, and it fares just as badly with them with all those additions which they have made to the first 3 and 8th degrees of the same, which they call the high steps, and which, as the hieroglyphic explanations of the same present them, come out just as ridiculous, childish, and foolish. And just as his former chief director Thales taught fiery water and watery fire as the origin of all created things to the masters subordinate to him, he wished to write a detailed commentary drawn from the most remote antiquities, since indeed one could interpret it better and more perfectly than the one who had educated them to the mockery of these more recent schoolmasters, and which he thus accomplished. Julian Caesar, away with lanterns and dream eyes, for ancient art and solid fare, see Appendix of a Judgment on the writing of a profane author, page 109, and following the stages toward practical investigation. Thus Anaximenes did likewise, under the designation of philosophical error, which nevertheless comes to the same thing. The ancients have left us the names and merits of certain famous superiors who followed him, such as Anaximander, Anaxagoras, Archelaus, and so forth, who altogether arranged their theories according to brotherly concord. Some more recent natural investigators cannot grasp this, for when they read that one of them held water, another fire, a third chaos, and finally yet another air to be the primordial beginning of all things, they imagine that these natural teachers entertained entirely contrary opinions. From this, however, the sons of wisdom immediately see, without perspective, what sort of world sages those are who think such things. Pythagoras, after, at the instigation of Thales, partly in his company and partly alone, he had visited the Egyptians, Phoenicians, Arabs, Persians, Hebrews, and others, and had also, as is known, allowed himself to be circumcised in Egypt in order to be able to attain the highest stages in the secret brotherhoods, established his principal place of assembly at Cortona. With him, everything appeared entirely Rosicrucian. His younger brethren could not reach the higher stages before they had practiced themselves for 5 years in the law of silence, and even when these had already elapsed, they nevertheless had again to wait a long time until access to the secret treatises was granted to them. Obedience also prevailed, and the respect toward their chief director was such that he could not possibly be surpassed. As soon as he gave them a general or particular instruction, they answered anyone who presumed to interpret something in it, alpha taus epi alpha, he has said it, and immediately all reasoning came to an end. Among his successors, Ocellus, Lalanus, Timaeus, Locrus, Empedocles, Apollonius of Tyana, Sallustius, Porphyrius, and others, likewise, for the most part inclined toward the bad side, and gradually fell into so profane a condition that they were no longer recognizable and could be regarded as nothing other than degenerate Pythagoreans, who in their manner may be compared to certain artificial and degenerated Freemasons of the present day. This corruption lasted so long until Rudolf Otrep, under whose brotherhood name Robert Flood lay hidden, restored the aforementioned world wisdom and brought it again to light according to the old pattern, which the learned Jesuit Athanasius Kircher endorsed in many respects in his misuse. The same befell Plato, whose lodge flourished at Athens in Greece and was called the Academy. And although his brethren maintained themselves longer than the Pythagoreans, especially so long as his nephew Speusippus was master of the chair, Ribovius, on the soul of beasts, chapter 14, section KLXX-C7, page 577. See the little book Amor Proximi, page 133 and following. Thus, Proclus, Plotinus, and others already began to add certain supplements, until finally, under the Ptolemies, the lodge at Alexandria in Egypt devised a new Freemasonry that was not worth a single shot of powder. Among the other learned Greeks, however, the profane spirit had risen to the highest degree. Meanwhile, Philalethes asserts, that Greece produced, not a single philosopher who was not magical in certain matters, that is, who did not philosophize after the manner of the Egyptian brethren. He indeed excludes the poor Aristotle from the said number. Meanwhile, nonetheless, various of his doctrines remain, for example, that of fermentation, generation, and corruption, and, finally, that concerning the matter of which creatures consist, and the effective properties, materia and forma, which have their very great usefulness in true knowledge of nature. As I wished to continue speaking, there suddenly arose such a violent clamor in the street that everything scattered in terror. Namely, a strong troop of the Duke's guard had begun a quarrel with the garrison, and had caused such a massacre that everyone had their hands full to quell the tumult. I therefore had to pause with the conclusion of my narration until the following day, when I then continued as follows. Of the Greeks, gentlemen, there remains for me nothing more to mention than what concerns the society of the Eumolpidae and the mysteries of the Eleusinian series. These were a guild of renowned sages, who, alongside the doctrine of God, also devoted themselves to true knowledge of nature, as Seneca Y testifies. Morhoff Z adduces from Michael Meyer the laws and functions of these assembled hermetic magicians and teachers of theology, from which it is quite clearly evident that one may with full justification assign them to the fraternities of that time, that is, to a brotherhood, and that their mysteries agreed with the Samothracian rites, and also comprehended within themselves theological as well as physical and hermetic magical doctrines. Concerning some renowned relatives of this fraternity, for example Jason, Castor, and Pollux, Hercules and Targanus, a son of Demarathus of Corinth. One must consult Macrobius A, no less Diodorus B, and the above-cited Michael Meyer C. Those who wish to be instructed in the mysteries of Ceres, that is, to be received into the fraternity. U. Antiquity of Magic, page 91. X. Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, Book the 5th. Y. Natural Questions, Book 7, Chapter 31. Z. Polyhister Literarius, Book 1, Chapter 13th. A. Saturnalia, Book 7, Chapter 4. B. Diodorus Siculus, in the Library, Book 5th. C. In the Apologetic Treatise for the Brethren of the Rosy Cross, and in Arcana Arcanissima. They were brought into the temple of this deity, the Hierophant, who was none other than the master of the chair, instructed them immediately upon entry that, instead of venerating this fabricated deity as they depicted, Triptolemus, being carried about on a chariot drawn by dragons, they ought rather to worship the Most High God, who nourishes mankind, and who granted to Ceres and to Triptolemus the power to raise agriculture to dignity and honor. The Hierophant, or Eumolpid, was required to recite these verses of Orpheus: walk the path of righteousness, worship the ruler of the world alone. He is the only one who has arisen from himself. All creatures owe their being to him. He works through them and within them. No mortal eye has ever seen him. E. This fraternity differed in nothing from that of Isis and Osiris, of which I have spoken above. F. Among the other laws which they possessed, one was noteworthy, which commanded that on the day of assembly 4 representations were to be carried around. I. Of God the Creator. G. Which the master of the chair itself bore. 2. The sun, which the torchbearer held in his arm. 3. The moon, which the servant at the altar bore. And 4. Mercury, which the overseer of the sacred rites carried. The Eumolpid, who in my opinion was one and the same with the Hierophant, carried a golden key fastened to a tongue, as a sign of secrecy. During the ceremony itself, a hermetic chant was sung, concerning the dragon, the father of the fire-breathing bull, and the bull, the father of the dragon, H, from which a son of wisdom can at once perceive of what spirit they and their brothers were children, who in ancient times made themselves so renowned. I, moreover, concludes Mr. Abbot Bazin, K. Those who, out of exaggerated zeal, have asserted that these secret assemblies were nothing other than schools of the most abominable debaucheries, should be better instructed by the word itself, with which the concept of the initiated is connected, and which indicates that one must begin a new life, and by the formula of dismissal with which the assembly was dissolved. This latter consisted of the 2 Phoenician words, Kofi, A. Bacon, Philosophical History, Chapter 27th, page 206 and following, E. Ibid, F. Diodorus, same place, Book 1, Chapter 29. G. This the Egyptians called Emempht, the Persians Oromazes, the self-subsisting light. N.B. The Assyrians and Phoenicians Adad or Adonis, that is, Adonai, the midnight consort Asdor, etc. And they regarded him as the eternal primal origin of all things, and the most high master builder of the world. H. G.G.D. Morhoff, Polyhister Literarius, Book I, Shach, 13th. I. Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, Book the 5th. K. Ibid, p. 208. Omphis, that is, be watchful and be pure. In this connection, a curious jest occurs to me. When many years ago Freemasonry gained such strong ground in our neighboring Hamburg, the clergymen of all 3 religions set themselves very strongly against it. Some of them compared it with the mysteries of Ceres and believed, marvel of marvels, what a disgrace they had fastened upon it. Yet these good gentlemen did not know that by this they did the Freemasons more honor than they certainly intended, for apart from the fact that among these, just as little as among those, debaucheries are to be found, there's nevertheless this difference, that the former, that is, the Hierophants, L, and their subordinates, fully understood the innermost nature, not only of their ceremonial, but also of the symbolic images, and even of the rites and works themselves, which nevertheless remain hidden from many venerable Masonic lodges down to the present hour. Among the Romans, there is little to be gained in this respect. They preferred rather to scuffle with half the world, and practice the privileged craft of highway robbery with greater pleasure than they would have done in cultivating these splendid gifts, to seek to become partakers of the divine. What a fine statesman Diocletian was in this respect we have already heard, and one could only wish that he had never had any successors. The aforementioned Romans did indeed also practice the festivals of Ceres and of Bacchus, both of which were nothing other than Isis and Osiris, the volatile and the fixed, yet they understood neither the ceremonial nor the secret meaning of the tableau, just as little as the Freemasons understand their own, although, like these, they too called other honest people profane, without knowing why, and kept them away from their places of assembly, so that, had there not been treachery, one would not have heard the slightest thing in all Italy of a brotherhood of truly wise men. For although among the Romans the foretelling of the future by soothsayers, the Collegium Agorum, stood in great esteem, there was nevertheless not the slightest trace among them of divine spiritual magic, of the angelic Kabbalah, or of natural philosophy. Rather, they were fools and superstitious sophists, who allowed themselves to be led by the nose by the enemy of the human race, and who in turn made the common people dance to their pipe, whereas the wise despised and mocked them in their hearts. Thus the consul Cicero, in his excellent book on the art of divination, sometimes chastises them vigorously, and among other things introduces a witty jest when he writes that he cannot comprehend how a soothsayer without that the Hierophants were such men as I have described here is confirmed by Suidas with the following words. The Hierophant is the guide of initiates and the teacher of rites and mysteries. See Van Dale, De Conciliis Amphictionum, ch. 5, p. 487th. Without laughter, could look the other in the face. By contrast, the Herniers were so disposed, and could with justice call themselves Rosicrucians, that is, propagators of the secret sciences. For since they originated from Egypt, and agreed with the Persian magicians. In many respects, one can easily judge wherein their treatises, exercises, and works consisted. The Scottish Baron Thomas Dempster, in his splendid work De Hetria Regali, which appeared in Florence in 1726 in 2 volumes in small folio, has set this forth excellently. But in order not to misuse the patience of my esteemed listeners, I shall mention only a little concerning the more closely relevant Celtic Druids and Nordic bards. These yielded neither in antiquity nor in the importance of their investigations to the others in the slightest degree. Their doctrines were the same as those formerly held by the Egyptians, Persians, and Chaldeans, and consisted chiefly in the doctrine of God and in the secret sciences of nature. They stood in Spain, France, Britain, and Germany, where their fraternities had spread very widely, in great esteem. Diodorus of Sicily calls them theologians, learned and knowledgeable in divine matters, although they had already at that time departed from the royal path. They conducted their assemblies under the open sky, and like the Persian magi had neither temples nor idols. They also believed, together with the great article of the unity of God, in the immortality of souls. That they were also not inexperienced in hermetic sciences is shown not obscurely by Pliny, Q, who calls them soothsayers and physicians, and still more clearly by Ammianus Marcellinus, R, who expressly says that they had investigated the highest and most exalted secrets of nature. Their very name indicates that they were guardians of almost all secret sciences, for the Celtic word dreo, from which it is derived, properly signifies a magician, which the learned half translates as sorcerer, but the sons of wisdom do not concern themselves with this, for they know what this is meant to say among them. Johann Heinrich von Falkenstein T. has collected excellent material concerning this secret society. I wish here to make no factual application to the new editions, to the 3 first genuine English degrees, and to the so-called higher grades of Freemasonry. N. Guillaume Postel, De Heteria Originibus, p. 233. O. Book 5, Chapter 31. P. Morhoff, Polyhistor Literarius, Book 1, Chapter 13th. Elias Schedius, De Diis Germanorum. Syngramma 2. Q. Historia Naturalis, Book 30th, Chapter 1. R. Book 15. S. Kaiser, Antiquitates Septentrionalis, pages 36 to 37. T. In his Theogotische Alterthumer, Swabia, 1734, folio, he says, among other things, that the Druids were the most similar of all to the priests of the ancient Germans. He proves this from Strabo, X, and from Diodorus of Sicily. Why, it was believed of them that they understood nature completely, and knew the will of the gods, with whom they had a familiar intercourse. Who would not here see precisely our highest and wisest masters depicted, to whom nothing is corrupted, to whom everything is known that Hermes, Zoroaster, Solomon, and other great men of antiquity knew, and this indeed because they possessed the naturally magical Urim and Thummim, the true Urimasa, Jah, or the fire of God, through which they look into the heart of all nature, attain art, wisdom, and virtue, please God, and can serve mankind, through which holy manifestations they recognize the Almighty Master Builder of the world more closely, love him more fervently, and through this knowledge and love are more closely bound to him, indeed even so far as to be deemed worthy, like the most ancient archfathers, of a special instruction by the holy angels and other good menial spirits, and this in a much purer manner, and corrected by the laws of the Christian religion, whereas the patriarchal theory preserved among the Druids was quite corrupted by the fantasies that arose in later times. What has been said above is thereby most emphatically confirmed, that our magical Druids wore the pentalpha, Z, which is a character that our Christian magical brother, Paracelsus, considers lawful and reliable, embroidered on their shoes, and thereby wish to signify nothing other than the beginning and origin of all things, that is, the one eternal God. For although the heathens had many gods and believed in them, their philosophy nevertheless agreed in this, and taught that there is only one single eternal divine being. This the Druids, who were wise philosophers, represented hieroglyphically by this pentalpha, and this was their symbolum salutis. Writes our Falkenstein likewise, where he adduces a long but remarkable passage from Minucius Felix, in which this proposition is splendidly confirmed. Upon their admission they had to swear to reveal to no one what they would learn. B, the place where the Druids taught and instructed their pupils in theology and medicine, was either a place dug into the earth, U, Part 1, Chapter 6, Section 11, p. 101, X, Book 4 and 6 of the Geography, Y, Book 5 of the Library, Z. Among the ignorant populace, this figure is called Druid's foot and is held to be an infallible remedy against the illness which the Greeks call epiotalam da tapsialpha, some Germans the Alp, others the Dut, however. According to its true meaning, it signifies nothing other than Druid's foot. A. Section 4, p. 103 ff. B. Section V, p. 107. A trench, or otherwise a cave formed by nature itself, or a dense oak forest. C. Various examples of this are found in the Nordgau, such as the Gotsman's Hole on the Hesselberg, the Weichel at Rothlingen, and others. This latter is said to mean as much as Antrum Vatum, or Cave of the Wise. D. 1.5 hours from Sulzbach in the Upper Palatinate, there is a large rocky cavern, a quarter of an hour deep, called the Osterloch, where in former times the Druids resided. Nearby are 2 villages called Dreisdorf and Dronsdorf, or Druid villages. In this rock, there is an opening called the Church, which is so spacious and immeasurably high. What is this so-called church other than the temple of natural world wisdom, in which these leaders of religion and priests of nature assembled and secretly instructed their students? By this my proposition is once again confirmed, namely that these people formerly belonged to our brotherhood, since its members among certain classes have from ancient times borne the name of the wise among all peoples, and by the grace of God still bear it with full right. The said Druids enjoyed their complete peace until the mild Romans established themselves in this land, whereupon, under Emperor Claudius, they were exterminated purely out of religious hatred. It is not to be understood how so learned a man as Chancellor Prechtel of St. Meyer of Regensburg has asserted that if one considers more closely the language, customs, and religion of the Celts, one could well believe that these derived from peoples of the Latin language. The language of the Celts, he says, was similar to that language, only that it had become obsolete in many words. Their political constitution had a similarity to that which we observe among the Romans and Greeks, and their worship was a form of Roman-style idolatry, except that the Celts gave their gods different names. With the permission of this worthy scholar, for whom I hold particular esteem, I must state my reasons why I cannot share his opinion. For as regards the language, it has only here and there a slight agreement with Latin. On the contrary, it has a very great affinity with Old German, and with the language of the Gauls before the Romans took possession of this land. The learned men Hugo Grotius F. and Gottfried Wilhelm von Leibniz G. have proven this incontrovertibly. And even if this language had become intermixed with some Latin words through contact with the Romans, one still cannot on that account assert. C. Section C. p. 108. D. Same place. E. History of Religion, Part 1, Section Li, p. 579. F. In Historia Gothica, in the Prolegomena. G. In Miscellanea Beroliniensia, Book 2, Chapter 2, p. 59. That those derive from this, just as little as the German language is to be derived from the French, because in it, through frequent interaction with the French, many words have crept in from their language. If one wishes to judge the dialect of a people, one must examine the stem and root words, for it will then be shown whether it is a mother language or a derived language, and if one undertakes this examination with the Celtic language, one will perceive that it has arisen from no other, but rather that from it our old German language has proceeded, just as we ourselves descend from Celto-Scythians, as just Christ, Dithmar H. has incontrovertibly demonstrated. Just as little can one conclude that because one people has the same rights, customs, and national institutions as another, it therefore comes from the same origin. The natural law and its first principle, what you do not wish that people should do to you, that you also should not do to them, is written into the heart of all human beings. Wars, travels, trade, and commerce can often give occasion for one people to adopt the laws of another, which nevertheless, according to its origin, is far removed from it. Finally, as regards divine worship, nothing could be so greatly distinguished from the Roman religion as precisely this, for although the Romans, just like the Greeks, were inclined to force the gods of foreign nations onto their own framework, yet no one in earnest will believe that the Celts, and with them the Celtiberians, Gauls, Britons, and Germans, borrowed their Hesus, Deus, Endovelicus, Arminius, Crusmani, Puffer, Thor, Hertha, etc. from the Latins. The Chancellor himself admits, that the religion of the Druids was taken from Phoenicia, which, however, had nothing in common with that of the Romans except what the latter may have adopted from the former through the Greeks, their pupils. He further concedes that they retained the Persian fire cult, of which the neighboring Romans had not the slightest conception. This religious practice they had, just like the Persians themselves from Chaldea, therefore the author is entirely justified in presenting them as Chaldean sages, whereby my thesis once again gains firmness. To what extent, however, the Chaldeans worshipped fire, and what this act signifies in a philosophical sense, I have already explained above, and in the same manner the Druids also understood it. All this is confirmed by Postellus K, who writes, "Whatever the Egyptians Magi and Chaldeans taught, all of this the Druids also taught, and they were in no way inferior to them in antiquity. Otherwise, one may read further concerning this brotherhood, what Otto Zabernius, L. H. in Exercitat. De Germanorum et Gallorum Origine Scythica, which stands in the Exercitations Subsessivae of Frankfurt, Tome 2, Section I, same place, Section Lei, p. 333. K. On the Origin of Error, cited passage. L. In Antiquities of Barbarian Philosophy, Book 2, Chapter 33. Jan Caesar Frey and the learned Benedictine Dom Jacques Martin have written on the same subject with much diligence and judgment. As for the bards, almost nothing is known of them in this respect, since they devoted themselves mostly to poetry, and although in the Icelandic Edda, which may be called the Bible of the northern poets, there are matters that without doubt are of Egyptian origin and may contain things worthy of higher contemplation, it nevertheless remains uncertain whether the bards understood the secret meaning of these, or whether they gathered into a brotherhood in order to investigate them. Meanwhile, it is noteworthy that the 2 pagan golden horns found at Tunder in Jutland are of such fine and high quality gold that it is almost impossible to conceive that they were made without artifice. If it is true, as a certain writer assures, that formerly in the north there existed a great brotherhood called Fol, Broder Lav, that is, the Society of the Spirit Brothers, which was a remnant of the Egyptians, and, by an unknown chance, still in Denmark. Thus, this would be a proof that this order flourished among these peoples in a certain manner appropriate to them and to their religion and customs. And although the most degenerated Masons wish to compare the chosen society with theirs as it now exists, the opposite nevertheless becomes clear from their own admission, in that they assert that this brotherhood, Broder, for thus they must be called according to Gothic usage, NB, were hermetic sages of the world, which one will scarcely be able to say of the latter. The said society therefore belongs, if it ever existed at all, and in such a manner, namely as a brotherhood of philosophers, no further to the guild of the so-called Freemasons than insofar as these themselves, on account of their first 3 degrees, and as masters of the appearance of light and of the lost word, belong to the brotherhood of the true Freemasons and are by right NB, subject to its inner constitution. Be that as it may, the whole account appears to me rather suspicious. The praise of Sievers, and of yet another, is certainly not properly Freemasonic, even if I take this word only in a pagan sense. I shall therefore not make the slightest effort to track them down for anyone, whoever it may be. Thus, it stood with these praiseworthy orders before the salvific birth of our blessed Savior, and when the greater part of the world was in the M, in his Philosophia Druidum, Paris 1616, octavo, N, in the religion of the ancient Gauls, drawn from the purest sources of antiquity, Paris 1727, 2 volumes in quarto, a work without equal. O, 2nd and 3rd letters of a prophet, Jerusalem 1768, octavo, page 3 and following, out of the mire of pagan errors in which it had been groping. But as soon as this self-subsisting eternal light broke forth and spread itself over the darkness of human souls, it gradually dispelled it with its heavenly clarity, like a brightly shining sun, whereas before it had shone, even among the most perfect, only with a merely natural moon-like pale gleam. This light, although weak, was nevertheless capable of convincing the said wise men of the truth of the principal and most essential foundations of religion. From the threefold testimony of natural philosophical wisdom in the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms, and through their union into a wholly simple essence, they recognized the indelible character of God in all creatures. Indeed, they even perceived that, just as in the restoration of the creature stained by the curse, a mediator is required, namely the blood of nature, or sulfur, to unite the separated components, so likewise there must necessarily be a supernatural mediator, who through his blood, as if through a heavenly sulfur, would be able to reunite with God the soul stained by original sin and separated from God. Hence it came about that when this attribute of the aforementioned divine mediator in the kingdom of grace was made known through the preaching of the gospel, they were all the more willing to accept it, whereas he who clung to the external school of poetic fiction's rabble would have had to be convinced almost entirely and solely by the power of miracles. This was therefore the desired moment at which the newly converted brethren directed their greatest care toward improving their beautiful institution, though one, still blemished by certain pagan defects, in such a manner that it might become ever more and more appropriate to the fundamental rules of the faith they had adopted. But since this was a work of the greatest importance, and required no small effort, namely to gather together the Christian members of the illustrious order scattered across Asia, Africa, and Europe, and by means of many repeated conventions to lay a certain and firm foundation, upon which this new Christian temple of wisdom might be erected and endure until the furthest limit of time, it was not brought to completion until the 6th and 7th centuries of our Christian reckoning of time, through 7 wise masters. Thus there arose so excellent a flourishing, such as the human intellect, without divine assistance, is incapable of producing, and which must shine forth before the eyes of those who know its inner constitution as the highest of all human inventions. However splendid this palace may always have been, however venerable its wise leaders and other inhabitants, however orderly, earnest, and devout their assemblies. In the future, so intelligent and instructive their teachings, so excellent their treatises, so advantageous and useful to all states, both in general and to each member of them in particular, their labors and occupations, so pure their morals, so edifying their manner of life, and so holy their intentions may be, yet at no time have they lacked bitter enemies. I shall not here mention a certain great and powerful figure of this world, who, through a hypocritical and false statecraft, caused innocent and useful subjects to be treated as criminals and objects of suspicion, and even resolved to banish them, to the greatest harm of themselves and their countries. P. Just as the illustrious order has no intentions other than Christian and upright ones, namely, the love of God and of one's neighbor, and promotes both the former and the latter in secrecy insofar as this can occur without disturbance or harm, so it also commands, as may easily be, inferred of itself all those related to it under the severest penalties of suspension, or even correctly, to know how to place under natural, spiritual, divine, and diabolical magic, not wishing to fall from a whimsical notion into making these worthy people sorcerers or masters of witches, they must never undertake the slightest action against the state or its welfare, nor render themselves odious. Therefore, in all authorizations granted to the entrusted superiors, it is always most strictly impressed upon them that they are to keep a very special watch in this respect over their subordinates. And this is as certain as it is certain that God created heaven and earth, and by his all-wise counsels has appointed their supreme head. I therefore wish to acknowledge only those scholars whose writings were capable of rendering service to the enlightened order. The petty will-o'-the-wisps may be allowed to flutter past. Gabriel Naudé is the only one deserving of being named. In his instruction à la France sur les frères de la Rose-Croix, Paris 1623, octavo, he launched vehement attacks against this brotherhood, yet these caused it no harm, for it still exists, thanks be to God. On the contrary, it has inspired highly learned men of lasting distinction, such as Michael Meyer and Robert Flood, in their Apologiae pro fratribus Rosicrucis, and I. Hayden in the treatise, bearing the title The Rosicrucian Infallible Axioms, that is, the infallible principles of the Rosicrucians, which appeared in London in the year 1661 in octavo, and which Morhoff praises highly. In this work he deals for the most part with Kabbalistic and magical secrets, and with the power of these matters in relation to the doctrine of spirits, matters upon which the author presumably expounds at such length in order that those who can discern no distinction, namely his gloriously reigning imperial Majesty Joseph II, who through his piety, prudence, and love of mankind draws the hearts of all citizens of the world to himself, and who, by virtue of these and his many other most excellent qualities, is the most gracious protector of this praiseworthy and beneficial society, may be recognized as the most worthy. This finally cannot comprehend from where Mr. Joe Frieder Betteram has the report, and puts it forth as a known and openly evident matter when, in his Introduction to the Philosophical Sciences he asserts, that Dr. Valentinus André, together with some other curious men, stood behind the curtain, and, through the satirical and enigmatic writings edited under the name of the Rosicrucians, sought, partly playfully, to persuade people that true wisdom is to be seen nowhere else than in the living knowledge of Jesus Christ, to which one must come through living repentance. Whoever enters into such an order finds truly golden mountains, namely, the eternal blessedness promised in Christ. With this, I ended my narration, and it seemed as if a great part of those present had found pleasure in it, for some of the well-disposed cried out, "Blessed is the man who finds this wisdom, for long life is at her right hand, and at her left are riches and honor." The others, however, remained with their preconceived opinion, and asserted that it is not believable that so learned A.R. Chap. 4th, p. 199th, Q. Polyhistor Literatus, Book 1, Chapter 12, page 131. Learned man, as Mr. Betteram had been, should have put forward such things, if he had not had sufficient ground for it. My answer to this was quite brief, that the sufficient ground had long since been banished from the world wisdom of Mr. Betteram. A speaker from the society then continued thus: if this society were truly in existence, it would surely seek to make itself outwardly impressive and fearsome through great expenditure, splendor in clothing, precious stones, coaches, horses, costly liveries, and many servants, runners, heydukes, moors, hussars, body servants, etc., to procure privy council billets, chamber keys, orders, ribbons, and the like, to acquire imperial lordships, etc. I replied that the sons of wisdom indeed despise riches in no way. They knew that such are a precious thing on earth. Yet at the same time it was known to them that wisdom is far to be preferred to them, for it is of a noble lineage. Its being is with God, and the Lord of all things loves it. Consequently, all these things are not the principal object which a son of wisdom must take into consideration, but solely to attain wisdom, art, and virtue, to please God, and to serve one's neighbor. But since nevertheless among them dukes, princes, counts, marquises, barons, nobles, statesmen, high and low officers, scholars from all so-called faculties are to be found, who, stand in actual service. It would therefore be ridiculous if when they therefore hear what I understand by the designation, enemies of wisdom, they will, I hope, be satisfied with me. Enemies of wisdom are therefore, I continue, 1. Those busy idlers who, as soon as they have risen from their feathers toward midday, sing or whistle a French gaping tune instead of the morning prayer, who, until the hairdresser comes, dance a few steps about the room, or attempt a few trills on the lyre. Those who, upon the arrival of the hair curler, sit themselves before the mirror with the greatest seriousness, and deliberate over the most important business they have before them, looking in the wig magazine to see whether on that day they wish to put on en marron, en coquille, en bémol, à la maréchale, en bervie, à la grecque, or even perhaps barbaresque. Those who, as soon as they come into their clothes after many preliminaries, and partly entertain, partly weary at table with their silly antics, hop from one coffee house, from one playhouse, from one woman to another, with rolled-up chapeau bas, rattle off a few ambiguously learned love moods by heart. Finally, wearied by their so often repeated leaps of pleasure, seek their bed at 1 or 2 o'clock. These do no harm, for they have been found too light on the scale of reason, and they feel the punishment of their thoughtlessness, that in their whole life nor do they enjoy the balsamic life force of morality, nor will they ever enjoy the philosophical one. 2. I hold as enemies of wisdom certain hot-headed fellows swimming about in the stinking acherontic mire of perpetual lusts, who, because the Son of Wisdom does not wish to serve as a helper of their shameful ambition, pride, and other vices, nor as an accomplice of their sinful excesses, are by them exceedingly hated and persecuted, and are also maliciously slandered before the territorial princes. These are quite dangerous, and do not deserve that true wisdom should illuminate them, but rather their punishment is that they must remain until the end of their lives in the delusion that the chemical follies of this vain world are a true good, and precious stones, diamonds. 3. There also appear some hotly ravenous jurists, who attribute to princes not only unlimited power over the life and property of their subjects, but even over their understanding itself, which is nevertheless an immediate image of the Most High, and who demand that the secret sciences, learned with effort, labor, and expense, be used not perhaps for the benefit of their fellow citizens, which happens so quietly, or to satisfy the praiseworthy desire of a pious, peace-loving, and knowledge-seeking ruler, but solely according to the will of the second class are to be carried out. These too are dangerous, and deserve that their self-serving intentions, whether to snatch an office or to gain access to a rich table, may be uncovered and judged according to merit. Finally, there come 4, the fraudulent sophists, who with their pretended, entirely certain particulars, gradations, ingoings, and outgoings, have incited so many honest people and brought them to the beggar's staff, whereby the art itself falls into ill repute, and the sons of wisdom are placed by the uncomprehending on one level with these rogues, and thus the honor of the creator of beautiful nature is simultaneously violated. The well-deserved reward of these thieves is that, after having swallowed many years of coal fumes and smoke, they end their lives on a gallows adorned with the false gold fabricated by them. Herewith I conclude, wishing them all to live well, and that they may one day become worthy, genuine, and truly effective associates of this noble society, so that God in his wisdom, as here in this laborious world, so also there in the heavenly court camp of self-standing wisdom, may be with us all and remain. R.C. Although in the preliminary report of the little work by Blumenach the notice was given that the editor of the present tract is called Febron Klan, one nevertheless wished to inform the public that the said B. Febron, because of important hindrances, could not take this upon himself. Therefore it was transferred to Mr. B. Kelmavir, who also brought it to completion so that it could be handed over to the press. In the end, this can be entirely indifferent to the Commonwealth, since neither the author nor the editor will ever hereafter become known, and no other intention is expected than the benefit of the entire community of world citizens. Introduction. God! I thank you without ceasing from my whole heart, from my whole soul, and from all my strength, for all these great and tangible graces, earnestly and with full trust beseeching, through the merits of Jesus Christ, in whom you have laid hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, you would now grant me now finally to the completion of this great work, and to the possession of the true heavenly wisdom, which is only from you, Lord and God, B, and which has existed at all times and in every time, C, happily allow me to attain, so that I, even in my strongly advancing age, and in the time that still remains for me to live, may better know you through your works, praise and extol you, thereby receive and nourish the true fire of love, serve the fallen, my poor neighbor, D, and finally after this laborious life, in heaven. H2. And so that one might not wish to be so unconvinced of this, he as it were cries into the ears of the whole world, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament proclaims the works of his hands. Psalm 19:1. As if he wished to say, through the knowledge of nature and creature, we can attain to the knowledge of God. Paul, in his epistle to the Romans, chapter 1, verse 20, gives us the well-meaning counsel that we should recognize the invisible through the visible. The invisible things of him, of God, from the creation of the world are perceived through the understanding by means of the things that are made. For since we cannot see God in his glory, Exodus 20:20, the Most High gave Moses, who had asked to be allowed to see him, the command that he should place himself against the rock, and that he would remove his hand, or, as it is said in other translations, that he would hold his hand over him, and that he should then see what was behind him, but that his face should not be seen. Thus many interpreters of Holy Scripture have understood nature, together with its effects and properties, through the backside. See Alois Wiener's Splendor of Light, Introduction, page 23. The wise heathens recognize this truth very clearly from the natural light which shone to them. I wish only to bring forward the single consul Cicero, who in his treatise De Haruspicina expresses himself thus, who is so foolish that, when he looks up into the sky, he does not perceive that there are gods? A. Colossians 2, 3rd. H.B. Proverbs 2, 6th. Wisdom 7, 15th. V8. Inocti Vendi. C. Ecclesiastes the 1st. 1, 2, 3. D. This is the principal intention which the consecrated order, into whose fellowship the author of the present little work so earnestly desires to enter, always keeps before his eyes. Can anything be sweeter? Can there indeed be a more useful occupation than to recognize the majestic splendor and glory of the most incomprehensible creator of beautiful nature, and creature through investigation of the same in their threefold realms, the animal, plants, and the subterranean creatures, minerals? This occupation not only enables our understanding to see more deeply into the revealed truths, but it also directs our will, which it must necessarily lead from admiration to love of such an almighty and benevolent being as God is, who creates and preserves everything in the cycle of enduring duration. Psalm 8, 1 says, O Lord, how wonderful is your name over the whole earth, for your glory is exalted above the heavens. Footnote. D. Kant, which rule in this school of wisdom. They would enjoy an advantage surpassing all other felicities, which this knowledge brings forth, that is, purity of souls, long life, and temporal goods. That is to say, who indeed would be so foolish that, when he raises his eyes to heaven, he would not perceive the divinity that shines forth gloriously in the creatures? It seems as though Lactantius, the Christian Cicero, had this passage before him and expanded it further through his heavenly eloquence, when in his Treatise de Falsa Religione book, chapter 2, he writes as follows, There is no one so uncultivated, of such savage manners, that, when he lifts his eyes to heaven, even if he does not know by whose God's providence all that is seen is governed, he nevertheless does not perceive that there is some deity, from the very magnitude of things, their motion, arrangement, constancy, usefulness, beauty, and harmony. Nor can it come to pass that that which subsists by such wondrous reason should not be furnished by a greater counsel. That is to say, no one can be so unpolished and of such uncultivated manners, who, when he directs his eyes toward heaven, even though he does not recognize the essence of that God by whose providence everything he beholds is governed, should nevertheless doubt that such a being truly exists, and this indeed from the immeasurable greatness of such things, their movement, arrangement, permanence, usefulness, beauty, and the relation of one to another. It is therefore impossible that that which has its being in so wondrous a manner should not have received its being through a higher decree. Yes, the aforementioned wise heathens have even recognized from the testimony of natural philosophical wisdom that the Almighty Creator, one in his essence and threefold in his persons, which is such a well-known matter that it requires no proof. Now I do indeed know well that many profane scholars, out of a very ill-timed zeal, reject entirely everything that has been written by Plato, Plotinus, and others concerning the three self-subsisting realities, tribus, hypostasibus, and from this wish to derive pantheism, Spinozism, and other abominations besides. Nor do I deny at all that the insufficiently clear explanation of this difficult subject, which in the absence of special divine revelation was in any case impossible, may well have given rise to many errors among the younger Platonists of the Alexandrian school. However, to believe that Hermes, Zoroaster, and other great men of the most remote antiquity should have been pantheists, I do not allow to be imposed upon me. Moreover, the new Christian Platonists in Italy and England, such as Marsilius Ficinus, Picus of Mirandola, Patritius, Henry More, and a great many others, have proven this proposition in favor of the said wise ancients with the strongest arguments. Indeed, they have even asserted with the greatest probability that those philosophers perceive from genuine knowledge of nature that a mediator would inevitably be required to wash away the curse spread over nature and creature, and to restore them anew into the pure reborn form of light, as was mentioned in the preface. It would therefore be desirable that those who seek a well-grounded progress in the doctrine of God should not separate natural philosophy from theology, since one provides no small assistance to the other. For this reason, the learned English Chancellor Francis Bacon of Verulam rightly calls natural philosophy vere fide elementum, a nourishment of the true faith. It is not without cause that through neglect of the connection of these two sciences, the progress of various heresies has for a long time been increasingly promoted. We wish to hear what a great knower of nature from our illustrious order judges concerning this. Such a one is the well-known author of the Golden Chain of Homer, who writes there, in chapter N, page 53, In the following manner, this is precisely the principal ground of all error, that neither the common people nor the merely disputing theologians can arrive at the knowledge of God. They all dispute about God, and when the disputation is finished, they themselves do not know and doubt whether what they have wrangled about is true, and in addition, they forbid these natural sciences under the pretext of natural magic, and that one would blaspheme God and wish to investigate him, while they themselves are precisely those people. This is the beginning and origin of all idolatry and heresy, that theologians as well as the common people run even more after mammon, and continually preach a way away from God, although they themselves do not believe and do not know what God is and who he is. Now indeed various among the more recent physicists, with very praiseworthy intention, have chiefly directed their teachings of nature toward leading us through the creatures, as if upon a ladder, to the adorable Creator, among whom the little treatise of Cardinal Robert Bellarmine d'Ascensione Mentis in Deum is very skillful, Brooke's Earthly Delight in God very pleasant to read and moving, and the Baron von Wolf's book on the purposes of natural things very thoroughly written, for which one owes them much gratitude. But if these men had possessed the true knowledge of nature, such as is found among the sons of wisdom, and had known the writings that have come to light from the said school, among which above all the little book Amor Proximi excellently and demonstrably shows this, they would have gone still further. What is the reason that the fourth book of Johann Arndt's True Christianity has maintained itself in enduring renown among all those related to religion, and will continually be maintained? Because it was written according to the concord of the illustrious brotherhood, and thus there are many such works, of which it would be desirable that they be read diligently and with proper intention, to attain wisdom, art, and virtue, to please God, to discover him even in his hidden majestic nature, and thereby to be spurred on to love of one's neighbor. The benefit would surely show itself, and thereby the desire would arise among many to be received into the number of the sons of wisdom, and to be taught by the heavenly Spirit. I am not worthy of it. If you are to be taught concerning sins, Lord, who will be able to stand? With them, however, there is mercy and abundant grace. Grace, therefore have mercy on me. Hear me at last, where at last my long and constant supplication. How long then will you delay to help me? Hurry, O Lord, hasten for your honor, for my salvation and that of my neighbor. Since you now, O venerable wise men, promise in your published fama and confession that no one should deceive his sincerity and hope, who is regarded as standing under the seal of secrecy, whoever presents himself among you and seeks your fellowship, therefore I firmly believe that I have already truly been received into your venerable and most holy society, and that the counsel given to me to explain myself more clearly tends to nothing other than the examination of my serious scruple F, whether, without exception, all brothers ought to reveal God's mysteries. G. By this I seek to comply, and to place your conscience in security. F. This is the truth, yet that it must occur through a special divine call of grace is likewise indisputable, and such a called person may then rightly be named a true elect. Take heed, you senseless mockers, who seek to persuade the credulous that the entire history of this most praiseworthy order is nothing but a fable. See Huebner's State and Newspaper Lexicon under the word Rosicrucians. G. If the author had known the illustrious order at that time, as later, otherwise than from the Fama and Confessio, he himself would have found that this fear was superfluous, for although every associate is bound by oath to conceal no secret of nature from the illustrious order, he is nevertheless not obligated to disclose to his fellow brothers, from a lower degree, matters that belong to a higher one, before their elevation into it. To disclose these things openly is indeed most strictly forbidden, for within this consecrated society everything proceeds in proper order, which forms part of its inward beauty and is a cause of its unconquerable firmness and long continuance. No mortal human being may presume this for himself, however holy, pious, and just one may live, for the science of the true, natural, and higher art of separation is given to the human being solely from an unconditional divine election of grace, insofar as it concerns the highest work of the universal mystery of the most ancient wise men. This work is greater than that we should grasp it by reason alone, if it were not revealed to us by special inspiration or infusion, so it is stated in the Turba, and with this all masters of wisdom agree. Our ancient Hermes writes expressly that this art is a hidden thing, which God preserves and keeps for those who fear him, truly love and honor him. Know, says the greater Rosarius, that this art is a gift of the Holy Spirit, and is given to no one whom God does not favor. Although this indeed has its proper correctness, nevertheless the human being on his part can also contribute something thereto, if, through knowledge of his sins, heartfelt repentance of them, and true penance, with a purified soul he draws near to the divine throne of grace. Then the Almighty, who is the knower of all hearts, will without doubt hear him, and will remember, and thus guide him led through the Holy Spirit. He will come and attain by means to a beginning, at which he would never have dared to think. Know, son, as it is said by Alphidius, that you cannot have this art so long as you have not purified your mind, and seen God, so that you have an upright and faithful heart, for where God finds a faithful heart, there he certainly reveals this art. One should only pray diligently with the sons of wisdom, Almighty, eternal God of all goodness, who made all things through your word, and prepared humankind through your wisdom, so that they may walk in your light, serve you, and praise your name eternally. Look upon us with your merciful eyes. Do not cast us away from your children, nor from the bosom of your grace. Give us the wisdom that is always around your throne. Send it down from your holy heaven and from the throne of your glory, that it may be with us, work with us, and lead us on the path of righteousness, so that we may live according to your holy will and good pleasure, and through Jesus Christ become blessed in the highest wisdom. Amen. Thus the merciful Father will not withhold his cooperation. But just as the Most High, besides purity of souls, purity of intentions, and prayer, requires that a wise student himself lay hands to it, thus he will also sell his gifts only to those who labor. God sells his gifts for labors. Hear what a great master of the art says about this. There is no doubt, if you keep God before your eyes, love, and trust him, ask him for such wisdom, and alongside this labor, that you may obtain such a noble treasure. Bernhard, Count of the Mark and Tervis. And although one already has examples that this great wisdom has at times come into the hands of some wicked persons, among whom that king of Tyre mentioned, by the prophet Ezekiel 3, 4, 12, 14, and 18, whom various hold to be Hiram or Chiram, who assisted at the Solomonic temple by sending building equipment and skilled artisans, among whom the one, so renowned in our secret brotherhood, Bikrin Apis, was the foremost. See Aloysius Wiener, Glory of the Light, Introduction, p. 23, and even the great Theophrastus Paracelsus is counted, of whom the former was cast down, not because he practiced such art and because of it appeared unworthy, and therefore could be burdened with tributes and all manner of levies, but rather because through his manifold sins and through the injustice of his dealings, namely, that he intended to apply the great gifts of God unjustly, he defiled the sanctuary, verse 18. From the second verse this becomes quite clear, as where it is said, because your heart has been lifted up, and you have said, I am God, and sit upon the throne of God in the heart of the sea, although you are a human and not God, and have sell your heart as the heart of God. Of the latter, however, it is known that already in his young years he ascended the highest summit of the art, yet through his disorderly life did not attain great age, but in the 48th year of the same was torn from this temporality, although some hold that he must have lost his life so early through administered pulverized diamond. Yet his short span of life is not to be attributed to the ineffectiveness of his medicines, as Copring and other ill-disposed physicians imagine, but was imposed upon him as a punishment for his vices. If therefore the merciful and generous God at times casts these his glorious gifts upon a wicked fellow, it happens chiefly, so that either the measure of the sins of such a person may be fulfilled, or that the same may amend himself. For it is an old, known, and true proverb that this art, when it falls upon a wicked man, often makes him pious, or if it falls upon a pious man, makes him a saint. Otherwise, the proper way to attain this glorious knowledge is the mediate, or immediate revelation of the most high creator of nature. For from ourselves mysteries to discover is an impossibility. We must have either the call of God or the instruction of his servants, whether they be angels or humans. See Philaletha, in the Antiquity of Magic, p. 35. Thus, it remains once and for all with that which our greatest and most worthy brother, the King Solomon immediately illuminated by God, says, that wisdom rewards the holy, note well, all their labor, and leads them by marvelous paths. 2. The holy he speaks, not to the superstitious, earth-minded high flyers, but to the humble souls surrendered in God, who conduct themselves according to the concordance and the laws of brotherhood, and who through the word of this same Solomon cited above are convinced that wisdom will find no access into any soul that is subject to sins. Here, one should make a note. You lovers of wisdom, if therefore you wish to be happy in your desire for knowledge and to have your wish granted, then join to your prayer the purity of intentions. Cleanse your hearts of pride, vanity, and love of empty splendor and elevation beyond your station. Set your hand to the plow. Work diligently, at the proper time, by proper means, and in the proper place. Thus God will infallibly bestow his blessing upon it. The proper place, of which I here make mention, is that school of true wisdom, note well, which for so many centuries under the name of the Gold and Rosicrucians are known. Their teachers are the possessors of all natural secrets, to which God has entrusted them the keys, and has consecrated them as priests of nature. Through these alone, and through their fatherly instruction, one can attain that wisdom of which the wise Solomon assures that long life is found in her right hand, but in her left hand riches and honor. It is true that not all their students reach the same degree of perfection as they would gladly wish, with fatherly love and inclination, since greater or lesser ability, greater or lesser diligence, as well as lack of the professional occupations necessary for this, opportunity, domestic adversities, and other circumstances place almost insurmountable difficulties in the way. Meanwhile, it will seldom fail that a curious, pious, and as far as possible worthy associate, even among the lower classes, should attain such a science which can preserve him from the all too harsh assaults of the two hardest enemies of human life, total poverty and illness. Here I must recall the very common error of most profane persons, who, when they hear speak of a Rosicrucian, imagine no other image of him than that of a perfect adept. And from this also arises chiefly the great envy and malice which they harbor against said students of the most useful sciences. For, whether it indeed is beyond dispute that all adepts who have existed from the beginning, still exist, and will exist until the end of the world, belong to this consecrated brotherhood, it by no means follows that all Rosicrucians are adepts. Rather, these are very rare birds, even within the illustrious order itself. It is therefore very unchristian to persecute upright, married, and useful members of the state out of mere greed and hunger for gold, even unto bloodshed, under the fantastical delusion of finally catching one of them, through whose downfall they believe they may satisfy their insatiable gold lust aimed at purely evil and God-displeasing intentions. Yet I assure them by the Almighty Creator and Master Builder of this earthly sphere that they apply their efforts in this matter uselessly and in vain, since it has never happened up to this hour, nor will it ever happen. With divine assistance, that a true brother acting according to the principles of the order should betray the secrets of the high order, no matter how violently the rage of insatiable misers may rage against such a one. Moreover, the intention of our innocent society is by no means the making of gold, for in no single fraternal writing, even if many should fall into the hands of the earth-minded and pseudo-wise, will one find a single passage in which the entering apprentices are promised that they will be taught to make gold. Rather, one removes from them this delusion, should they perhaps be infected by it. Already at the very first step of the temple of wisdom, one instead earnestly impresses upon them that they must first seek the kingdom of God and his righteousness. The final purpose of our God-pleasing undertakings is no other than to attain art, wisdom, and virtue, to please God, and to serve one's neighbor. The path to reach the praiseworthy perfection indicated above consists chiefly in this, that they must direct all their efforts solely and alone to the honor of the praiseworthy creator of beautiful nature, and toward a closer knowledge of him derived from the works of creation. This they would attain through thorough learning of the true natural doctrine built upon our infallible principles, and thereby gain great insights into medicine, economy, horticulture, the true art of separation, and other connected sciences beneficial and useful to the human race. It is therefore, and through the faithful instruction of our masters of wisdom, far easier than for even the most incomparable profane scholar, through God's grace and our brotherly instruction, also at times to discover the most splendid truths in the art of the transformation of metals. Meanwhile, these discoveries are regarded among us as nothing other than secondary matters and unmerited gifts of grace of the generous highest being, in whose possessors are admonished under the highest penalties and the announcement of the divine curse never to make the slightest harmful misuse of it, but rather to employ the greater part of it for the honor of God, the benefit of the public, and for the aid of the poor suffering neighbor. Take heed, you enemies of wisdom, and place reins and bridle upon your fanatical and futile spirit of persecution, who should not, from the depth of his soul, wish to be incorporated as a kinsman with our skillful author of this sacred fraternity. Such a thing is also not so difficult for a seeker filled with purified and moderated desire for knowledge, who, in the same manner as our present writer, lays his longing openly before others, or is guided by God himself, as some fantastical half-learned men cause them to imagine. I myself can assure, before Almighty God and upon my honor, that for some 20 years I labored greatly, always hoping for a divine immediate illumination, or a human guide, but in vain, until finally the Heavenly Father heard my sighing and sent me a true friend, whom I will honor with the greatest gratitude throughout my life, love him, and pray for him. This man led me into the temple of wisdom, that is, into our sacred order, where, after a short stay, the scales fell from my eyes, so that I perceived that which was to me what was previously incomprehensible I now clearly perceive through God's grace. I do not doubt in the least that it will go in the same manner for all who take this step with the same pure intention and the same sincerity that has seized my soul, to which I wish them heartfelt good fortune. And precisely in this sense I teach the divine vessel, the matter, and the fire, not sophistically but truly philosophically, to the profane or unlearned somewhat obscure, yet to the true wise entirely clear. Allow me to pause a little, and I will show you that I still have something which I may speak before God. Job 36, Svite. He who speaks sophistically is hateful, and will be deceived in every matter. That is, whoever reasons falsely is detested and will be deceived in all things. Let one recall what I stated at the conclusion of note E, for assuredly, a brother who has attained that degree of wisdom of which I there spoke will encounter not the slightest obscurity in the present excellent writing. Rather, everything will lie before his eyes uncovered and clear, such that he will fully recognize the three most difficult subjects of hermetic philosophy, namely the vessel of nature and art, together with the seal of Hermes, the matter and the fire, which our masters employ for the enclosure of their matter, and will learn to slide aside the most secret bolts of the magnificent palace of nature. For no one has yet written of these things so beautifully and without equal as the highly worthy, though now lamentable, author of the present work. First part, concerning the vessel of nature and art, and the seal of Hermes. Section 1. The vessel, says Maria the prophetess, is divine, and through God's wisdom hidden from the peoples, for the philosophers say everything except the hermetic vessel. A. This is one of those matters which the wise have never dared to commit to writing, but have revealed to their worthy sons from mouth to mouth. B. For upon this everything depends, says an unnamed author. C. and it is necessary, writes the faithful Prugmeyer, d, that one may recognize the nature of the vessel from the nature of the stone, e, for everything is born in a place suitable to it. Thus the metals are born in the boiling womb of the earth, the child in the mother's womb, the little chick in the eggshells. Therefore all common glasses, retorts, phials, pots, and vessels are not suitable for the great work, since they are not fitted to perform at once the stages and degrees of nature and of art. F to this agrees. A. The philosophers teach all things except the hermetic vessel, for it is divine and hidden from the nations by the wisdom of the Lord, and those who are ignorant of it do not know the governance of truth on account of their ignorance of the hermetic vessel. See Theatrum Argentoratens Chemicum, Volume 1, page 189. B. This is also, up to this very hour, the procedure which our masters of wisdom are accustomed to employ. C. Lucius Sextus, Astral Work, Chapter 5th. D. In the Hermetic Examination, Chapter 20. E. He who has seen this will be able to testify that it is so, and that such is a great wonder of nature, which, when understood according to the bare letter, contains nothing enigmatic within itself, as the profane wish to impose such things upon the world. F. He speaks solely of the natural vessel, the great wonder of divine omnipotence, through which it is produced in so artful a manner that even the greatest artist of the earth strives in vain to imitate it, although this latter, through his wholly simple and easy assistance, is able to present it visibly before the eyes every day, indeed several times a day. But since this divine vessel must also have another artificial one, it is therefore reserved, as the brother author himself admits further below. Thus everyone sees that this is placed here only to confuse the unworthy. The ancients had no glass vessels, and nevertheless they produced this secret work of nature. They therefore necessarily had to understand the vessel of nature and art, etc. This agrees with Philalitha G. when he writes, "You must certainly believe that the vessel of nature alone is useful to us in this art." H. Indeed all sages say, "Vas philosophorum is their water, for in it are all operations, namely reduction, sublimation, distillation, solution, calcination, fixation, as it were, in an artificial vessel. That is, the vessel of the wise is their water, in which, as in an artificial container, all operations are produced, namely, the bringing back, elevation, distillation, dissolution, incineration, and finally the fixing of the same. It is also just as consistent with truth when they speak of the water in the same expression as of the vessel, yet without the latter, the former could accomplish none of these operations. The wise take vessels from other materials, and because these are not transparent, they also did not have the pleasure of observing the beauty of the workings of nature in their splendor, much less of presenting the elements of the stone, as we do, in their purity. Philalithes indeed kept and comprehended in a vessel. All admit that the water itself must necessarily be contained in some vessel, and here lies the hinge of the matter. That is, all must acknowledge that it is necessary that the water itself be preserved in a vessel. Upon this rests the whole matter. A. What kind of marvelous vessel this now is, in which nature, with the assistance of art, performs all these different operations, we wish to learn from the mouth of the author. Of the mystery of hermetic world wisdom B, where he says that the philosophers have enclosed the vessel C, of art in a dark and hidden description, since they assert that it is composed sometimes of 3, sometimes of 2 parts. G, in short manual, guide to the heavenly ruby, in the Hermetic Museum, page 793. H, because it namely contains within itself that moisture which blackens, whitens, and reddens the stone, or the water which is called the vessel. A, he who understands the distinction between the natural and the philosophical vessel will find the former is produced by God and nature, the latter by the artist. B, Johann Espagnet, Arcanum Hermeticum, Philosophical Canon 10, and Lull in the Newest Testament, Book 2, in Manget, Bibliotheca Chamica, Tome I, page 806 B. C. This is true according to the words, without figurative meaning understood beneath them. But in order to understand it, one must know what the once vaulted temple is, the sacrificial altar located therein, and the spherical water container, on whose banks the waters springing forth beneath the altar and thresholds. Pergame contradicts this on the vessel of nature and art, etc., page 133. Prugmeyer, not at all, although he writes that the vessel is only one, namely that the vessel is the collection of the salted sea waters which are perfectly identical in essence with the great Catholic Ocean, which by its swift and as it were flying ebb and flow moistens and makes fertile the entire surface of the earth. This is the great salted sea water, of which Basil Valentine writes that everything and each thing must enter into it and come forth again, adorned with beauty. D, in Sermons Hermetici, chapter 20, page 58. Michael Meyer A. adduces the prophetess Maria, who describes the vessel most clearly without contradiction in itself, for he can understand by it just as well that glass vessel in which the compounded elements of the stone are boiled out until their perfection, as also that mother vessel in which the stone rests until its birth and is conceived, and which is nothing other than the salt of the metals, sal metallorum, and the philosophical stone. All these truths appear to common practitioners of separation as mere bohemian villages, because they have not studied at the high school where the true masters of wisdom are professors. But just as under this, both the watery outflow from the upper pure paradisiacal regions and also the immeasurable world sea itself can be understood, so one will now easily learn to understand why the ancient Greek Homer calls the ocean the father of all generation, especially if one diligently reads the Aurea Catena Homeri, which has treated this theme most excellently. If one compares with this the fundamental reasons why the ancient poets asserted that Venus arose from the sea, one will arrive at very important insights. However, when our Espagnet describes this vessel as twofold, he likely means nothing other than that the divine androgynous vessel, so carefully kept hidden by the true sages, is found in its articulation to consist of two parts, namely female and male. But that Progmeier speaks only of one does likewise not constitute the slightest contradiction. The soul and glass vessel in the form of an egg-shaped and elongated little belly, so that the united and separated elements may be driven together, and through a counteraction within one another may be able to bring forth the stone. E section. Tris. E. Whoever carefully considers what was said above in note A, and thereby weighs the distinction between the stone of the ancients, which they prepared without fire, solely through the natural fire hidden within it and within the elements of the great world, and a tincture which is prepared through the addition of elemental fire, will also find no contradiction here. As the work is, so must the artificial vessel in which it is carried out be constituted. Of the vessel of nature and art, etc. 137 likewise, where it says with it, the whole mystery lies in the science of the hermetic vessel, because that divine being is hidden by the wisdom of God from the peoples, and those who are unaware of it, on account of the ignorance of the hermetic vessel, would not know the ground of truth. B. He therefore continues further as follows. That vessel which the Stoics kept hidden is not the nigromantic vessel, the vessel of the so-called black art, but it is the measure of your fire. Therefore, if in the furnace or chest of your fire, whose flame is of a lead-like color, C, this measure did not moderate and temper the remaining elements belonging to it. A. In Symbola Aurea Mensae, page 53. B. See above section. Uno. C. Meyer here speaks of electrum, which mass is indeed lead-colored and a true fire. Then such would many times rise over the rim of the fire chest. D. The blessed Montasnider says, when in the philosophical vessel of the elements, one obtained in its constitution through external things, especially first the air, thus it affects. D. Basilius Valentinus makes in his fifth key a comparison of this operation of nature with thunder, and in the sixth he speaks of a twofold fiery man who must be fed with a white swan. One should note this, and compare with it what J.G. Jugel writes in his Speaking Oracle, 1771. Quarto, page 71, page 373, concerning lightning and thunder, that the same shows itself in sulfur and saltpeter, as those arising from heat and cold, arising from two contraries of nature and creature. For what purpose, he says, are these two set together in our present operation of nature, and through them elemental moisture tempered? For the preservation and direction of all natural things and comprehensible creatures. What then would arise from it if such elemental moisture were again separated from it, and everything thereby were set into its free course? The downfall of our entire earth, and of everything that has been generated through such elemental operation. I wish here only to transcribe further the substance of the words of the interpreter of the Italian songs which appeared under the title, The Light Emerging from Darkness of Itself, at Langensalt's 1773. Octavo, which are of great importance, and stand on page 123. He says, a true wise man understands how to produce a sulphurous flash, which in a moment penetrates the bodies and separates the impurities and slags. This I would not have sought in the cited author. Of this artificial firework, Montasnider says in his Metamorphosi Planetarum, chapter 15th, page 73 and following, that Vulcan prepares it from an ignited fire, from a proper air, and from a vegetable salt. In the same place, chapter 23, page 119, he calls the compound, which performs such wonderful effect, the poison of the hellish, on the vessel of nature and art, etc. 139 it, and overpowers the others. O magnum animis lecite dictum, aut potius scriptum. There stands an all too frank explanation, or rather a written expression. When two contraries stand together in one subject, there is between them an inextinguishable conflict, until finally the one part receives help and succor from its external element, so that then the opposite part must yield and leave the victory to the stronger. Thereupon further follows the destruction or separation of the entire substance, so that a new form lies before the eyes, which has been generated per corruption M and B, through the strengthening of one or the other element. In metals and minerals, that which is opposed and contrary to it is suppressed and suffocated, so that from this a separation and corruption must occur. See thorough introduction to the General Great Medicine. Dresden and Leipzig, 1727. Octavo, pages 120, 125. This is the thorough truth. One could not write more clearly. Section 4. But since love is from nature and from the vessel at the same time, I therefore also follow and all philosophers the counsel which the son of Sendivogius gives us. Behold, he says, how the mother guards her fruit, the child, encloses it, and nourishes and preserves it between the waters of the Amnion and Chorion, until birth, and seal. With this Philaletha fully agrees, where he thus speaks of the hermetic seal, close up the man, just as he is born of nature. So also our gold is brought forth through the art of careful nature. Therefore consider with what care nature closes the body of a pregnant mother, so that nothing may be able to enter, otherwise the fruit would go to ruin. Now it seemed to me that enough had already been said concerning the vessel and its closure, but since one helps toward the knowledge of the other, and one cannot be known without the other, I will speak yet more clearly. A. In the little treatise on the erroneous paths of the alchemists. B. In brevi manuductio ad rubinum coelestem in the Museum Hermeticum, page 793. C. This closure does not occur through external constricting means, but through the power of nature itself. In the same way, the maternal vessel of our stone is not drawn together and sealed by the external cementing of the glass vessel, but by the natural power of the hermetic seal lying within it. On the vessel of nature and art, etc. Page 141. I speak because I hope that I am in agreement with the true wise men, as the above-mentioned friends unanimously swear. I will therefore first cite the great Rosarius D., who clearly states both matters in these words, but it is the complete intention of the vessel that it can be removed according to the discretion of the artist, and that its joining be artful without the slightest damage. Thus the issuing of the spirit, that is, through the Mercurius and Lycerum, cannot occur. God indeed blinds the eyes of the unworthy and stops their ears, otherwise everything would thereby be revealed. Wolkes F. says, some have made it from Greek pitch, crushed brick meal, and mixed lime made into bitumen or glue. Others have sealed the neck shut with a glowing pair of tongs, yet nothing has been able to help, because they did not know the seal of Hermes, which alone is valid. D. Book of Truth. In the Turmoil of the Philosophers, Part 2, page 239. This can be perceived with visible eyes, for at times the gates of the inwardly vaulted temple close so firmly that they must, as it were, be opened by force. Although here, likewise, subsequent work may be understood. For notwithstanding our philosophical glass furnace, in which the maturation of our stone is accomplished, is closed with a lid, it is nevertheless not smeared, pasted, or cemented, so that the elements enclosed within it may unite with the elements of the great world, and these may be made all the more lively and effective. F. Commentary on the Small Proof, page 239. Hermes Close. Laurentius Ventura writes thus concerning the philosophical stone, therefore it is necessary that one close the vessel as tightly as possible, and with a single closure, not with many. Therefore seal the glass as firmly as possible with the seal of Hermes, so that nothing may smoke out of it. Therefore we must listen to the philosopher saying, take the vessel and heat it, strike with the sword and receive the soul. This is the closure. That is, we must therefore hear what the sage of the world says. Take the vessel and make it glow, split it with a sword, and take out the soul. This is the sealing. Here the word vase has a twofold sense, which an unnamed author also calls a shell. Strike, he says, this shell with a hammer, and it will be shattered into 1,000 parts. Crush this shell with a hammer, and it will burst into 1,000 pieces. Might not perhaps this hammer on the vessel of nature and art, etc. Page 143. Might it be the rest of Moses and the shell of the rocks from which the water flowed? Thus the Mercury, the corporeal one, is as if he were dead, scattered through the earth. Do not marvel that you must proceed in this manner, for the more you strike this rock, the more you close the vessel. Section 5. Dearest brothers, most venerable men, although I have spoken clearly enough, and indeed only too clearly, concerning the divine vessel, it nevertheless seems to me, so that absolutely no doubt may remain here necessary, since all sages of the world write, vas sit unum, materia una, ignis unus, and furnace unus, that is, one vessel, one matter, one fire, and one furnace, to cite the divine Lollius, who in the Testamento Novissimo says, vas sit ex tribus fructus, vas sit unicum, in quo omnes operations fiunt. The vessel consists of 3 pieces. It is one single vessel in which all operations take place. Further, et semper non est forma unum solum modo, sed qualibet medicina requirit suum vas proprium. That is, and it is not always of one and the same form, for every medicine requires its own proper vessel. In another place, he writes in the following manner, therefore, son, when it is prepared with water, it requires its own proper vessel made as above, just as a simple medicine, and likewise air, so likewise with the other elements and medicines. G. In the collection of some old and very rare philosophical and alchemical writings. Part 1. Erfurt and Leipzig, 1767. octavo, page 319. H. This sword is nothing other than our double magical fire. I. Lucius Sextus, Golden Book, chapter 7. K. Exodus 16th, verse 6. A. Book 2, Premium, page 806. Volume 1, Bibliotheca Chemica of Mangitus, Cologne of the Allobroges, 1702, folio, that is, therefore, my son, when the water is prepared, it requires its own vessel, which is made as indicated above, just as a simple medicine, and in the same way the air, so likewise the other elements and other medicines require the same. In the same place it is said, do not bear with difficulty the succession or delay of time on account of lack of vessels, because at times you can do two things. At once, at times three, which nevertheless you could not do if you were in want of vessels, because all are of one form, and that one form suffices for you. That is, do not let the delay and prolongation of time trouble you, since you can at times make your vessel twofold, at times threefold, however. You would not be able to do this if you lacked vessels, since all have the same form, and let this single form be sufficient for you. The same Lullius, when he speaks of the vessel under the anagrammatic description of the furnace, expresses himself as follows. Thus, when the furnace with its lid has been assembled, it should have entirely one breathing opening, so that the heat of the kindled fire may breathe, because the fire of nature requires only this furnace and no other, N.B. And the closures and joints of this our furnace, on the vessel of nature and art, etc., page 145. It is called our seal of Hermes and of the wise, because it is known only to the wise, and has never been expressed by any of the philosophers, N.B., but is reserved in wisdom, which guards it by its common power. That is, after the furnace has been constructed with its lid, the same must necessarily have an air hole, so that B, in Elucidation, chapter 3, in Mangyet, same place, page 823, letter B. C, just as the creation of our small world, or of the philosophical stone, has a visible similarity with that of the great world, so must it likewise have the capacity to expel superfluities from itself, as is accustomed to occur in the great world. This doctrinal statement is already very old, for the school of Pythagoras held that outside the world there is still an empty space into which it exhales its breath, and from which it draws it back again. Now, the authors of a treatise on the breathing hole of the world, which stands in the academical side hours of certain academical friends, Jena 1717, octavo, part 1, number 2, seek indeed to make this opinion ridiculous. But if one considers that Pythagoras said the world is ensouled, then his students could not philosophize otherwise. One need only take the word respirare in a moderated sense, since it signifies as much as the force that expels from itself and draws to itself the plastical principle. Hidden in bodies dependent upon the all-animating universal world spirit spark, punctum plasticum, then much of the apparent absurdity of this proposition will fall away. In the small world, or in man, one takes it. Thus it is clearly shown in the contraction, systole, and expansion, diastole of the heart, and in the inflation and collapse of the lung. Indeed, in our philosophical exposition of the elements, one can hear their breathing with the ears, that the heat of the kindled fire may recover itself thereby. Therefore the nature of fire requires this furnace alone, and no other, N.B. And the sealing of the joints of this furnace is called the seal of Hermes and of the wise, because it is known only to the clever and the wise, and has been expressly named by none of them, N.B., but has been kept hidden only in the secret treasure chests of philosophical wisdom. In this paragraph of Lullius, 3 points are to be noted which seem as it were to contradict one another, namely the lid, through which the kindled fire may draw air, and the sealing of the joints with the seal of Hermes. Whoever now knows how to compare these 3 pieces together under the lid, N.B., he knows the vessel, the seal, and also the fire of Hermes. D. Section 6. But if I should still not have written clearly enough for a worthy student of hermetic wisdom, on the vessel of nature and art, etc., 147 have written, and have said enough. Thus I would, from a good heart and from true love of my neighbor, send him from this upper horizon to the nanopodes to recover such things from the python, which is the bearer of Hermes' secrets, but with the warning that he take care lest this one dry out his eyes too strongly. This is now the only vessel of which I have therefore spoken so much and so fearlessly, because I bind myself wholly to the opinion of the prophetess Maria, that it is the most eminent science in the art, and that its knowledge is from God. O divine, O mystical, O arcane, and O easy instrument. O divine, O secret, O hard, and O light tool. With this tool, all noble works are accomplished, from which no sage of the world can withdraw. I have also, with God's help, drunk and overturned this sour cup. Now follow this my final counsel, and diligently beseech God that he may also cause the true matter of the wise to come into our hands. D. This knowledge is the most important part of the entire higher art of separation. Whoever does not possess this, nor knows how to arrange the furnace according to the secret manner of construction, whoever does not know this is also not in a position to separate bodies according to nature and to divide them into their original constituent parts. N.B. This is none other than our magical fire. Second part. First section. On the true matter. and how manifold. I-T-I-S. Section 1. So that we may not allow ourselves to be misled when, as all sages of the world solemnly and emphatically assure, there is only a single matter, so that it accomplishes this and has within itself what the artist and nature require. It is therefore well to take heed that they speak altogether of the nearer, not of the distant or crude. This is attested by Zacharias in Michael Meyer B., who thus says that this is true is attested by Anaxagoras of Clazomai, when he says, "Our sun is red and burning, which is joined with the nature of the watery soul, and the nature of the moon by means of the spirit, when A. Concerning this, there has always been continual contention among practitioners of separation in ancient and modern times, since one presents this, another that, as the sole and only matter to the exclusion of all others, and does not refrain from asserting this with the greatest obstinacy. We, however, wish to hear an authentic sage from our invisible society on this point." This is the author of the unpublished Key of True Wisdom, where it is said, "You see how the philosophers have spoken truly when they said that the transformation of metals is not in one thing of the world alone, as some clever thinkers interpret it to them, but rather the understanding concerns only the one essence that, in a state of equality, is it is not mixed with any foreign kind of seed, rather it must be a single homogeneous, and, properly speaking, a wholly simple nature essence, which consists of salt, sulfur, and mercury of a completely separate essence, Nb. Therefore it is called a single matter, which, nevertheless, is hidden and mixed in all things of the whole of nature. Accordingly, the dictum of the woman philosopher also remains thus, that the stone is made through mercury. For then the common mercury itself becomes the mercury of the wise, not comprehensibly, like the common mercury, but philosophically into an essential oil, which consists of salt, sulfur, and mercury. B. In Symbola Oriamensa, page 79. That this is true is attested by Anaxagoras of Clazomene, saying, "Our sun is red and burning, which is joined to the white soul and the nature of the moon, by means of the spirit, although the whole is nothing other than the living mercury of the philosophers." One should take note of the words ruber et ardens, and diligently study the Monachiter. They will that it be altogether nothing other than the mercury of the wise. The unnamed author in the Hermetic Triumph writes thus, "It is a great and important point to find the true matter, which is the subject of our work. For this purpose one must pierce and tear apart 1,000 coarse linens in which it is wrapped and preserved. 1. Must carefully distinguish it by its proper name from the well over 100,000 strange designations by which the sages of the world have variously named it. Section 2. Namely, to fools, and to a student without the guidance of a master, or without special grace. The grace of God makes it impossible to recognize it from the philosopher's manifold discourses, and to distinguish it for the use of the artist and the secret of nature. Most seekers are commonly so confused that they undertake to seek the fire-resistant grain, granum fixum, the true fundamental and root fruits, the blessed stone, and the lapis benedictus outside the mineral kingdom, and God knows where else. A. That this, however, is mineral, and mineral metallic, etc., has no proper seed, and has an original fundamental essence of its own. Yet here I do not in any way wish to be understood as speaking of the heavenly inflowing body-forming power, proprio astrali informativo. B. A. This is a disease from which very many laboratory practitioners suffer grievously. The little book Amor Proximi, Erfurt and Leipzig, 1746, page 38 and following, has made them a very pointed reproach concerning this in the following expressions: the image of the unity of the eternal Godhead in nature is the materia prima. This also lies beyond nature and creature of the three kingdoms unfathomable. Therefore all sophists must be ashamed that they seek a matter outside the three kingdoms, NB, and that they wish, as it were, to make something out of nothing, which the Creator had not already made, since they nevertheless see that the universal of our souls is not entirely placed into a supernatural being, but that the supernatural is comprehended in a body. Therefore I further say that whoever does not find the matter in the three kingdoms will scarcely come to see it in the turba. A great multitude of these brain-sick persons continually seek such materials as cost no effort to bring into putrefaction, such as May dew, rainwater, hailstones, snow, and that from their easy putrefaction and looseness one draws a conclusion about their universality and penetrative power. This conclusion is entirely false. For although, for example, May dew is a truly marvelous thing, and richly impregnated in contraction and dissolution with the universal salt of nature, which is a universally acting principle, see Schroeder, Pharmacopoeia, Book 3, Chapter 3, G. Jugel, Experimental Chimie, Part 1, Chapter 11, page 8 and following, although much and wondrous matter is hidden in water, and that which in its putrefaction sinks to the bottom, the earth being full of sulfuric humors, as Fichtold notes in the Golden Fleece, page 101. See Jugel, Experimental Chimie, Part 1, Chapter 1, page 1 and following. Although snow contains a salt, to which Pharamond Rymelius attributes incredible powers in his spagyric art of medicine. Although hailstones likewise are a thing worthy of consideration, so that some have even imagined they could prepare the stone of the wise from them, although, I say, all these things are not mere water, but also consist of a very delicate, virginal earth and a saline mercurial water, as is already known to those practiced in nature. See Welling, Part 3, pages 237, 269. Nevertheless, their essences are so dispersed within the loose and fluid vessel that it is difficult to collect them and bring them together to a point, for the balsam is more transparent, as Philoletha, the anthroposophist, speaks very aptly on page 127. We wish to hear how the principle, footnote A, Kant. In a fundamental manner, the philosophical student Jacob Boehme expresses himself on this as follows. Every material, he writes, which is hard, such as metals and stones, likewise wood, herbs, etc., has within itself a very noble tincture, and a high spirit of power, as is also to be recognized in the bones of creatures, how the noblest tincture according to the power of light is like the greater sun in the marrow of the bones, and, by contrast, in the blood there lies only a fiery tincture, such as and, in the treatise on divine contemplation, chapter 3. Everything that in the being of this world, he continues, is soft, gentle, and thin, is flowing out, and its ground and subsistence are according to the unity of the property, since unity always flows out from itself, as indeed in the being of thinness, as in water and air, one understands no sensation or pains, because that same being is unified in itself. Section 45. But what is hard and impressing, such as bones, wood, herbs, metals, earth, stones, etc., materials, there lies the image of divine power and motion, and it encloses itself with its separator as a noble jewel and spark of divine power against coarseness, and is therefore hard and fiery, because it has its ground in divine incomprehensibility. Section 46. Thus also the noble tincture is to be understood. Where it is most noble, there it is most with the hardness. Every and each thing, note well, carries its solvent and coagulant with itself. Golden Chain of Homer, second part, chapter 6, page 322. Note well, would be closed, but lies in thinness, thus not in such sensitivity, but is equal in all things, just as water and air are equal to all things and are in all things. But dry water is the true ground of stone, wherein lies the subtle power of knowledge or unity in the center. And B. To indicate this to those among us who are worthy, one should not refrain from seeking secrets in what is soft without fiery sharpness therein. Exactly such a constitution it has with the things from the plant kingdom and the animal, in which some also wish to seek the stone of the wise, although now already Herr Henkel in Flor. Sanitisante, cap. XS 428 believes it to be very well possible to accomplish such a thing, so we nevertheless prefer in this important matter to believe a true wise man and very famous philosopher of the world, who lets himself be heard in the following form. Our work is made from one root and two mercurial substances, taken entirely raw, pure, and clean, drawn from the minerals, etc. Bernard of Treves in the Tractio in Bernardo Rediviv, year 1619. R.S. 172. We also wish to consider the words that Kekulo has in his chemical writings, Tr. 1734. S. 68, where it says, there are many who seek the heavenly salt, or sal, coelest, to catch through magnets, but we prefer to remain with the mineral, wherein it is already caught and has been blessed by God. Whence then comes the great inclination toward such loose and tasteless things? The author of the incomparable Hermetic Triumph, a clever and upright writer, tells us this quite clearly, that it namely comes from the fact that people do not know how to excavate the raw matter in accordance with nature, or, as the little book Amor Proximi, p. 127, expresses it, because they do not understand how, through baptism, to open the fountain of life in the subject, and to introduce it into the point of the sun. This should be noted. It is of particular importance. B. One should read on this reproach, J. G. J. Jugel's Treatise on the Separation of the Elements from the First Chaos, Berlin, 1744, octavo. Some important passages from Jugel's Experimental Chemistry, Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 22, p. 261, will give us very great light in this important matter, and preserve us from that error into which very many of today's alchemists fall, in that they namely mix the first universal matter with the first matter of the metals, and in this their opinion traverse the entire heavenly firmament, and in its manifold meteors seek to snatch the sole proximate matter of the stone of the wise, whereas they nevertheless seek it far closer in the first matter, the c. page 198. D. This is a principal point, for whoever knows it with certainty has pushed back the first bolt from the door of the palace of nature. No one has shown it more clearly than our venerable Montesniders and the upright Basilius Valentinus. Whoever diligently reads the former's treatise on the universal medicine, Erfurt and Leipzig, 1773, octavo, chapter 4, and the latter's triumphal arch of antimony, Nuremberg, 1724, octavo, and reflects well upon them, will learn much. Yet he may perhaps fail 200 times with Pontanus before he rightly recognizes the true astrum solis, of which our great sage of the world in this little book, on pages 78, 29, and 115 makes such great praises, and NB knows how to use it properly. Section 3. Sendivogius says, A. You must take a metallic nature, and this indeed in male and female property, otherwise you will accomplish nothing, for if you endeavor, out. Footnote B. Kant would have been found of the metals. The words of our renowned Herr Jugel therefore read as follows: Up to now, in our natural investigations of the mineral kingdom, the greatest obstacle has been that we do not know how to make the proper distinction between the prima materia universalis and the prima materia metallorum, etc. NB. It is noteworthy what he says in the same place, etc. Of this latter, namely of the prima materia metallorum. This is the prima material air matter of all created and comprehensible things. Or this is the prima materia of the Lapidis Philosophorum brought back from its dry desolation, and this is the prima materia of the metals in the earth, from which now all metals, even gold itself, have grown, and attained their perfection. These are the two secret materials that have been kept, hidden from us for so long, of which the one has its true origin from the first. Whoever carefully considers this will understand the following sections of discourse all the better. To manufacture a metal from herbs, you will labor in vain, just as little as you will bring forth wood from a dog or another animal. The very same is shown by him in his treatise on sulfur, B, in the following manner. ATR, first in mus, hermet, p. 555. One must take a metallic nature, and this in male and female, otherwise you will accomplish nothing. For if you intend to create metal from herbs, you will labor in vain, just as from a dog or bee. You will not produce wood. B. Tr. De sulfur in mus, hermet, p. 630. If you do not take from metal the radical moisture most perfectly separated, you will never accomplish anything. This root moisture is precisely what other philosophers call the viscous or sticky moisture, viscosam humiditatem. This is the true first matter of the metals, and it alone persists in fire and is imperishable because it is well mixed with a hard earth in the caverns of the ore mines. See Dionysius Zacharias, Natural Philosophy, Dresden and Leipzig, 1727, octavo, p. 37. This is that philosophical salamander which lives in fire and is nourished and sustained by fire. But since, as our most esteemed author has very well noted above in Sect. Zweit. Section 1. From the hermetic triumph, this true and first matter is enveloped and wrapped in a quantity of coarse linen. One can easily understand that one cannot attain possession of it unless one burns this creature, since it is very deeply enclosed, and this indeed through an extraordinarily strong and fiery acting essence, or agent. Since now the common separation artists of today, despite all their boasting, neither know nor wish to know this so strongly acting essence, it also happens that they never attain thoroughness in this science. Footnote B. Kant. Just as little are they capable, through the same, of preparing good and salutary medicines. If they did not believe that they were already accomplished physicians, and strove to obtain the instruction of the true masters of wisdom, as our author has done, then they would create more benefit for the common good with their fine art, and on the other hand cause less employment for the grave diggers. But since this does not flatter their usual imagination, they remain with their old routine, prefer to receive their doctoral cap in a craft-like manner from the hands of death, and swear him an oath never to practice their science otherwise than it is now practiced, since it is far easier to write a prescription than to bring forth the pure of nature from the center of things with labor and hardships of the hands. See Le Sage Behind the Devil, Erfurt and Leipzig, 1764, Part 2, p. 211. To understand, if you do not take from the metal the root juice separated in the best manner, you will never bring anything to pass. In the way of truth, see, by a true wise man, the following words are found concerning this matter. Therefore, I truly assure you that as long as you do not understand the property of metallic bodies, you will not understand bodies, so long you will also not understand true alchemy, nor attain the right and natural transformation of bodies. The little Bauer D says, C. Wherefore I truly affirm to you that as long as you have not understood the metallic matter from its very foundation, so long it is also impossible that you understand the true art of alchemy, or attain to the correct, true, and natural transmutation. Way of truth, in Mus. Hermet, p. 195, d. Augsburg, 1751, octavo, p. 88. It is an old chemical principle, omnis species in sua specie, et omne genus in sua gener, et omnis natura in sua natura, naturaliter virtudis affectat augmentum, et fructum afer juncta naturam suam, et non in alia natura sibi contraria, cum omnes seminum sua semini correspondea. Theatrum chemicum, vol. 2, p. 419. That is, every species in its species, and every kind in its kind, and every nature in its nature, strives in a natural way toward the increase of its power, and brings forth its fruit according to its own nature, and not according to a foreign nature opposed to it, for every seed must be homogeneous with its seed. This proposition is as old as Adam and the patriarchs. The ancient Egyptians, our philosophical schoolmasters, held it in such esteem that they placed its content in their temples, which were at the same time their lodges, before the eyes of the pupils of wisdom, in order that it might be continually contemplated. Synesius has transmitted such a remarkable monument in Greek to posterity, and it contains the following: E phiusig maiotas, tau phiusig mepsiloniota, kial fer hopsiloniota. Ephusis te phusenica.
En physis te physicrade.
Nature rejoices in nature. Nature conquers nature. Nature prevails over nature. Di, one nature delights in another, one nature overcomes another, one nature. You must further also be made aware that he who understands the origin of metals will well know that the matter of our stone must also be metallic, NB. But it is neither a metal nor a mineral, but metals and minerals and minerals and metals. For the kind and nature of them all is in one thing, that is, electrum minerale immaturum, an untimely mineral composite being 4. But how this single thing is to be understood, we shall learn further. Here, however, hear what Raymond Loyus A. does say of this single thing. Footnote, di. Kant. One rules the other. This monument is, as it were, the smooth marble wall from which the echo of all philosophical voices resounds, and whose content is so aptly arranged as to bring those unfortunate workers who not seldom study in the most unsuitable and most unnatural materials back to the soundness of their understanding, if only they allow themselves to be instructed and are still capable of some reason, as Osius Borich, according to Fabricius in Bibliotheca Graeca, Vol I, Book 4, Chapter X, truthfully assures, says of this thing with the following words: but since these primordial, essential beings by their nature are not in an indivisible thing, as most people in their error suppose, in that they assert that there exists in the world an indivisible thing which would have the power to change and transform all metals in the world, b. Thus Theophrastus Paracelsus is of the same opinion as the above authors, as his well-known proverbial saying shows, which reads, cum metal is ex metal, is per metalla and mineralia, with metals from metals through metals and minerals, to which he not without reason adds the metallic and mineral electrum. Electrum is called a compositum, whether this occurs through art or through nature. And b. Whoever understands this truly knows the raw, uncooked matter, materiam crudam, which the philosopher must first take in hand. See section 5a in Compendium Anime Apud Manget, Tome I, column P 732a. In order to understand this, one must repeat what precedes, where he indicates that there have been some who took a single metallic matter, and, from it, without separation of the elements and also without prior purification, wished to hatch out their stone, against whom he here directs his attack. B. I readily admit that this passage is somewhat obscure, but if one connects what follows with what precedes, it may become clearer. One need only consider that nature by itself, and without the assistance of art, cannot proceed further than the production of the more or less noble metals. Whoever wishes to go further must separate the foreign things that have mixed themselves in during coagulation, but this cannot occur without the separation of the elements. See Richard the Englishman in Theatrum Chemicum, Vol I, p. 418. C. Because metallic bodies, through the binding power of the subterranean acid, are so tightly enclosed, they also cannot be destroyed unless they are first brought back into a mineral form, so that their sweat pores may thereby be opened, and the entrance for our dissolving agents may be facilitated. One could here reveal the entire artifice with 2 words, but one does not wish to deprive diligent seekers of the joy of finding it themselves. For this reason, our masters of wisdom are also accustomed not to disclose everything to the brothers of the higher degrees, down to the smallest manipulations. For since it is known to them how far the brothers of the lower degrees have progressed in their knowledge of nature and its grounds, they do not wish that, after they have raised themselves upward through praiseworthy diligence, they should depart again from this path, but rather that through their own reflection they examine everything precisely and thereby establish themselves ever more firmly. If a person, says the little book Amor Proximi, which likewise comes from our philosophical workshop, p. 83, were to desire directly this high secret of nature and art, he would never attain the great wisdom of the true knowledge of God, nor of the inner ground of nature, still less of himself, but deep reflection and frequent they do not err, when he first knows the principles and foundations of the true art, N.B., so that he has thus firmly set his foot, which causes that one gives heed to the innermost ground of all things, as they, in the root, agree or disagree, both sympathetically and antipathetically. Section 5. Theobaldo von Hogenande A. says that what is compounded is called a stone by the philosophers of the world, because the things from which it is put together have a likeness to stones, and from these the so-called stone is produced. With this, the son of Sendivogius B. fully agrees. The Waterstone of the wise C. writes, he as follows. Its raw substance is at the beginning in the form of an ore from the ore clefts, and truly a stone, because it is hard and dry, and as a stone must be ground and crushed, then resolved into the three principles which nature itself had originally bound together, and finally dried again into a fire-resistant artificial stone, and boiled out. In these few lines, the author has taught the entire process of nature and art, yet has omitted the manual operations. Therefore, at the very beginning, the artist shall grind this hard stone. He is to grind, crush, and then, once again, with the philosophical hammer D, into the three principles, or divide the magical elements, E, and bring them back again, so that a fourth something F may thus be called the conclusion. Flux is, separated from without, and thus of nature, toward further inner petrification, G, be handed over, and all sages of the world maintain this, because otherwise it would be impossible to attain the first matter that is hyal primordial H, primordially to arrive at it, without fastening the hard bonds. A. In Tractatus de difficultatibus alchemiae, which stands in the first part of Mengius Bibliotheca Chemica, but appeared in German in the year 1749, in octavo, at Gotha. B. In Lucerna Salis, p. 27. C. The reason why they call this thing a stone, or have likened it to a stone, arises chiefly from this, that its matter from the beginning, like a mineral from the earth, is truly a stone, and then, because it is hard and dry, it is ground and rubbed, like a stone, and after it has been resolved into three principles which nature itself joined, it must from these be coagulated and digested anew, artificially, according to the law of nature, into a fusible stone in the form and likeness of earth. Aquarium Sapientiae in Museum Hermeticum, Met, page 83. This accords with the natural laws of motion, for the power of gold, which is the true substance of the stone of the wise, cannot be revealed unless it is made volatile through dissolution, made fixed again through drying, and transformed into a tincture through art. One may therefore easily consider what kind of fine dissolution this is, since some fools let themselves dream of producing potable gold from the spirit of honey, sugar, urine, manna, common lead, etc. These dissolvers are not the correct ones, for they know only the dead beauties of wisdom, whereas with these alone, and B, the philosophical solution of gold, which is nothing other than the double mercury, is to be found and encountered. See Johann von Liebung in the Conversation on Nature, in J. de Tontina's 4 useful chemical treatises, Halle 1612, octavo, D. This philosophical hammer is none other than our magical fire, which is the greatest wonder of all wonders in nature, and has such a fiery property in itself that it melts all bodies into a fiery flux, which the elementary fire is not able to do, but only brings the metals into calxes, or ashes, which can quite easily be brought back with salts or moistures into what they were at the beginning. It is rightly called in the Emerald Tablet, omnis fortitudinis fortitudo fortis, that is, the strongest strength of all strengths, which those well experience who know its power. Likewise, it is the famous steel of Sendivogius, of which he gives a detailed description in his treatise on sulfur. For just as by means of steel from the flint, the elemental fire, hidden within it, is drawn out and brought to appearance, so likewise from our metallic mineral flint, that is, from our raw substance of the stone of the wise, that watery fire and fiery water, which is the true alchus magum, is drawn out with the help of our magical steel and brought to light. But since this matter has been sufficiently treated, as may be found in the words of Philalethes, which are found in chapter 3 of his Introitus Apertus ad Occlusum Regis Palatium in Museum Hermeticum, p. 654, they conclude, our steel is the true key of our work, without which the fire of the ampoule cannot be ignited by any art, etc. E. The doctrine of the magical elements is the principal and Gordian knot of our entire mastery, which among all the wise no one has resolved so clearly, faithfully, and extensively as our upright Montesius. One should, N.B., therefore allow oneself to be most highly recommended the third principal part of his incomparable book De Medicina Universali, in the fear of the Lord. Whoever wishes to prepare from minerals or metals a tincture for humans and metals, to cure them in their instability and weakness, must know how to make them entirely volatile, that is, into an ascending smoke and vapor, for this is the property of the prima materia metallorum in the earth. This vapor and smoke must then again be brought into a water, and this into a fixed earth. This is what is now called acting according to the philosopher's meaning, and converting one element into the other. This is written very beautifully by our honest Jugel in the Experimental Chemistry, Part 1, Class 4, Explanation 4, p. 158. N.B. F. It is truly foolish to believe that this spagyric matter need not first be chemically prepared and subtilized before it is taken up for the spagyric work. This itself they also teach, which all natural philosophers of spagyrics agree that preparations are necessary, which operations they have called purifications, subtilizations, solutions, and coagulations, writes G. Dorn in Physica Trismegisti in Theatrum Chemicum, Vol. I, p. 414. That is, it is necessary rightly to believe that the spagyric substance must first be chemically prepared before it can be applied to the spagyric work. All sages of the world teach this, as many as there are from spagyrics, namely that certain preparations are necessary, which prepare, they have called them purifications, refinements, solutions, and coagulations. Therefore Philalethes says in the treatise entitled Lumen de Lumen, p. 51, that every chemist is a kind of weak lantern, he has a light within himself, but it cannot be seen, because it is obscured by the coarseness of matter. Let us hear how the microcosmic preface section 39, p. 23 expresses itself so beautifully on this. Flux, they say, is nothing other than the coarseness of the elements caused by the prevailing darkness, whereby the spiritual things become bodily, and the invisible become visible, into which the light is, as it were, drawn and hides itself before the earthly human being, who since the fall is no longer capable of it, under the compact darkness of the soil of the earth and its products, which through the fall becomes manifest to humankind, we shall be through the subtle light born again once more, and thereby tinged, and illuminated in our souls. We can recognize the light hidden under the darkness, and made compact together with the darkness in all three kingdoms of nature, and also cleanse it for our benefit by God's permission, from the curse or from the coarseness of the elements, and bring about a new microcosmic creation. O zealous and willing seekers, therefore begin first with earnestness at the great work of the rebirth of your souls. Call thereby upon God that he may sanctify you. Thus I hope and wish that the Lord of hosts, through wondrous ways known only to his providence, will open for you just as for me, and without doubt for many, the access to the chairs of the wise masters, so that God may be praised by us humans and all his creatures, and that he and his wisdom may be with us. G. There exists in the creatures of all three kingdoms of nature, as well as in the substance from which our little philosophical world is prepared, notwithstanding its excellence, a double impurity. The one adheres to bodies only externally, and the other is situated within the interior of the matter itself. The former the sophist can also separate, but the latter not. Rather, this is a work of the generative nature, which without human assistance, solely through the impulse which the Creator has placed in it, transforms our coordinated Catholic matter, through purification, volatilization, inversion, and fixation, into a super-perfect and heavenly body of light. But since the writings of all sages of the world have written of this operation of nature, it is unnecessary to linger over it. H. The word Heil has among the hermetic sages of the world many meanings. First, it signifies chaos, that dark thing, or the obscure primordial substance, the immeasurable Ansof of the Kabbalists, the abyss surpassing all human thought, Baisos of the Valentinians, that desolate and empty earth upon whose dark depth the Spirit of God hovered. Genesis I. 2. Secondly, it is our philosophical composite being, both before and after its external purification, after which it becomes the pure child of the elements, that pure, lovely virgin who as yet has borne nothing, but, when she does bear, must ascribe her fruit to the fire of nature as her husband. See Philalethes in Antiquity of Magic, p. 100. Thirdly, it is the gum of the open body, or that viscous, fire-resistant, sticky moisture, the true root juice of the metals of Sendivoius. For by it, as by glue, elements are to arrive at it without opening the hard bonds. H. Kant are bound in the mixture. The common fire despises tyranny, for it neither fails through martyrdom nor departs by flight, but remains upon the mixture and clings tenaciously to its ashes, which is a sign of perfect purity. Johann Espagne in Arcanum Hermeticae Philosophiae, Canon 216. That is, by this, as it were by a glue, the elements are bound together in the fundamental mixture of things. It despises the cruelty of common fire, for it neither succumbs to its torment nor escapes it by flight. But since it is the last in the separation of things, it also clings most stubbornly to their ashes, which is a mark of perfect purity. Finally, and lastly, the word Heil means as much as the water of the stone before its purification, after which the true virgin milk, the highest arcanum, comes forth from it, and also the key of the whole art, without which nothing at all can be accomplished in it, and without which no true dissolution can arise. See Special Secrets of a True Adept. Dresden, 1757, octavo, p. 40. Second section. Further continuation of this matter, and concerning its dissolution. Section I. But the reconduction or reduction occurs through art and nature. By means of the former, the raw substance is ground down and divided into three original essential beings, namely salt, sulfur, and mercury. Note well, Hermes says, firstly it is the water, B, which proceeds from this stone. The other reduction occurs from these three primordial beginnings, through their own motion, what is to be dissolved to decay, which is putrefaction, C, and the transition into the first or next matter, which latter is always the beginning of nature. This is what, according to the ancients, applies, who did not, without important reason, place a serpent staff into the hands of Mercury. He says, further, Oedipus asked Vulcan to burn this serpent with fire, NB. Thereupon, a roaring from heaven arose with thunder, lightning, and weather glow, which was accompanied by such a strong wind that when it struck the water serpent on the neck, the same lay as dead and no life was perceptible in it. But there came an Arabian prophet named Tifan, who cast the dead serpent into the light of the world, from which again a living animal came forth, etc. From this our sons of wisdom will be able to learn very much, but the sophists very little. The matter of which Hermes says that that which is thus born from the black raven is the beginning and origin of the art. Section 2. We have above sufficiently learned that our matter must be metallic and mineral, therefore Hermes says, De cavernis metallorum occultus est qui est lapis venerabilis, color splendidus, mens sublimis, and mera patens. That is, from the caverns of the metals springs that which is hidden, the venerable one, the stone shining by reason of its color, the exalted spirit, and the widely extended open sea. A. The correct and true investigators of natural secrets have found from experience that all visible creatures of the entire earth are composed of 3 original essential beings. These 3 essential beings they have called salt, sulfur, and mercury, and they can demonstrate from the natural separation of bodies that these are to be found therein partly by way of analogy. Welling in the 3rd part, chapter 2, section 19, full, 393. Yet one must not construe my meaning as though they believed that such a being must be found in bodies which could be compared to running quicksilver, to combustible sulfur with which one customarily lights lamps, or to common salt. No, by no means did they think thus, since the composite bodies are, each in particular, constituted from the aforementioned essential principles. Rather, they possess that moistening, firm, and volatile essential principle which requires the other 2 through its helpful power, and which preserves the primordial principles fit for growth and indeed sensibly hastening through the efficacy of its motion and inwardly combustible excitation in their growth and living force. Mercury, the warming, balsamic principle, however, which as a blood of nature imparts the necessary and indispensable vital warmth to all creatures, sulfur, and finally the binding part, hidden in the center, which causes all permanence, called salt. They named this 3-fold purification the character of God in the earthly bond, which he himself has written with his divine finger into every creature, and which is the testimony of his Trinity in unity. See the little book Amor Proximi Phil. 22. One may add thereto the microcosmic preludes, p. 24 full, 19 and following. B. In Tractatus Aureus de Lapide Physico Secreto, chapter 2, in Manget Bibliotheca Chemica, vol. I. p. 419a. Because in the beginning all elements were water, and in their ground still are, one must therefore begin with the philosophical water in which all elements are together. Microcosmic preludes, full, 43. This watery moisture, however, must be of one single kind and species with that one, for the power of each and every seed is to conjoin itself with every single thing in its own realm and to unite with it, because it is subtle and nothing other than air, which is coagulated in water together with moisture. It is thus recognized that it naturally does not mix with anything outside its own realm. J. Sendivogius, in his chemical writings, page 310. This takes place according to the general laws of the motion of the whole of nature, for as soon as the spirit of the world descends in order to associate itself with one or another realm, it always appears in the form of water, jugal on the metallic seed. Page 9, leaf 18, which is also the manner of which we can make the best use in our labors. But whoever wishes to learn to know the birth of our mercurial water must go to school with Basilius Valentinus, who in his treatise on the secret wondrous Birth of the 7 Planets and Metals, chapter 1, page 166 and following, has described its entire origin so clearly that nothing more beautiful can be. He shows under the image of a serpent, that is, our electrum, what chaos is, which consists both of earthly and also mercurial moist parts enclosed beneath the earth, which he, however, because they are full of life, motion, and movement, compares with the living womb of the earth. C. Without this preceding putrefaction, a new generation or rebirth can by no means arise. For when nature is corrupted, broken, or shattered and putrefies, it brings forth something new, as Bacon the sage of the world notes. And this generation the wise compare to an egg, which first putrefies, from which thereafter a young chicken comes forth, after the egg has been wholly and entirely corrupted and transformed into a living being. The destruction of the one is the generation of another, corruptio unius est is the generation of another. Therefore our Savior himself says in John 12:24, truly, unless the grain of wheat is cast into the earth, and rises therein, it bears no fruit, but remains alone, but if it has died therein, it brings forth manifold fruit, etc. If the body had no moisture and constant warmth, then the seed would not remain therein, and thus no child would be born. But in order not to be prolix, we wish to take counsel with Basilius Valentinus in his 1st, 4th, and 7th key, at the same time also to read Philaletha in Alchemy of Magic, page 131, with the greatest care. The author of the ancient chemical duel B thus says, God has created this ore for us, which alone we take, whose raw and coarse body we destroy, from which we take the good inner kernel, cast away the superfluous, and make from the poison a medicine, concerning the beginning of nature. The author of the Hermetic Mystery says, C. This occurs unless, as is expressly stated in the Theatrum Chemicum, Volume 1, page 244 following, that our stone, which is the mercury of the wise, is not found healthy in the caverns of the earth, for it is nothing other than body and spirit. Yet there is here not the slightest contradiction, for in the first case, Hermes speaks of the raw substance from which it is drawn, but in the latter, it is, considered as it has already become, through processing, the double mercury and the first matter, which occurs when the composition of man and woman is affected. See Grosser Bauer page 136. Continuation of this matter, etc. 177. There occurs the first composition of man and woman, the mixing of the seed, the putrefaction of the elements, d. the dissolution, into a water of the same essence, e. the darkening of the sun and of the moon in the m, 2. the most head of the dragon, f. Finally, the entire world returns again into its former confusion, m3, and back into the dark abyss, g. This first operation, digestion, takes place through motion and a warmth so moderated that it is similar to the weak warmth of the stomach and contributes more to decay than to generation. In the other digestion, the Spirit of God hovers over the waters, and the separation of the waters from the waters becomes visible, and clearly show that Lucifer, the son of light and of the morning red, as the first creature of God, had already fallen. H. These two incomparable canons, which comprehend within themselves the entire great work of creation and the understanding of the whole of nature, of which Moses instructs us, require a penetrating m4 understanding. I, and was guilty in the confused chaos k, of which there is speech here. But who, O Lord, will be able to comprehend these great works of yours? He to whom you give the power to command the rocks and mountains that they rise up and plunge into the great sea. L. Section 3. Of this first spirit, which elsewhere is also called smoke, our Sendivogius has written most clearly, A2, when he says that the four elements, in their first operation of nature, through the all-moving world soul, as if through a natural funnel, drip down a moist, heavy, watery vapor onto the central point of the earth, B2, which vapor is the seed. Seedos is M5, the watery substance, which descends as it were like a king, who at last rises again from the dead and begins to live. D2, Montesnider, E2, says, the smoke of the wise is a means to unite salt and sulfur. F2, drop down, ye heavens, from above, and let the clouds rain. Drop down, you heavens, from above, and let the rain bring down to us the righteous one, says the prophet Isaiah, chapter XLV 8. G. Section 4. A. There will be some who gladly wish to burden the wise with contradictions, who will object and say, it indeed stands in the book of Saturnus. B. God has created this copper for us, which we merely receive. We destroy its thick and crude body, we gather the good inner kernel, and we prepare a medicine from the poison. Very ancient author of The Duel in the Theatrum Chemicum, Strasbourg. C. John Espagnet, in the Arcana of Hermetic Philosophy, chapter 68. Here occurs the first conjunction of male and female, the mixing of the seed, putrefaction of the elements, resolution into homogeneous water, the eclipse of sun and moon, in the head of the dragon. Finally, the whole world returns into the ancient chaos and abyss. This first digestion takes place through motion and heat, as if preparatory and weak, as in the stomach, more suited to corruption than to generation. In the second, the Spirit of the Lord moved upon the waters. Light begins to arise, and the separation of the waters from the waters. D. We have spoken above, section 2, section 1, C, concerning putrefaction. Here we wish only to recall that it is of two kinds. The first occurs when the destruction of the bodies has proceeded, and the elements of the stone, that is, mercury and sulfur, lie mixed among one another. And then it is a dissolution and dismemberment of all the constituent parts of the created bodies that are joined together by nature, which therefore takes place so that the parts may be separated from one another all the more easily, and each may the more conveniently be purified individually. The other occurs in the subsequent work, with a very gentle and continuous warmth, not with the assistance of coals, but through that fire which the sage of the world calls the vaporous, or the fire of wisdom, and of which he has said that it is not material or elemental, but an essential and supernatural fire, which may also rightly be called a divine one. Therefore, our masters of wisdom say, make your fire inwardly in the glass. It burns more sharply than the infernal fire. In a word, this fire is nothing other than our double mercury, which, notwithstanding its great heat, nevertheless, through its balsamic moisture, makes everything living, preserves and multiplies it. And because, on account of this inner constitution, it is able to wash the laton, that is, our compounded substance, and to render it into a dry state of being. Therefore, it is also prescribed in our schools as an unassailable principle, that our sons of wisdom must wash with fire and dry with water. This said noble doctrine, which agrees with the truth in the most exact manner, is now mocked and laughed at by the profane as a childish contradiction. But it happens to them as to all those who do not esteem true wisdom, for they not only suffer the harm that they do not know the good, but they also leave behind a remembrance among the living that they cannot remain hidden in that in which they have gone astray, but wisdom delivers those from all toil who hold fast to her. This the overclever analysts should take note of, who hear the grass grow. The poets of the ancient Greeks and Romans who in the swaddling close of their poems the Lord's splendid philosophical mysteries concealed, speak much of the tears of Hyantha. Our masters of wisdom understand by these tears the aforesaid water of ours. Philaletha describes it so beautifully that I cannot refrain from setting down his words at length. I once saw, alone at the close of day, Hyantha clothed in green damask, over whose head a sapphire wing hovered, sitting upon the throne. And when I became aware of this elusive Sophia, I thought it was Fortuna. But as she appeared to me more and more majestic the longer I looked, I deemed it worth the effort to await the outcome of this discovery. At the first glance, she looked at me drowsily, as if she had kept watch the entire night, and therefore supported her head with her arm. Further, as I looked more closely, I noticed a hidden dew that quickly vanished from her cheeks, so that they, where only loveliness should reign, might not be blemished. The tears flowed from abundance in streams, descending like strings of gathered pearls. But while the silver stream seeks those same flowers that guarded upon the cheeks, the white and red Hyantha changes all her tears into rose water. Have you ever seen a flame that springs forth from the incense, when pleasant curling things of the smoke accompany its last weak fires, and it passes away into nothing but fragrant vapor? Here Hyantha died, saying, "Do not let this physic slip from your hands, for it holds my crushed heart within it, which, though now distilled into water, yet remains constant. Trust no false lure of love that flatters and does not weep. Such a one proceeds with deceit. Indeed, do not believe all tears. The few show falsity, but the many show sincerity. Believe me, and choose the best. He who possesses my tears will lack no joy." Antiquity of Magic, page 3 and following. And so that one might not perhaps think that he understood something other than this blessed water by it, he explains it with the following words of the great Albertus: "The mercury of the wise is a watery, cold, and moist element, a bodily water, a spirit of the body, a viscous vapor, a blessed and powerful water, dew of the heavenly graces, virgin's milk, a bodily, mercury, which is named by countless other names in the books of the wise, which however many they may be, always indicate only a single essence, namely the mercury of the wise, from which all the power of the chemical art, and according to their manner the white and red tincture, is drawn forth." In the same place, page 115 and following. All this he seals on page 125, quite briefly. Thus it is a silver water, which some have called the water of the moon, but it is the mercury of the sun, and partly of Saturn, for it is from these three metals, without which it can never be made, are drawn out. Now when this blessed mineral dew rises, in the form of an invisible vapor, from our old king lying in his philosophical sweat-box, and from his earth-bound sweat pores up to the highest vault of the said vapor bath, the most ancient sages of the world have called it the smoke of the wise, and have said of it that it is the soul and the spirit of those bodies whose souls we have already drawn out and brought back again to their body, which soul then whitens its body and cleanses it from all blackness. I, Epentheus, in Art and Theory of the Transmutation of Metals, in the Theatrum Chemicum, Volume 5, page 511. F. The wise have therefore attributed this natural effect to the dragon's head, because it is caused by the volatile part of the stone, which they have compared, as with the head of this insect, so likewise with its tail, to the salt of the metals. Concerning this matter, Marsilius Ficinus speaks quite elegantly of the stone of the wise, which is the 9th book on the special secrets of a true adept, Dresden 1757, 8vo section, 8, page 207. In the following manner it is customary to make our stone in a threefold earthen vessel, so that one may employ a gentler fire, whoever may have fire, namely of such a warmth, similar and uniform, as when a hen broods an egg, and in this warmth the dragon dies, and the earth of the gold kills itself, when it gives off the elements and the spirits from itself. On the other hand, it makes itself living, when it again takes the spirit into itself. Therefore such a dragon is also compared with the Lord Jesus Christ, who willingly gave himself over to death, and afterwards, through his glorious resurrection, made himself alive again by his own power and strength, so that he henceforth never dies. Yes, we also say that the dragon here alone spews out his filth and poison and casts it off from himself, and afterwards again draws it back in and becomes white. This substance spewed out by the dragon our hermetic sages call venenum tingens, a fixing poison, which Lamsprink de Lapide Philosophico, figure 6, holds to be a great wonder, as also J.N. G. Muth, Hermetica, page 352. We wish to hear what the incomparable Basilius Valentinus says of this dragon. Poison, Jupiter draws his like to himself, so it is said in his Chemical. Writings, Hamburg 1740, 8vo, page 330. 4. As a cure and attractive power of all poisonous diseases. G. The author speaks in this section, not of the preparatory work nor of the after work alone, but of both, and this indeed distinctly. H. This also does not occur in the final separation of our elemental treasure, for there all the elements still lie confused among one another, as they were at that time when the fallen angel of light had allowed his dark influences to enter into the whole. For everything which the good Creator creates here below, through his word and light, Lucifer mixes his dark powers into, which cause final corruption and death to the animal and vegetative realms. G. Mikrokosmische Dorfile, page 73, page 72. The complete dissolution of every confusion then only takes place when, after the outward purification and separation of the elemental primordial beginnings, the inward purification occurs through the ripening solar spirit of nature, which is the true master craftsman of Lucifer, and our magnesia will have been restored again to its original rightful form through dissolution and putrefaction, to which the tincture of the upper spheres and their offspring powerfully contribute their part. Herein there is among the masters of wisdom not the slightest doubt, since they can lay this truth visibly before the eyes of their disciples every day, although they do not bestow this paternal beneficence upon each and every one, but only upon the deserving, who have already raised themselves to the seventh step of Solomon's throne. K. Of these, there will be treatment on another occasion. L. Such power have only those to whom God has entrusted the keys of all nature and creation, and whom I have named in the preface. A2. Tractate 6 in the Museum Hermeticum, page 567. The four elements in the first operation of nature distill through the archeus of nature into the center of the earth a heavy watery vapor, which is the seed of the metals. The author of the Cabala Chemica, which is appended to the Philosophia Salomonis, or to the Great and Little Peasant, Augsburg 1752, octavo, has brought this into a fine Kabbalistic illustration, whose explanation is to be read there with much pleasure. B2. Our incomparable author has very skillfully inserted the little word natural funnel into his translation, for just as in metallic workshops the sulfurous and nitrous vapors bound together, which arise from the action of the upper upon the lower, and in their unbound essence were nothing other than the pure etheric eshmiagim, until they descended into the form of water to refresh the creatures of all three kingdoms of nature, and to accomplish in them all natural operations or changes, modifications, being driven into the air by the subterranean fire, and from there, as if through certain funnels prepared by nature, drip back again into their different mothers, that is, onto the salt. Magnets present there, even so must also in our philosophical workshop, that fire, sulphurous and cooling nitrous or mercurial vapor of like essence, through our quite simple apparatus made by means of human handiwork, be carried out, through our entirely simple funnel, in the form of a heavy water, drip back visibly onto the central point of our solar Sol magnet lying in its glass mother, in such a manner that even the most unlearned eye is able to perceive it. One must therefore recognize that the generation of our tinctural body occurs in the same manner as the generation of gold is accomplished in the earth, yet with the difference that, because our mineral water as well as the solar magnet are completely pure, not gold, but a tinctural body elevated far above gold can come forth. Of this magnet, the incomparable Basilius Valentinus says in his fifth key as follows: just as iron has a magnet which draws it to itself on account of its invisible love, so our gold, that is, our double volatile mercury, also has a magnet, which magnet is the first matter of our great stone. If you understand this, my discourse, then you are rich and blessed before all the world. May God enlighten all well, intentioned but prejudice, blinded seekers through his divine epitha, that they may understand this discourse. Amen. They will do very well if they often and thoughtfully consider the fine passage from the so often praised Herr Jugel's treatise on the metallic seed, Leipzig and Zittau, 1754, octavo, page 12. Page 23 and following. From it, they will learn to see more deeply into the true generation of the metals than they suppose, and this will bring them great advantage in their works of nature. The said fine passage reads thus: the first beginning. The origin of the metals in the earth was indeed only a single matter, but the threefold nature, namely salt, sulfur, and mercury, was hidden within it, and was first made manifest in the elemental operation, when from it a mineral being came to growth. For when this chaotic liquor, through the excitation of the upper elements, came into a pleasant warmth, there arose from it a fermentation or effervescence, whereby the moist vaporous vapors which is now called mercury separated upward, and left behind in the ground an oily saturnine mass, whose odeg o oil or moisture here indicated sulfur, but the sharp attractive taste was called salt. These two principles were cooked and perfected through heat and cold for so long, until, from them, under daily sprinkling of mercury, or of its now drawing water to itself, a free metal was produced. N.B. C2. Whoever wishes to be fully convinced of this truth should only read and diligently repeat S.G. Jugel's little book on the metallic seed, Leipzig and Zittau, 1754, octavo. His General Physics, Dresden, 1764, octavo, and his Speaking Oracle, Leipzig, 1764, octavo. Likewise, The Golden Chain of Homer, Jena, 1757, octavo, especially the 20th chapter of the first part. And compare this with the excellent Berg book of the late Basilius Valentinus, which stands in his chemical writings, Hamburg, 1740, octavo, and is held to be one of his best writings. although some do not wish to recognize him as its author. Reading this will, without all doubt, if it is done with those qualities which a true son of wisdom ought to have, bring the benefit that one may thereby learn to recognize the vapor and smoke of the metals and their inner essence, no less the webbinous water of the subterranean creatures. That arises from it. And what the furch is, of which Basilius Valentinus so often makes mention in the above-cited work, and through this knowledge attain to that of our threefold fire, the universal menstruum, the double mercurial water, the acidic spirit, and the double corrosive. See Montesnider's chemical writings, Jena and Leipzig, 1773, octavo, appendix number LV, page 186. D2. Of these more will be said below. E2, in the appendix number Lee, page 186. F2. Therefore Israel Holland very aptly calls this Mercury the priest, who must unite all things. G2, I have already spoken above, page 2, E, of this dew that kills, makes alive again, and washes away all impurities. Of this a great master sings, here the life of man has wholly an end, from the body the soul quickly departs. For namely, this dew, which from our solar bodies at first living, but now entered into decay, ascends upward as its soul departs from it, even to the highest region of the glassy heaven, and from there falls back down again to the earth. Therefore our philosophical master singer continues thus, here comes the dew down from heaven, and washes the black body in the grave. Likewise here the dew also sinks down, and moistens the dead earth again. Finally, the soul comes again from heaven, and refreshes the dead body again in the grave, which indeed also will one day, on the day of the general resurrection, be fulfilled upon our corpse lying in dissolution and decay and destined for rebirth, although in a far more glorious manner, when our soul, at the word of omnipotence, again descends from heaven, but also take the feeble and our incorruptible gentle seed lying in the bosom of the earth as its vessel of maturation, enliven it, and bring it forth into the light in reborn tinctural form. And just as the patriarchs in the forecavern awaited with greatest longing the appearance of our blessed Savior as the firstborn of all the resurrected, so also do our sons of wisdom in their studies await with inexpressible desire this ros solis, the true philosophical living solar breath, as the true healer of nature and the desired beginning of their hope. Basilius Valentinus speaks very beautifully of this matter in his 8th key. Although what has been said here is chiefly to be understood of the afterwork, our brother author nevertheless does not wrongly understand it also of the destruction, dissolution, and separation of the elements in general. Section 4. Since now this point, insofar as it concerns the matter in general, is one of the 4 principal pillars of alchemy and the most hidden secret of the entire work, as Bogelius says, it is fitting that the question be answered of how this hard and firmly bound stony matter can be brought back into a fluid, seed-like fundamental essence. The most splendid Paracelsus will answer it and say, pingas ado verbenas, burn the fat linen wort. A, the excessively talkative itinerant quacks, bed doctors. B, to counsel, as it also happened, it is easily recited to you 20 times one after another. C, it is precisely that which I shall here below call the magical fire. If you are now very magi, you will not contradict this. Such a reduction would be easy to carry out. R2. Liable, I believe, if one were to strike this hard rock with the staff of Moses. Why? A world-wise man rightly asks. To him I answer as an unworthy pupil, because it is twofold in its nature, thus also has a twofold power, namely to open and to close. I ask at the same time whether he also knows why St. Peter has a double key to the gate of heaven. D. Remember, says the hermetic mystical triumph, p. 142, that the first and most worthy effect of the work of the first work is to make the body into water. E. Thus then, in this manner, the return, R. 3. The return into the water takes place, so that everything finds it become water, and everything be destroyed through the water, as the Holy Scripture says, just as at the end of the world everything will be consumed by the fire. Yes, indeed, it is water, and indeed many kinds of water. First of all, the great world sea, F, in which the philosophers their secret are. 4. Catch mysterious fish, and the 4 principal rivers from Eden. A. Whoever knows what the warlike Mars holds for an important place in our artificial electrum, and what its volatile yet holy solar sulfur signifies there, will find that Paracelsus is entirely right. At the same time, he will learn to understand what mystical meaning the inseparable bond of love of this valiant war of God with the entangled Venus has, what the net is with which Vulcan, the husband of said love goddess, ensnared both lovers, likewise what sort of water it is into which Venus plunges herself out of despair. All this he will be able to survey, as it were, with a single philosophical eye. Of these planets, Basilius Valentinus sings in his chemical writings, page 154. When I am brought to ruin of body and life, then will I give all my goods to my lady queen highborn, Venus wholly gentle, chosen out, she may further grant it honor, to whom she most gladly turns. Therefore he says likewise there, page 86, very aptly, that iron and copper are so nearly of one and the same birth and blood as man and woman, and therefore belong together, and that this secret should remain concealed and yet be noted, because very much depends upon it. Certainly, and in truth, an extraordinary amount depends upon it, for since gold has no more than what is necessary to itself, and therefore can spare nothing, our masters of wisdom have had to be mindful of how they might find such metallic sulfur that stands in some kinship with gold, and is neither foreign nor of contrary nature to it, but rather disposed toward it in friendship. And thus, throughout the entire extent of the subterranean realm, they could find none, except iron and copper, for Mars and Venus possess a spirit and tincture just as gold does, etc. In the same place, chapter 5, page 48, it is stated that the tincture of gold is found in none more abundantly than in Mars and Venus, as man and woman. Therefore, their bodies are destroyed, and their tincture spirit is driven out of them, which makes the opened gold rich in blood, and renders it volatile through their food and drink. Chapter 2, page 223. Concerning this iron herb, which is mentioned in the text, and concerning its combustion, one must set forth what Montaniter writes of it. In his Metamorphosis of the Planets, chapter 20, page 160, it reads thus: I asked what? That was pinges adole verbenas, and I was told, aqua magnimitatis is an excellent drink of the lion and the dragon. From this drink, the souls of them both are ignited, so that they do not become aware of it, while they persist, and when no blood is present anymore, and neither father nor son is to be seen, then. Recipe: mix again, and let it flow, so everything is open. Separate the extremes, and take care that you preserve the life of the third, for the two have the third most subtly within themselves, because the third is embodied through the spirit of Mercury, and, finally, it acts in its anterior and posterior extremes, and joins them most firmly, and it itself is joined to the things to be joined, etc. One may see this in his General Medicine. Preface, page 25. What depends upon this union of the dragon and the lion? Of that I must hear the fine words. I wish to cite the words of the gentleman so highly esteemed by me, Mr. Jugal, so that the brethren may rightly learn to know the true Mars together with the true Venus, who loves her Mars inwardly and clings to him inseparably. They are found in Experimental Chemistry, page 333, section 13, and read as follows. The philosophers instruct and show us in their secret writings of nature that in the union of the sun with Venus, within their hidden art, the greatest importance for attaining wealth and health is contained. Indeed, they conceal this secret under the representation and comparison of Mars and Venus. According to secret natural physics, it is found with certainty that by this they do not wish to understand male nor female as such, which otherwise, when speaking with the common man, are properly understood as those two metals under that designation. But when they speak with the sons of the art and possessors of the secrets about natural effects and their hidden subjects, then the language proceeds from a higher register, and their names and expressions are properly regarded and understood according to inner essence and effects. This is precisely what causes one to be unable to grasp anything fundamental from their literal wording. In section 16, p. 335, this is explained so clearly that it is astonishing how Mr. Jugal, having come so far, could nevertheless fall into the notion of a quasi-destruction of the gold, and silver with the cinnabar, as common chemists believe, when they have made the vitriol a Mars, oil of vitriol with the female, this is said to be the union. Iron from the oil with the help of the vitriol female, that this were the union. Concerning Mars, iron, and Venus, copper. Yet they deceive themselves. Our sons of wisdom do indeed also make a union of these two raw bodies by means of the heavenly, copper in dry form. Yet they do not hold this for a philosophical union, but only for one that belongs to the preparatory work, namely, in order to obtain a falsus delta, fire, through, whose assistance the D fire according to nature, and the D fire against nature are united, and are brought into a so-called liquid oily substance, as Jugal concordantly requires it. Now one will hopefully learn to understand what the great Montescheiders understands under the designation otis and oris in sensu mystico, namely, the said two fundamental essences of all creatures, whose union Parnes placed upon the stage under the name of love, and of which he asserted that it is basis and vinculum totius naturae. Now, here is the important question. How do these two lovers, united with one another, and among them an inseparable bond of marriage is to be established? I reserve this question to answer at another time. B. Now beware, sorrowful brother and fellow wanderer of that illustrious and sanctified order, for which all humans should cherish an unrestricted love and reverence. You are entirely right when you call the honest Montescheiders the garrulous one. His sincerity, clarity, and plainness truly go so far that such does not go any further can proceed, even to the point that it surpasses the sincerity of the upright Basilius Valentinus. Yet, notwithstanding the great esteem with which I am disposed toward the same, I must nevertheless say to you candidly that you did not do it otherwise, for your praiseworthy love of humanity impelled you to write with just as much distinctness, clarity, and sincerity as our garrulous Montescheiders, as indeed this will immediately shine into the eyes of those who read the present beautiful work with attention, unless perhaps God himself blinds them so that they do not see in so bright a light. One should therefore no longer reproach the worldly wise for their darkness. It has never been so strong as the sophists have alleged. The blame for the alleged obscurity lies not with the chemical writers, but with the interpreters of nature and its secrets, hence Herm. Kircher writes in his chemical writing Ierf, 1734, 8, in the preface, p. 15. We often wonder how it comes about that so few attain this art, since there are indeed certain little treatises in print which assure us most earnestly that it is described clearly, and yet no one wishes to understand them. See, I do not presume to indicate the places. Everyone to whom the Almighty grants it will find them himself. D. Just as our blessed Savior handed over to St. Peter 2 keys, one with which to open the gates of heaven, with the other, however, to close them, thus the Creator of beautiful nature has likewise given to the masters of wisdom and sons of wisdom a twofold key, namely, our double Mercury, into their hand, in order with it to open and to close the gates of the philosophical heaven and of all its planets. This all hermetic world wise men assure us of, and the outcome confirms it. This is the true Mercury of the philosophers, who have already been before me, and will also come after me, without which the stone of the wise and of the great mystery can be made neither universal nor particular, much less a metallic transformation. And such a spirit is the key to the opening of all metals, just as to their closing. This spirit is also kindred to all metals, since they come from his state, and are descended and born from his blood, for he is the true primum mobile, from man sought by many thousands, and found by not a single one, though the whole world desires it, and it is sought in the way, and found in the pit, as it indeed is, and hovers before everyone's eyes. N.B. St. Basil Valentine in the Chemical Writings, p. 733, and following. It binds everything that is volatile, and makes fixed what is subtle, penetrates like an oil everything that is firm or hard, and makes it either yet harder, firmer, and more compact, or else dissolves the same and makes it volatile, as the artist requires. N.B. So that this single thing is the sole key to all things of the whole world, N.B., and lies in the disposition of the artist to use the same P. fecundo in or, veler, p. 332. And this will remain truth, although the distilling gentleman G.G. Burckhardt denies it, and wishes what Paracelsus, Helmont, and Glauber write about it to be regarded as bragging. But it will matter little to the world whether Mr. Burckhardt believes it or not. E. This water is the prima materia of all things, is the womb that newly bears everything. Amor proximi. p. 198. It is the true moist quiet fire passing through all things of the world, of which a splendid and true description is found with the Philioletha Anthropoloph, p. 188 and following. This fire is subject to the complexion into which it comes, conforming itself to the same according to nature. Cabal, Kim, p. 129. Menster VM is burning water perfectly rectified, by whose power bodies are fixed NB, dissolved, putrefied, and purified, their elements separated from one another and exalted into a marvelous salt, and into an earth endowed with very strong attractive power. Whoever considers any other water to be it is ignorant and unknowing. G. Dorneus, that is, the dissolving water is the burning water after its perfect purification, through whose power all and every body NB are dissolved, rot, and are purified, their elements separated from one another and raised into a marvelous salt, and into an earth endowed with very strong attractive force. All those who regard another water for it are ignorant and lacking understanding. One must seek such a thing that is hidden, from which, in a wondrous manner, such a moisture arises that melts gold without violence or bellows. Indeed, as gently and naturally as ice in warm water. When you have found that, then you have the thing from which gold is born by nature. Saint Sendivogius, Chemical Writings, Nuremberg, 1778, 8, p. 58. Among all hermetic world-wise men, none has written of it so thoroughly and extensively as Basilius Valentinus, but since his writings are in everyone's hands, I will mention nothing further of this. F. This is nothing other than our salted philosophical world sea, whose primordial components are of the same essential nature as that from which not only the great world sea, but also all creatures of the three kingdoms of nature consist in their root. So that one may see that this is the pure truth, one may consult the Golden Fleece Misherb, 1737, 8, p. 39, and following, from which one can learn the origin, the descent, and the entire genealogy of this splendid water. After the author there has first described the substance from which our stone must be made, he then speaks of the necessity of the root-based dissolution, and makes it understood to all true sages that this is accomplished by no other dissolving means than by the earthly, great seawater, which through its rapid and as it were flying ebb and flow moistens and makes fertile the entire circle of the earth. Yet one need not draw this solvent from the ocean, since the matter itself holds such blessed water also enclosed and united within it. Indeed, he holds the water drawn from the matter itself to be even more precious, and calls it its sour sweat and blood, blue, NB, and expressly says that it must be driven out of it by force, even unto death, NB. One should note this. It is of great importance. G. This volatile part of our blessed stone derives its origin from the upper pure paradisiacal regions. G. Grossbauer, p. 8. For all visible things are made from the spirit of Mercury, which precedes all things of the world. N.B. And all things are made from it, and all have their origin from it. Basilius Valentinus, in the Chemical Writings, p. 229. Yes, it is the true source of life of all creatures. For the water of Mercury is in all places. No one can live without it. It is drawn in a wondrous manner. But the best is that which is drawn out by the power of our steel, which one finds in the belly of the ram. With these words, Sendivogius, in his riddle, once again confirms a truth to eyes opened by wisdom, which is very instructive. Unmoved words have indeed been very variously explained by different writers. However, one may grant each bird its woodland song and let it whistle as its beak has grown. For my part, I wish to play after the prescribed symphony of our masters of wisdom, without interposing my own manners between, otherwise it might go with me as it did with Orpheus. Sendivogius von Siebenstern, Sendivogius of 7 stars, in the book called The Bright Light, says of the water of the philosophers, water is water and remains water. From the heaven of the wise water rains down, N.B. The stone of the wise is not elemental water. A. Nevertheless, the world does not esteem such water. B. Its fire burns in water. R5. Orpheus, who lost his Eurydice again, after he had found her once more in the subterranean realm of Pluto, because he wished to draw her out of hell by another means than that which the ruler, who was prefigured by Pluto, had appointed. See the New Gold Maker, or the Near Secret of Freemasonry. Brussels, 1770, 8 degree, p. 97. Our masters of wisdom, who possess true knowledge of nature, set forth in their instructions certain principles which, through experience of several thousand years, have been found true beforehand. Regard these as proven axioms, and establish, as is customary in mathematics, the foundation of all their works upon them. Thus it cannot fail for one who practices himself in their secret language, understands the manual operations, and does not have the almighty master builder of the world against him. C. Make water from fire, and it becomes fiery water, like a molten seawater. D. It is hidden from the children, namely of the art. A living water, which consumes body and soul into water, becomes foul-smelling. E. Green, pale, gray, and blue, like sky water. F. Digest, calcine, dissolve, putrefy the water. G. And when it is best prepared, the subject of the entire art becomes water. Section 6. A. See above section 2. E. B. Although our water is despised and held in little esteem by the unworthy sophists, nevertheless, it is the first, principal, and most necessary part of our entire mastery, since its spirit and power, which are hidden within it, is the spirit of the fifth essence, which hovers under the seal of the whole human being. Golden Fleece, first part, p. 60, is nothing other than the volatile, subtle world spirit, the true salt of the wise, the snow-white, rare dove of Diana, which many world-wise men have sought to seize. It is the noblest spice, which bestows wealth and health. J. G. von Knorr, Leipzig, 1714, 8 degree, p. 51, and following. C. This spirit rises by means of heaven like an ascending morning cloud, carries its burning fire in the water, and B. And has its glorified earth in heaven, is also an eternal numen and divine breath, for it encloses the whole world within itself and truly overcomes the elements and the fifth substance. Golden Fleece, Alchemical Apocalypse, first part, p. 63. D. This is in fact, and according to the literal sense completely and incontrovertibly true. D. Let us hear hereupon the lofty spirit of Basilius Valentinus, 2 stones. He writes of the great stone of the most ancient wise men, p. 20 and following, are bestowed upon humankind by the gods, that is, volatile and fixed, to lead them to the great wisdom. Behold, O human, look straight on and follow after their radiance, since in them wisdom is found. The swift bird of the south midday, that is, the volatile part of the stone, let the heart flow out of its body from the mighty beast of the orient, that is, gold, as the true matter of the stone. Give the beast of the east wings like the beast of midday, so that they may become equal, that is, make the fire-resistant salt also volatile together with the volatile. For the beast of the east or orient must be deprived of its lion's skin, that is, of its fixity, and its wings must again disappear, make the fixed volatile, for both must enter into the great salted sea. N.B. He who knows our water will know why it is called the salted sea, but further, and come forth again in beauty. That is, both must then also be brought out of the water and spirit into a new, beautiful, and pure body. Sink your restless spirits, he continues, into a deep well that is always lacking something, because it is namely of the same essence as the unceasingly operative world soul, so that they likewise may become like their mother, who lies hidden therein. Eyes, that is, the earth or salt, and from which they come into the world, that Basilius Valentinus here calls the spirits restless, is very expressive. Those who know them perceive this very well, that times before their raging and storming, fear and dread arise in them. The beast of midday some call the flying eagle, and that of the Occident the red lion. Of this, at another time, he calls it the beast of the Orient, because the best is found in the eastern lands. Therefore, for this very reason, the most ancient wise men recommended to their sons the parabolic journey to India with the following words: Son, go to the mountains of India, that is, the metallic salt, which is the last in the dissection of natural bodies. This must now also be transformed through the turning of the wheel into a spirit, which raises itself together with the fixed up to the pinnacle of the temple. Therefore, some say that our matter has upon itself the smell of dead bodies, which arises from the conflict of fire and alkali, as one sees with iron when it is dissolved with vitriolic acids. See Secret of the Putrefaction and Burning of All Things, p. 12. F. Whoever knows the substance from which our electrum consists will easily understand that these colors must naturally follow. There is also a natural electrum in the clefts of the earth, of which Basilius Valentinus speaks in Book 3, on the universal of the whole world, p. 731, which likewise belongs under the circle of Saturn and is composed of many colors. Of this there is no discussion here at present. G. Our water is named fourfold, not only because it has water, fire, air, and earth within itself, but also because all the elements must visibly cooperate in its coming into being. We shall not linger here over the many names which the world-wise give it, but shall chiefly investigate why they have called it the abiding water. The answer is quite easy, namely because it must be united in such a way with the fire-resistant part of the tincture, and remain with it, that from both only a single firmly bound body arises, whose parts can never again be separated from one another. But this could not possibly occur if such water were not of the same essential nature as the matter of the stone, and could not derive its origin from the same, and trace the ancestors of its lineage therefrom, and this accords with nature and the doctrines of all the wise. Parmenides, an ancient world-wise man of the Ionic school, in the Chemical Theater, Vol. 5, p. 10, says very clearly and beautifully, know that unless you direct the truths of nature, and properly adapt its complexions and compositions, and join like to like by kinship, you will produce incongruities and accomplish nothing. For when natures encounter their own natures, they consequently rejoice in them, for in them they putrefy and are generated, because nature is governed by nature, which destroys it, reduces it to powder, and brings it to nothing, and then renews it again, repeats it, and generates it frequently. Know that gold is not turned into redness except through permanent water, because nature rejoices in nature. Therefore govern it by cooking in moisture until the hidden nature appears. That is, you should know that if you do not direct your attention to the constitution of natures, and their conjunction, and combine them according to their inclination and proportion, in such a way that things related to one another, and belonging to one another according to their first origin, come together, you will commit no error and accomplish something. For natural things compare themselves only with that which is like them in nature, and consequently, they delight themselves only in that alone, for through this they are brought to putrefaction, and through putrefaction to a new rebirth. And this is because every natural being is driven by a tool similar to itself, in that it destroys it and transforms it into dust indeed, as it were turns it into nothing, from which nothing, nevertheless this same nature renews it, restores it, and brings it forth again. Know that gold is not transformed into redness except through the abiding water, and this for the reason that every nature delights in its own proper nature. Therefore govern it by cooking in its own juice until the hidden nature appears. This is a complete process of the whole work expressed in so few words that, if I wished to analyze it according to its worth, I would not come to an end. I shall therefore proceed without further circumlocution and hear what another student of the wise reveals concerning this. This is Sendivogius, a Pole who speaks just as the Greek does. If you wish to make metal, then let metal be your beginning. For from a dog nothing is born, nourished, maintained, multiplied, improved, or elevated by nature, as a dog begets a dog, by a nature equal in essence to itself. He explains this in another place as follows. Nature is not visible, although it acts visibly, for it is a volatile spirit that performs its work within bodies. Here it is of use to us for nothing else than that we know its place and location, which are most proper and suitable to it, that is, that we know how to unite one thing with another, according to nature, so that no person should unite wood with metal, or an ox, or some other thief with a metal, but that each should work and act in its like, then nature will also do the rest. See his Chemical Writings, edited by Fried, Rothschultz, p. 273, and following. But concerning the necessity of recognizing this abiding water, all masters of wisdom call out to us in the following manner. Do not begin this art until you recognize the power and force in the living water, but whoever does not know the force, nor understand its meaning, N.B., or its governance, should refrain from it. For without the abiding water, nothing at all can be accomplished in this art. N.B. Gloria Mundi in the Pandora. Erfurt and Leipzig, 1706, 8 degree, p. 277th. Hear, therefore, you sophists and sham philosophical monstrosities, you who have attached such a stain of disgrace to noble chemistry with your bungling practices, and have placed it in so vile a footnote G, Kant, a thing. You have brought it into such disrepute that one regards a laborer and a deceiver as one and the same. An art is suspect to the upright, and the art itself is hateful to many. It even makes its practitioners unwilling. So many liars indeed appear manifestly, who deceive themselves and others in the arts. H.C. Agrippa, on the vanity of the sciences, ch. 90. It is you, I mean, who seek that abiding mercurial moisture in chamber pots and privies. Do you perhaps believe that the sulfur from which the wise prepare their venerable ancient stone derives its origin from the Hottentots and, like those peoples, desires to be sprinkled with urine? See Description du Cap de Bonne Espérance by M. Pierre Kolb, Paris 1741, 8 degree. Or do you imagine that it is a Moroccan, which nation are such great lovers of human excrement, that among them nothing is more venerable than the privy and the store contained therein? L. G. von Canor, Noe Re, Leipzig, 1714, 8 degree. Pythagoras says that one should know that the science of this art is nothing other than a vapor and a rising up of the water, a union of mercury and the magnet with the body. Another A, therefore, writes that the mercury of the wise is the water which is taken from the mineral kingdom, NB, by the assistance of the true artist. But this same has two kinds of sources, of which one is mineral, the other metallic, B, yet both contain within themselves a double regard. What this double regard is, Montscheiders explains C. Thus, mercury is the universal menstruum, and has been born twice from Mercury, namely first from the lunar, thereafter from the solar. This Mercury one may rightly call a double Mercury. The lunar Mercury can, with lighter effort, also be driven out of the Saturnine body and distilled. With this Lilius agrees, D, in whom it is expressed in the following manner: you should know, most illustrious king, that the matter of our stone, or of all philosophical and efficacious stones that arise through art or are compounded, is nothing other than a metallic soul, and our purified and sharpened menstruum, that heavenly lunar water E, which from ancient times has been employed by the masters of vegetation, is called stable mercury F, and which D3, A, lux sex stupla astralis, chi 1. Why then, I say, is the mercury of the wise water, taken from the mineral kingdom, by the benefit of the true artist, and having two extremities, of which one is from a mine, the other a metal, likewise containing within itself 2 points, etc. B. Montscheiders explains this in De Medicina Universale, chapter 4, p. 61. In the following words, the philosophers have only 2 metals, from which they are accustomed to make the great work and the universal, of which one is called the very first, the other the last metal. Which these 2 metals are, can be seen there at length and quite clearly. See Chemical Writings, p. 152. This indeed has its proper correctness, yet it is, as it were, only remarked incidentally and in passing. For Montscheiders treats at this place, and in the entire book, of nothing else than the manner by which our wise men among the wise, to decompose the material of our most ancient stone into its constituent parts. D. Therefore know, most illustrious king, that the matter of our stone, that is, of all stones of the philosophers and of the virtuous, which are generated or composed through art, is a metallic soul in our menstruum, rectified and sharpened, that is, lunar aqueous substance, which among philosophers is called vegetative mercury, arising from red or white wine. R. Lullius, in Compendium Anime, in Manget, Vol. I. Bibliotheca Chemica, p. 788 degree. E. That mercury, or the volatile part of the stone, is attributed by the masters of wisdom to the moon is a well-known matter. They knew that all sublunary creatures are generated and brought forth through warmth and moisture as the 2 keys of generation. Since now the preparation of their little world, that is, of the philosophical stone, has such a close correspondence with the creation of the great world, and since it is not unknown to natural philosophers that the sun and the moon are 2 magical principles, of which one is active, the other passive, one male, the other female, Philolithes, on the nature of man, p. 193. For this reason they have ascribed to the fire-resistant part of our stone, on account of its solar heat, precisely those effects which the sun exercises in the firmament of the great world, and to its volatile part, on account of its moistening and cooling power and property, those which the moon contributes to the generation of creatures, and have called it the wife of the sun. Luna sponsa solis, es coloris colestini, vicina complexionis solis, and est domina humiditatis, ex qua cuncta procreantur adjutorio solis.
Conjugium de messa solis and lunae, in Theatrum Chemicum, Vol. 5, p. 485.
That is, the moon is the spouse of the sun, of a heavenly bluish color according to its property, closely related to the sun, and is the ruler of moisture, from which all things are generated with the assistance of the sun. These and similar indications of the higher investigators of nature have now led various eager seekers astray, so that by means of certain burning mirrors, they have drawn a sulfuric salt from the rays of the sun, and from the night air, by special artificial instruments, a cold, tasteless water, and have believed that by combining these they could extract the blessed stone of the wise, yet they will attain their aim no more than those who believe that by means of the juice from the lunaria, or the so-called moon dew, they can transform quicksilver into silver. Although it is not unknown to our masters of wisdom for what purpose the water drawn from the air with its indwelling spirit is to be used, they nevertheless do not permit it to be used to fabricate their great universal stone from it, since that stone is solely a product of the subterranean realm. They assert from experience that it is therefore called mineral, because it is made solely from minerals and metals. Lapis dicitur mineralis, quia ex solis mineralibus fit. Scotus, in Theatrum, vol. I. p. 181. Therefore, when one reads in their writings the words lunaria, moon milk, and the like, they always understand by them their mercury, which is well to be noted. As regards lunaria in particular, no one explains more beautifully what is to be understood by it than the great Bauer when he writes on p. 30. As follows, this spirit must also have a body, that is the moon, or lunaria, which is hidden within it, but can be shown in sal metallorum. Thus you see that it cannot be a herb, just as little as the moly of which Homer makes mention. Aloysius Wiener, in the Splendor of Light, 6, p. 95, is entirely correct when he understands by this the saturnine raw matter of the wise. He develops this further in Ch. 14, p. 194f, and says that although there may be a herb which is comprehended under the sphere of old Saturn and is called moly by Greek herbalists, but in German, Nachschatten, yet in our hermetic school nothing else is to be understood by this than our philosophical electrum, or saturnine herb, as some wise men call it. F. Why the stone is called vegetable by the hermetic philosophers of the world is explained by Scotus in Theatrum Chemicum, vol. I. p. 181. Namely, this happens because it is nourished, which is a faculty of which plants are likewise capable. I have previously mentioned, says the great Bauer on p. 36, that I wish to prove that our blessed stone arises solely from a metallic root, and must also be a metallic body, if indeed it is to rectify, cure, and tinge impure metals of its own kind. And this serves to ensure that you do not seek it in vegetable or animal things. Note well, although our lapis is also animal and vegetable, for when it is resolved in water, they call it aqua vegetabilis for it, vegetates its own body, since it brings its own body to growth, and so forth. No one, however, states this more clearly than our esteemed Basilius Valentinus, in his treatise on the great stone of the most ancient wise men, p. 7, where he also refutes the delusion of those who believe that this miraculous growth could be prepared from wine, tartar, celandine, and the like. His words are excellent and read as follows: Since our stone of the ancients does not grow from things that are combustible, for this stone is secure against all danger of fire, you may therefore refrain from seeking it in things in which nature is not permitted to find it. As if one wished to say, it would be a vegetable work, which nevertheless cannot be which springs from red or white wine. G. Third, although there is an imitation in it, for observe, if it were with our stone, as with some other herb, then it would easily burn, so that nothing would remain except our bare salt. Because our stone grows and multiplies itself, they have called it a vegetable stone. Now, just as the entire composite of the tincture has been named by them the vegetable stone, so they have also called its volatile part the vegetable mercury, not as though it were the fifth essence of wine or the volatile spirit of tartar, but because through its fruit-producing power, like the sap circulating in herbs and plants, it moistens, nourishes, and advances our stone toward its maturity. When your materials by preparation are made well apt for generation, then they must be parted asunder into 4 elements to make your wine. That is, when your materials have been properly prepared for further generation through preparation, then they must be separated from one another into the 4 elements before your wine can be produced from them, sings Norton. But that our worthy brother author speaks of 2 wines, namely, a red and a white one, has this cause. Namely, because our mercury is saturated with a red solar sulfur. Basilius Valentinus therefore sings of it thus: a stone is found, it is not dear. From it one produces a volatile fire, from which the stone itself is made, brought together from white and red. G. It is customary among the hermetic wise men that they designate our double mercury with the name of wine, for just as wine gladdens the heart of man, strengthens and refreshes his weakened limbs, and also invigorates his vital spirits, so likewise our philosophical wine gladdens the exhausted limbs of our ancients, lying as if dead in the sleep of putrefaction, strengthens and refreshes them, and animates their vital spirits. Third section, on the lead of the wise and its twofold kinds. Section 1. All philosophers unanimously say that their first matter is Saturn or lead. A. But one must rightly distinguish what kind of Saturn they mean, especially when they do so with Hermes. D. 4. Hermes and many other philosophers of the world say that with lead, all doors of the sciences are opened. When they speak of the double Saturn and of its black realm, they are not speaking of the remote matter, but of the proximate matter. But when they sometimes mention a mineral one, sometimes a metallic one, they mean the remote or raw matter of the stone, of which mention has been made above. The so-called Great Bower speaks much of the manifold kinds of generation of it, but also very misleadingly. B. Progmercy is more forthright when he says that one must take that which is most easily dissolved. The upright Montescheider's D clearly indicates two Saturns, both of which are more mineral than metallic, of which the one must never have been in fire and is commonly found where no metals are. To be found, the other is a cold fire, which as it were opens the metals and brings them back into their matter, so that thereafter the artist may more easily and completely decompose them. And just as Basilius Valentinus exalts this latter in his triumph, the former F, the first with praise, says Paracelsus, has brought with it from birth the signature of the great world. G. Section 2a. This is to be understood of the subsequent work, when the blackness appears, for this has beforehand been assigned to the dominion of Saturn. Therefore, the masters of wisdom say that this planet clothes the king in black garments within 40 days. B. Museum Physicorum, 1753, octavo, p. 54f, where he seeks to deceive readers by means of common lead, although shortly before, namely on p. 48, he adduces the following saying of Basilius: all secrets lie hidden in lead, but not in common lead, for he adds, you must not understand common lead crudely, lest you err, but rather our brittle and black silver glass. And truly in our lead there is the potential of gold and silver, and that in an invisible manner. This saying is clear enough. Note well. From this one sees that Charadosius has practiced nothing but deception with common lead, in order to confuse the unworthy. C. So likewise in General Zoroaster D5a, in Coherent Hermeticum, ch. 13th, p. 66. D. In various places of his general medicine, such as p. 154 ff, p. 194 XCII. E. Concerning this Saturn and the little book in which he has bestowed upon it so great an honor, due only to conquerors, which is his triumph on account of the mirror glass, he sings as follows: take therefore wholly and entirely to heart that I am not common lead, but rather of a quite different kind, as my little book reveals to you. He further says, in the repetition of the stone of the most ancient ones, this mineral has much mercury, also much sulfur, and little salt, therefore it is so brittle and unyielding, for ductility is not present in it on account of the small quantity of its salt. Its greatest affinity is because of the mercury toward this one is devoted to Saturn, for the lead of the philosophers is made from it, etc. Concerning this nitroxyl, no, not nitric acid, and its effect in the contest of the Oort, Bestung Montescheider speaks very clearly in the General Medicine, part 18th, page 156 and following. In his Metamorphosis Planetaria, chapter Eng, page 54 and following, he likewise writes very elegantly of the philosophical lead, but most clearly of its form in chapter 13, page 67, where it itself reads as follows: this figure was not like the figure which everyone recognizes as the common one, but it was a perfect character, closed fast at all times, and the sign in hoc signo vinces stood above it, which adorned the universal character beyond all measure. Note, well, whoever does not become wise from this cannot be helped. God have mercy on him. I will not engage further here, since everything is so clear that it cannot be clearer. Moreover, may the dear fraternity permit me not to explain myself more plainly. F. In clave artis. Jena 1738, octavo. Not only the one falsely so-called Zoroaster, but also R. Abraham Eleazar, in his very ancient chemical work, 1760, octavo, describes various kinds of the same and expresses himself on page as follows: our ancients have called the matter pitch, but it is not common pitch, rather a black gray stone, often also adorned with white and other beautiful colors, heavy in weight. The same likewise calls it albune, which alchemically, and in Latin it means as much as plumbum nigrum. This is explained by St. Baruch, appended to this little book, as follows: Alban, Abakozodi is a black heavy stone, called push by the Persians. For this reason it is covered with such a black gray cloak, so that it may be hidden from enemies. Dorothea, Joanna Walklin, although she knew nothing of the principal work, nevertheless made various good remarks in her writings, if they are indeed hers, for some maintain that her husband, who found and copied them in the library of the Duke of Saxony-Weimar, where he was secretary, published them under his wife's name. Concerning this mineral body, among other things, she says, this matter is the flower of the earth, contains much arsenical poison, which can be driven out into beautiful flowers. From these she teaches how to make various fine medicines, which I myself have tested and found true. The spirit of nature has placed the quintessence of all powers into this mineral body, which contains the whole of nature and its operation within itself, including the spirits of the planets. It is an extract of the great and the small world, the flowers of the sun and of the moon. Demogorgon, she writes on page 161, is our aether, which holds the whole of nature within itself. It is also our dragon, has a central delta fire and vapor within itself, namely the vapors of the world, or mercury, which it gives forth from its heart. Likewise, an earth which must be artificially worked. Montescheiders also mentions this with praise in his writings. Page 194, when he writes, the second lead is indeed also the lead of the wise, yet it is not recognized as such by all. It is rich in silver, whereas the gold and lead is little observed among the metals. In apothecaries it is traded under incorrect names, despite its whitish and deep yellow color, which lies hidden within it, it is little esteemed. It is heavy in weight, spiritually and bodily, comparable to arsenic, for arsenic is born from it and from its brethren. They are related to one another in the line of spirits, just as arsenicum is allied to arsenico. The double Saturn is the beginning, seed, and death of all metals. Yet it is also again their resurrection and life. This one is a true seer of forms, a father, brother, sister, friend, and enemy, also a devourer of all planets. Note well. Therefore, it is marked with double Jenny. This is the pure truth, for the lunar Saturn destroys gold and all other metals just as much as the solar Saturn does, and makes them into volatile mercuries, as I can testify from experience, and this on account of the abundance of its arsenic. For my own part, in its analysis, I have perceived within it the most beautiful colors, among which the white, yellow, green, blue, and red shine most splendidly. The white is mercurial, the yellow shows its jovial property, the green gives testimony that it is played much with Venus, as Walshin recalls, the blue speaks of the presence of the lunar, and finally the red, from the quantity of the solar volatile sulfur of iron contained within it. Therefore Basilius Valentinus writes that it is subjected to the most severe Mars, and Philalethes says that it is nothing new that an iron key opens the treasure chest of gold, although this latter can be understood in more than one way. Indeed, this very sincere Basilius writes in the second chapter of the ancient book concerning the essence of gold as follows: I gladly immerse myself in vitriol and advance it, after the separation of its impure spiritual nourishment, to the very deep red, from which, after its lipidic purification, the true and most earthy aqua saturni emerges, the true acid spring, etc. Thus I examined it by means of a good mineral spirit, and thereby found a very deep red floating oil, the like of which nothing more beautiful could be seen. Whoever now knows how to dissolve this oil according to the manner known to the sons of wisdom will have cause to rejoice in it, but even more so he to whom it is known what the masters of wisdom understand by the framework vitriol. Moreover, I am of the opinion that the author of The Little Peasant worked upon this material. Behold, he says, p. 77, and following, under this gray coat have a green lining, if you polish it with firestones, iron, rust, and red figured veins. Then my green lining becomes much more splendid. This you shall set in the pure moonlight. Thus the moon will borrow sixfold redness from the sun, and grant it to you for nourishment, etc. This is called particular of the little peasant. With these, the sophists pursue such adventurous things that it is an abomination, since neither the true matter nor its true dissolution is known to them. G. He also says much more about it, as follows: it contains not only the natural powers of even the purer metals, but beyond these it has also received other supernatural ones. If a cup or dish is fashioned from this electrum, poison or a love potion may be administered, or harm may be inflicted by sorcery or incantation, if the matter is observed. For in our electrum there lies an ineffable sympathy which it has, together with the 7 planets and higher stars cooperating with the human being, so that because of a special accord and fellow feeling, it sweats and becomes stained as soon as it is touched by a person or grasped by the hand. Whoever wears rings made from this electrum is neither seized by spasm, nor struck by paralysis, nor tormented by any pain. Likewise, neither apoplexy nor epilepsy attacks him. And if a ring of this kind was inserted on the ring finger of an epileptic, even during the most violent seizure, when the seizure subsided, the sick person rose up from the fall. Book 6, Archidoxorum, Major, pages 713 to 714. B.F. This upright ore not only contains within itself the natural powers of the pure metals, but has also received other supernatural ones beyond these. If from these a cup or bowl is made, then no one who makes use of it in such a way that some poison may be added to it, or through sorcery or conjuration some harm may be inflicted upon it, if one does not pay heed. For in our electrum there is hidden an inexpressible sympathy which it has with man, through the cooperation of the 7 fixed stars and other higher heavenly bodies, so that because of the correspondence and peculiar inclination, it either sweats or becomes stained as soon as such is touched or handled by a human being. Whoever prepares rings from this electrum and wears them will be tormented by no cramp, struck by no paralysis, will feel no sensation of pain, nor be seized by stroke or falling sickness. Yes, if such rings are placed upon the ring finger of an epileptic, even during the most violent attacks of the illness, the patient will immediately rise from his fall. Section 2. Sendemir von Siebenstern says, God first created a black clot of earth, he separated it into light and darkness, A. Made manifest, from this come day and night, and Moses thus wrote by impulse of the Holy Spirit, in the beginning God created heaven and the earth was waste and empty, and the Spirit of God hovered upon the waters. 1. Moses, the first. If you cannot find such explanations in the metallic realm, then go to the minerals, for they are the beginnings. Note well, if these do not wish to be of assistance, then go by the straight way to Saturn. He will give sharp orders to Vulcan to grant your request. You will obtain a highly lustrous rich mineral, but a golden branch be hidden, such is the one who is dedicated to the subterranean Juno Sea, and to him, whether the entire forest is covered, and the dark guardian to D, shut them up in the dark valleys. E. Although autumn could indeed be interpreted as putrefaction, the beginning has a wholly different meaning. Section 4. A. What Sendemir at this place calls light and darkness. Others call heat and cold. The former, comparable to light, they assign as the cause of all heat, just as darkness is assigned as the cause of all cold. This must be known by a true Rosicrucian natural philosopher, to whom it is very well known. As to a son of wisdom, how from light and darkness all visible things consist, and through heat and cold are to be combined. See Microcosm, Preface, pages 2 and 3, section 5. Whoever now knows how to separate light from darkness is on the right path. We, students of the wise, therefore thank the all-wise master builder of the world that he has led us to that school in which this splendid art is taught, of which so many chemical snorers know nothing. The wiser Mr. Jugel, through his thorough insight into nature, has struck the nail on the head. I set down his words here. They deserve it, and belong among the enduring hidden reports of which there is continual mention here. What lightning in a storm, he writes in the Economic Physics, page 76, number 248, through the ignition of vapor and lightning bolt, introduces as a particular hidden constitution into itself, and how its thorough knowledge must be derived from deep insights into nature, has still been recognized and understood by very few. For in this light the ground of the entire secret of nature is hidden. Note well, since the beginning and the end of the whole of nature and creation are enclosed therein. Note well, for everything that can be thought and said has its origin from this secret and hidden fire. Mixed with heat and cold, since the first prime material force was generated and brought forth from it, let one consider this, and thank the worthy Mr. Jugel for so fine a report. We must again be very much obliged to him for the no less fine report which he gives us, in which he sets forth in the appendix of his Experimental Chemistry, Chapter 2, Section 1, page 325, concerning this very matter, in the following manner: the contrarium, which the nitre demonstrates in the acidic spirit of sulfur, reveals to us that in such two principles the essential beginnings of nature, namely heat and cold, are comprehended in a bound manner, since it has been made known to us through the experience of nature that the lower upper air consists of these same two materials, and is preserved through the elemental aqueousness in a tempered condition, and united harmony. See Section 2, which is very fine. Likewise, Section 3, page 327. Note well, this section is very remarkable, and explains quite excellently the entire work of creation, the fundamental essentiality of all created things, and again their destruction, of which Theophrastus Paracelsus presents excellent matters in his Wunschütteln, setting everything into such a labyrinth full of difficulties, that one must not be surprised when the greater part of those who read the philosophers form various conclusions, says the author of the Hermetic Triumph, a great man. There is therefore no other way to discover this first matter, than that one make use of the means which the faithful Basilius Valentinus teaches in the following words: the prima materia of the metals must be prepared, recognized, and investigated through the revelation of their ultima materia, which ultima materia, namely, the perfect. Complete metals must be separated from one another so that it appears purely and entirely alone before man. Then, from such decomposition, it can be set forth and learned what the prima materia was from the beginning, from which the ultima materia has been made. See Chemical Works, Hamburg, 1740, page C, 270. B. Here one may properly raise the question: why then did this much-believed tree have only a single golden branch among so many branches? This question is not difficult to answer from the principles of chemical philosophy. Just as there is only a single spirit which has created heaven, earth, and all creatures found upon and within it, so there is also only a single substance from which such things consist, and only a single spirit which animates them. This is that golden branch which, in our philosophical tree, under its leaves, that is, in our chaos, hidden beneath the outer dark covering of its kinds of mountains and covered with its shadows. This branch is of gold, which is the most perfect of all metals, enduring, and constant in the firmest fire, of all perfection, of all purity, of all incombustibility, the highest degree and terminus, indeed the true universal materia, in which nature displays its highest art. See M. Urban von Brandau in the Theophilus Mineralogia. E4, 1706, page C, 98. Therefore our masters of wisdom have regarded this king of metals as the possessor of that sulfur, and of the incombustible viscous moisture upon which their mercurial spirit can very easily be nourished, and such gold sulfur, brought with the spirit of nature into super-perfection, is nothing other than the stone of the wise. A distinguished writer thus writes of it: "It is certain that when the pure elements are united in equality of their powers, that such a thing is indestructible, and thus the philosophical stone ought to be. This immortality has been the principal cause that the wise have endeavored to seek this stone, for they knew that man was created from such perfect elements. They therefore reflected upon this creation, and when they found that it had been natural, they began to investigate whether one could have such indestructible elements, or whether they could somewhere be united or introduced into a thing. Of these the Almighty Creator of all things have been breathed in, that such a combination of the elements is to be found in gold, etc." Sendivogius, in his Chemical Writings, Nuremberg, 1718, octavo, page 133. It is indeed quite natural that he who wishes to harvest barley must sow barley, thus he who wishes to harvest gold must sow gold. Barley he sows at last for barley, not otherwise. Now elsewhere, the equal beginnings of gold, in gold, are the seeds of gold, although they recede farther away and must be sought by us with much labor. Augurellus. I recall having read a fine reminder in Barsdorf's Filch Ariadnes, where he admonishes the seekers that they should not go to the lead tree but to the gold tree, which those wish to have told them who work in the lead work, and who think that because the common spirit of salt draws out a fine green, such as the green coating of a little farmer. Such chemical enthusiasts I have encountered variously. Our masters of wisdom, to whom the Most High Creator has entrusted the chief key, that is, our magical fires, to these so firmly closed bodies, know how to analyze them so according to nature and to discover their first matter, that it is highly astonishing, as those who have the fortune to study among them will experience. C. The subterranean Juno, who is mentioned in the above Virgilian verses, is none other than Proserpina, also known as Persephone, the housewife of Pluto, a co-ruler of the subterranean chasm and of the creatures found therein. From this one sees quite clearly that our Virgilian tree, with its root, is to be sought nowhere else than in the earth and its products. Therefore the sages of the world have at all times pointed to the caverns of the metals, that we should therefore draw our materials from there. The reason, they say, why they have called their universal medicine a stone, has occurred for this reason, because the matter of it is a stone, namely because it is hard and dry, so that it is crushed and ground like a stone. Yet, nevertheless, because the same, when it is divided into its three parts, as nature itself composes them, must then be digested again wholly and entirely into the same, into a fire-resistant wax-like stone, naturally and artificially. Waterstone. Page 33. One may add, page 35. Everyone who has read even a little in the writings of the ancient sages will know what Hermes says, de cavernis metallorum, etc., as has been set forth above. This admits of no doubt, for since the sages of the world very well perceive that their stone must be indestructible, they could also conclude that it must be drawn from that workshop in which alone the salt of nature and the pure light fiery seed are irresistibly enclosed, and that this is that tough adhesive moisture which is enduring in fire and combustible. At the same time, they also perceive that in this realm alone, the one light fiery fixed constituent of the two other realms, in their products, is hidden and sunk in a particularly exalted manner. Note well. Hence they have named their stone animal, vegetal, and mineral, not as if the first must be taken from the realm of animals, the second from plants, the third from the mineral realm, although this is indeed practicable, Leitensvoges, but because it is a reborn body from such a substance in which the powers and virtues of all realms of nature, indeed even of the heavenly and ethereal, lie enclosed and hidden, which however through dissolution and artificial coagulation have been raised to the highest degree of their activity, hitherto bound, and must surpass all others far in durability and invincible stability. We wish to hear what a great master of the art writes about this. His words are fine and remove many an error. Here they stand, the Magi through their wisdom have affirmed that gold, created, is to be brought to a single substance, which through its purifications and cleansings they raise to such subtlety, and to such a divine nature and glory, that it performs wondrous works. They also considered that it would return into earth, and through a supreme magical separation, a certain perfect substance would emerge, which finally, through very many, industrious, and very prolonged preparations from vegetal subjects into mineral ones, and from the mineral into the metallic, and from the perfect metallic substance it is raised into an essence similar to perpetuity and divine, a fifth essence, containing within itself the essence of all celestial and terrestrial creatures. G. Dorn, on the transmutation of metals, Paracelsian, in the Chemical Theatre, Strasbourg, Volume 1, page 554. That is, the magisters have, according to their wisdom, asserted that all creatures can be brought into a united essence, which, as they maintain through its washings and purifications, ascends to a firmly hardened delicacy and, as it were, to a divine nature and property, so that it accomplishes wondrous things. Note well, they have further considered that the same again returns to earth, and through the highest magical separation a perfect essence arises, which finally through many laborious and very lengthy preparations, from the vegetal into the mineral, from the mineral into the metallic, and from the perfect metallic essence, can be elevated to a fifth essence similar to imperishability and divine, which comprehends within itself the extract of all heavenly and earthly creatures. One should not take offense here that it speaks of vegetal substances. He understands by this nothing other than the first part, which is the stone of the first degree. See Anonymous, Divine Words, in the tedious threefold chemistry, page 100, which is called a vegetal stone, because it grows and multiplies itself. Basil Valentine in his works, page 7. The author therefore continues, thus, no one truly versed in physics will call into doubt that metallic essences, especially of perfect bodies, are of all things which nature has produced the more enduring and the less corruptible. Therefore, if life is fire and heat of the natural form, united with a moist bond of matter through light, as is evident from Genesis, and if light lives nowhere more brilliantly than in bodies less subject to corruption, what could prevent fire, heat, and radical moisture in metals less corruptible being awakened from sleep into manifest life, when joined to the organs of human life, and reviving this almost slumbering state? For in metallic bodies these things only sleep and rest, just as a man seized by sleep lies as if dead, and is moved only by respiration, but not truly. The spirits of metals, if they are freed from the sleep of their body, will indeed exercise motions and actions as he does in the body assigned to them. G. Dorn, book, page 556. That is, no one, at least no true student of nature, will doubt that metallic essences, especially of perfect bodies, should not, among all that nature has produced, be the most durable and the least subject to decay. Therefore, if life is a light and warmth the natural fundamental property, which with the moisture of its matter has been united through light, as is made clear from the book of creation, and if light has nowhere a more brilliant dwelling than in those bodies which are least subject to decay, what can prevent fire, warmth, and the root moisture of the metals as things that are least subject to decay, once they are awakened again from their sleep into a true life and are united with the driving forces of human life, should not be able to awaken it again, even if it were already almost lost? For the said power only sleeps and rests in the metallic bodies, just as a man overcome by sleep, in whom no movement of the body is perceived, but only a breathing. In the same way the spirit of the metals, as soon as it is awakened again from its bodily sleep, exerts its moving power and operation in every body added to it. Note well. But what Proserpina, or the subterranean Juno in our work, properly intends to say, must be indicated with few words. It is, in my opinion, nothing other than our simple metallic mercury, or the volatile mercurial female part of the stone, which has the power to take into itself its metallic masculine fire-resistant sulfur and to lead it with itself out of hell, that is, to make it volatile. This fixed sulfur was not improperly represented under the person of Pluto by the ancient poets, and for this purpose a throne before sulfur was given to him. See J. H. D. Wolbenhaver's Introduction to Antiquities and Idolatries, Leipzig, 1754, octavo, page 21, page 291. The access to their mutual throne and residence was guarded by the three-headed Cerberus, and no one of the access thereto was permitted when he had first appeased the aforementioned hellhound. What is this guardian of hell other than our magical fire? Whoever now knows how to appease this according to nature has attained to a great secret. For to investigate fire with fire is no small matter. Basilius Valentinus, in the Book of Minds, Book 1, Chapter 22, page 162. To bind fire with fire is a wondrous thing to hear, and yet it is true. In the same place, page 363. Through this investigation, through this bond, we therefore obtain that fiery water and watery fire, which in our chemical art is the greatest secret, and indeed that very thing which Elohim created in the beginning, and which, according to its nature and essence, in the Hebrew tongue shamajim, from Jeshua equal to majim, fire and water, in Greek erho, from I omega I burn, and alpha theta, spirit of the air, that is a fiery spirit water, is called latex ethereus. G. H. Kunrath, in Amphitheater of Eternal Wisdom, page 127. It has been called by the most ancient philosophers the universal mercury. Welling, Part 1, Section 5, page 4. D. If it is correct, what Gravel states in the Fontina Bernardi Revelata, Chapter 1, Column 34, in the note that there truly is no damned earth in nature, and that through the air water drawn by means of its mineral magnet, one of a more subtle natural bodies could be transformed, mountain-like, back into their first luminous being, so that not even a speck of sundust would remain, and that they would altogether appear again, bright, clear, pure, and transparent, and indeed exactly as they were before they had taken upon themselves the curse, the outward shells, but the spiritual coagulum. Then Virgil, as those maintain who contend for the latter opinion, would have written only in jest, or at least in vain, hunc, that is, the golden bough, every grove covers, and shadows enclose it in dark valleys. In that case, the opposing opinions of many sages of the world would also be overthrown. I know indeed well that our worthy brother Zomorus, in his Aurea Catena, Part 2, Chapter 5, page 291 and following, is of the same opinion, that there are no feces in nature. Nevertheless, the curse spread over the creature on account of Adam's sin will stand in the way for many, and there remains a certain truth that the imparted curse, as it were like a shadow, covers and darkens the gentle essence of things, and can be removed by nothing other than the means taught in our school of wisdom. Yet one cannot accuse our brother Zamaris of any error in what he writes concerning the feces, for they can all be turned inward through the length of time, just as the Creator, through the transformation of nature and creature, according to God's word, will one day turn all curse inward, and our forefathers have indeed proceeded in this way. But after Basilius, Paracelsus, and others have discovered shorter ways by which the feces are separated, whom we therefore follow precisely because they are shorter, it is easy to judge why some admit feces, while others admit none at all in nature, which cannot be reversed and set into the form of the pure as they were before the curse, through which the Creator created nothing new, but only revealed what was hidden. These are the subterranean workshops of which G was spoken above. Sendivodius writes in the preface to his work, "From red and white earths the artist can extract and increase the four elements without particular difficulty, for whatever purpose he wishes, namely for white and red, for itself, for the middle and the end, for the great and the small work, for all particulars, when the extraction is carried out with the philosophical hammer and axe. And if you pursue those hatred and envy, let the murky clouds and thunderstorms roar on as they will, it does not last long, for when the Most High commands his wind to blow from all regions, all adversity vanishes like smoke and vapor before your eyes, and then the sun of grace rises all the more brightly for you, darum. Therefore, let it burn, let it flash, let it smoke, let it vaporize, the Most High will protect, the Most High can fight, and so forth. Especially since the seeker knows that God has placed so many ineffable benefactions in this single subject, that apart from this single subject, none exists in the whole of nature which is so mighty. Section 5a. Of this spirit, the upright Basilius Valentinus writes in his works, page 236, this, however, is the final sum, that without the spiritus Mercurii, which alone, note well, is the true key, note well, to make potable gold, the lapis philosophorum can never be made. Note well, this is such an important truth that the excellent philosopher cited emphasizes it on almost every page. Hence our much beloved Montaigne, in the place where he describes the gathering of the true masters of the art, speaks very delicately of him as follows: after all these came a despised man, yet a true philosopher. He had the world in his heart, for the universal character shone from his eyes. He presented himself as a Benedictine monk, had at one side a three-headed dragon. Note well, on the other side a strong eagle, above all, resting upon his head, was the spiritus Mercurii, note well, and in his mouth he guarded the anima solis. With his 2 feet he trampled the sulphur saturni of foolish sophists, but the sulphur of Mars and Venus mixed with dragon's blood, note well, he held with both hands. The sal solis, according to its proportion, was not forgotten, and when I regarded this philosopher with particular eagerness, I heard a voice cry out, "Basilius, you who have humbled yourself, you shall be exalted above all." Metamorphosis of the Planets, Chapter 8, middle page 47 and following. Concerning the infernal lightning, which produces the wondrous effects described above, Montefiore speaks very aptly in the Metamorphosis of the Planets as follows: "The infernal lightning could not fathom it, and therefore cried, with a loud voice, O Jupiter, you who carry thunder and lightning in your hands, show me the secrets from which thunder and lightning arise, so that I may frighten and subdue wolves, bears, and dragons, and other monstrous beasts." And Jupiter replied from afar, "By taste and smell, one recognizes 2 contrary things. When 2 contrary sublimations contend with one another, there arises a great tumult in the surrounding air." In the same place he describes these sublimations so naturally that one can almost grasp them with the hands in the following manner. The one was pale and lean, like death, yet exceedingly tall and swift. The other, however, was heavy, thick, drunken, and fat, appeared over his whole body like a jaundiced man. From his throat issued a poisonous vapor, which suffocates animals and invigorates growth, would have a penetrating spirit, namely this. In this alone the spiritus mundi is so abundant that one can also make other things living by means of it. In this alone is the spirit, which is also at the same time called smoke, which dissolves the very pure and fire-resistant gold and carries it with itself over the helm. No other in the whole world does this. Indeed, let it be told to you in truth, by God who is truth itself, that without this spirit, note well, neither in particular nor in general can the elixir be made. Note well, this spirit is precisely the fountain source which came forth from beneath the thresholds of the altar, upon which burnt offerings were sacrificed to the Most High. See Section 5. He who carefully considers what is shown in the first part concerning this matter will find it very clearly, if it should still be too obscure for him. Let him have it explained more clearly by our masters of wisdom. For these alone, note well, know how to draw this so indispensable water. Concerning the said precious salt spirit, our Montif Nitorus has very splendid words in his Metamorphosis of the Planets, chapter 8, page 43, which kindle a bright light, so that it is rightly to be wondered that only few perceive their excellence. Let us, however, hear how beautifully he expresses himself through the possibly fire or flowers or purified metallic, regulus or deposits of the air, and must be understood through the air, however, the violet, and through this, however, the mercury is to be understood essentially here. 1. Should prick up the ears, fire proceeds. He continues thus: vitriol is sulfur. Antimony regulus is sulfur and the female. The sweat of this ought to be called watery earth, on account of the suitable humidity and dryness, etc. The red oriental lion is thus also the earth in which the fixed tartaric acid, called fixed salt, rests. Female is the green lion, which with its volatile salt sublimate drives away the cold. Dragon, a fiery mercurial crystal sublimate by the aid of the little sweet world. From these few words, an inquisitive seeker will very easily perceive what this incomparable author intends to say, when in his Medicina Universalis, in the short appendix, page 149, he thus writes: the common and are both powerful fires, but very great enemies, if you can reconcile these two, and then kindle a metallic sulfur by their fiery sublimate. Then no one but God will be able to prevent the attainment of health and wealth. Likewise, what stands on page 154, where it reads as follows: he who knows how to reduce the mercury of the cold earth and earthy conic mercury, and the of the hot female iris, a hot fiery mercury, into oil, or has obtained the menstruum universale and the firm key, with which all sulfurs can be brought to potability. The son of Sendivogius A says, be therefore careful and well considered. With regard to the first origin of this metallic subject, which nature, indeed, has set into a metallic form, but imperfect and unworked, it has been poured, upon whose soft mountain you will now be able to dig a pit all, the more easily, from which you can obtain a pontic water there, of the stone, and wherein it is hidden, it reads thus: you will already know, most serene prince, that the spirit of the metals is the other part of our stone, which one must draw forth from the bodies of all metals. F. Section 6. A. In Lucerna Solis, page 32. B. Why it is called a pontic water is for this reason. Partly because it is of the same essence as the great world sea, see above, section step 2, section 4, partly because it must possess a certain salty vitriolic sharpness within itself, if it is otherwise to act upon the metals which are compacted so firmly precisely by this saline rigidity. See Openbauer, p. 27. Some sages have called this vitriolic penetrative power ponticity, but the unwise have named it corrosive and abhor it as a biting poison harmful to all things. Thereupon our worthy brother Homerius, now resting in God, has duly blessed it in his Aurea Catena. I conclude this remark with the words of the Turba: this water, because it is subtle, enters the body and first extracts the soul, then dissolves the remaining whole and converts it into water. It is called sea water, because its abundance is greater than that of the earth, and also because it is bitter and of a fiery nature which it acquires. It is furthermore called cloud water, on account of the abundance of drops, and the clarity of those drops descending from heaven. It is also called the sharpest vinegar, because it is sharp, penetrating, and dissolving. Theatrum Chemicum, vol. I, p. 303, b. I. This water, because it is delicate, brings itself into bodies and first draws out their souls, afterwards dissolves the remaining whole, and makes it into water, which surrounds the spring source, and which alone, as a convenient water useful for washing, has been made by nature. Whereupon Sendovius of Siebenstern makes a very useful reminder when he writes, if you cannot find this mineral, NB, then you must make the metals into minerals. C. With this J.B. Groschedel D. fully agrees. Lolius E. says, let us therefore, with divine assistance, proceed to the sulfur of nature in the metals, for without it nothing is made. Concerning the seed of the metals, as the true substance of the stone, it is also called water of the sea, because there is a greater quantity of it than of earth, likewise because it is bitter and has acquired a fiery property. It is also called water of the clouds, on account of the abundance and transparency of the drops which fall down from heaven. It is also called the sharpest vinegar, because it is sharp, penetrating, and dissolving. Whoever now knows in what manner such a thing is drawn forth, and knows its power, will have to confess that here no word is in vain. E. How this must be carried out is shown most clearly in our schools of wisdom. D. In Trisol. Hermit, p.m. 62. E. In Testamentum Novissimum, p. 15. Therefore, with the help of God, we shall proceed to the sulfur of nature of the metals, because without it nothing has been made. F. You now know, most serene prince, that the spirit of metals is the other part, and the matter of our stone, which you must extract from the bodies of metals. Compendium Anime, in Mangyet, Bibliotheca Chemica, Tome I, p. 823. Let us hear what Ripleyus says, namely, pay heed to what kind of matter you choose. Do not mingle yourself with salts, sulfurs, and intermediate minerals, for a sophist may chatter whatever he wishes. So our sulfur and mercury are only in the metals. Some call this oil and water, birds, animals, and by many other names, so that the foolish may not one day recognize our stone. Here we shall now soon see what the other Saturn of the upright Montessum Nitor is, who elsewhere says, A. The philosophers have in the magical art two cements, namely two Saturns, but at the same time likewise only two metals. B. This Saturn is clearly revealed to us by the 54th chapter of Isaiah, verses 11, 12, 13, and 19, which is so-called Or from Zaragoza Sea, explains quite beautifully. The words of the prophet read, You afflicted one, battered by all storms, and you, one without comfort, behold, I am the one who sets the stones according to their proper maturity, bound together with pitch, and will establish you with sapphires. F. Book 2. Your gates shall be carbuncles, and all your borders stones of desire. B. Patnact. And all your children shall be taught by the Lord. H. B. Trece. D5. Behold, I have created the craftsman who blows upon the coal fire, and who brings forth the material for his work. Isaiah the 2nd, verse 10, chapter 16. I. The exposition of the first verse from the Hebrew source text, the author renders this, and it reads very remarkably as follows, Note well, and I shall understand by your soft gold, or your feminine sons, in the plural, that which makes more lustrous. Your gates shall be carbuncles, made entirely of friends of God. Thus the obscure little gentleman, ONGS, in his scraped-together book, The Alchemist, who judges well of Moses and the Prophets, chapter 3, page 65, in which he seeks to prove the opposite, clearly betrays his ignorance to those who know, etc. These feminine sons are known only to the true sages of the world, just as also the volatile and fire-resistant gold of Basil Valentine. Section 7. A. In the repetition of his Universal Medicine, page 151. B. Whoever takes this according to the literal sense of the words, and regards the said double Saturn as a truly fully matured metal, deceives himself greatly, and instead of a double mineral. Mercury, which allows itself to amalgamate with gold and silver, he will seize upon. The old, cold, exhausted stationary man, which would be a great error. C. In Auxilium Veleris, p. 22. D. The sons of wisdom know very well how that which the holy seer describes to us here is afflicted, and what harsh storm winds it must endure, until it can be led, like a well-adorned bride, to its bridegroom. We must hear what the above-cited Zaragoza writes on this very matter. p. 141. There is still a metallic fire, and it cannot be, had unless the being in which resides is burned, N.B., and destroyed, and it also cannot be of use unless it is made alive again through fire, etc. That this must be a fire is known by those who are capable of distinguishing between dry and moist fires, etc. If only the thick-skinned sophists would once open their ears, and if they are not inclined to believe the sons of wisdom, they ought at least to give assent to divine revelation. E. The prophet does not say at the cited place that the raw, uncooked pitch is itself the stone, but only that he wishes to set his stones in it according to their maturity, because in it lies the ground not only of the most ancient universal stone, but also of all other medicinal, as well as metallic tinctures, no less than of all particular ones. The same can also be said of our solar Saturn, for one can set all stones in it according to their maturity and make them into mineralists. Basil Valentine confirms this in his still unpublished Via Veritatis, Book 4. Chapter 1, concerning the lunar matter, with the following words, Nature has presented and prepared for us a material which the ancients have designated by various names, yet this material is the true tincture root of the metals. The spirit of metals and minerals is hidden and enclosed in it, which is something supernatural, that the highest has created all things in a single thing, indeed has placed metals, minerals, and gemstone power into it, which no human being can well believe unless his eyes are opened, as were those of the traveling disciples on the road to Emmaus. It is the true mother of metals and minerals, and from which this matter was born. From it mankind was also created. It may be compared to the middle world, for whatever the great world contains within itself is also in the small one, namely in man. Yet all of this is likewise to be found in the middle world. In its veins it is a pure, fixed, incombustible sulfur, which continually draws the sublimate of mercury from the air to itself, when it lies freely exposed. Therefore, the sublimate of mercury is often found in it, as also the liquid red gold of the wise, and indeed the salt of glory. Yet it is such, as it comes from the stones, very closed up, so that it does not readily allow an unknowing person to break into its house. Thus far, Basil Valentine. Blessed, therefore, are those disciples journeying to Emmaus, whose eyes have been opened in our schools of wisdom, so that they have learned to know this wondrous creature and b, to separate it according to nature. That here chiefly the lunar Saturn is meant appears to be indicated by the word puch. We have already spoken above of such things. Part 2, Section 3, Section 1, Note F, and among others cited the renowned Dr. Baruch, who reports that Persian women were accustomed to dye their hair black. With it, I have seen some of it. The water became coal-black, and when it had settled, there remained a sludge as viscous as pitch, which scarcely wished to dry. The said women mixed this black substance with something they chewed, and dyed their hair and eyebrows with it as beautifully as coal, which color also bites in so strongly that it is scarcely removable. F. The sapphire is, as is well known, a lunar precious stone. See Basil Valentine's Chemical Writings, pp. 267 and 1127. The same stated property is also possessed by Saturn, which our worthy brother here intends. I hope that this will be believed by the sons of wisdom on his word, without their needing, therefore, to make many citations. G. By the word carbuncle. Nothing else is to be understood than our blessed and God-favored stone of the wise, which the following words explain, since the prophet places it among the stones of desire, regards it as the boundary and as the goal of all philosophical endeavors, and this is indeed the case. See Montesmaier de Medicina Universali XV p. 116. One should carefully note the word found there, Michael, that is, who is like God. See Jungius, Experimental Chemistry, Part 1, Class 4, Chapter 7, Remark 1, p. 489. H. Those through whom the all-wise master builder of the world wishes to let his glorious knowledge of nature flow to us, and by whom he wishes to instruct us, are none other than our most venerable fathers and dear brothers, with whom God and his wisdom have been from beginning until the present hour, and will remain until the end of time. Hear what an unnamed poet, translated from the Italian and French, sings to your imperishable renown, as justly as elegantly. Now you children of Hermes, note well, have by the science of your father advanced so far that you understand how this immortal hand formed earth and heaven out of chaos. For your great work clearly testifies that God proceeded in the creation of all things in the same manner as you are accustomed to act in the preparation of the philosophical elixir. See the light breaking forth from darkness of itself. Langensalza, 1772, p. 74, First Society, stanza 3. This blowing upon the coals is not carried out in our philosophical schools of art in the manner practiced by sophists and charcoal burners, but is effected through our sympathetic and antipathic fire, for which neither valve nor bellows are required. This the quackish alchemists should be told for their benefit, and they should carefully consider and reconsider what the learned Italian cited above. Note B, Society 3, stanza 1, p. 200 f. Calls out to them with good intent, O you foolish ones, you who strive unceasingly to make gold by art, and who constantly remain amid the flames of burning coals, you who dissolve, or thicken your various mixtures of so many kinds, sometimes entirely, sometimes in part. You resemble smoke-covered smelting furnaces that swarm day and night around the furnaces. I cannot refrain from pausing a little longer at the 16th verse of the prophet mentioned above. The blessed guide, Aloysius Werner, in The Splendor of Light, Chapter N, page 142, continues to the end in the following manner. And I have created a destroyer for destruction. These words very strikingly and sufficiently indicate that the sacred writer at this place does not intend a smith or any other fireworker, as commentators generally suppose. For the smith, locksmith, and the like cause no destruction and ruin nothing, but rather produce all kinds of work from their iron. What, then, could he mean by this destroyer? Our cited author understands by it the mercury of the wise, as that which wounds the king, or, to speak with Basil Valentine, that chyle of the Orient which devours his heart from his body. And although this explanation is very good, one may just as well understand by it our magical fire, or our Cerberus alongside you, that which inflicts so mighty a wound upon our electrum that it can be healed again by nothing other than the balm that flows from its own body. That this explanation is not inappropriate will become evident when we take the 4th verse of the 1st chapter of Ezekiel as an aid, in which he speaks so clearly both of our matter and of our magical fire and its marvelous manifestations that nothing could be clearer. I will present the entire passage in Latin and German, since one language explains the other. And I saw, and behold, a whirlwind came from the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness round about it, and out of the midst thereof, as it were the appearance of electrum, that is, out of the midst of the fire. That is, and I saw, and behold, a storm wind came from the north, and a great cloud, within it a burning fire, and a radiance round about, and from the midst, namely out of the fire, there appeared something like bright ore. Whoever knows our highly lustrous electrum, or variegated lead ore, and has seen the effect of our magical fire, will find it by no means unbelievable that the prophet Ezekiel, like all other hermetic co-knowers, was a fellow traveler of our secret brotherhood. For it was at that time among the Jews in full bloom and vigor, and thanks be to the Most High still is today. I cannot refrain from citing the remarkable words from the 7th chapter of Ashmazareth, because they very beautifully confirm what I have stated above concerning the secret meaning of the prophetic elect. There, he writes as follows. 4 shells lie hidden in the world, described in Ezekiel 1:4. For in its preparation there meets you a whirlwind and a great cloud and a whirling fire, until at last the desired splendor of the tetragrammaton emerges. Likewise, the natural, Sephira and the metal will meet you, and you will traverse the 4 worlds in the work itself, when after contact or a small labor there will appear to you that wondrous creation, after you have obtained the emanation of the desired light. That is, in the stone, namely of the wise, lie 4 hard shells described in Ezekiel 1:4, which can be crushed only with great force. Therefore, in its preparation, there will appear a whirlwind and a great cloud with a whirling fire, until finally the desired splendor of the tetragrammaton, that is, Jehovah, the Father of mercy, Lucifer, upon whom the most holy Trinity, as Elohim or as righteous judges, had already passed judgment, appears. There will also be found the natural Sephira, namely Chokmah, or the double Mercury, and Keter, the double sulfur, the active and the passive, together with the metal, by which the prophet understands nothing other than the fixed salt. And in the work, you will pass through all 4 worlds, Atziluth, Beria, Yetzirah, and Asiya, when, after the completion of a suitably difficult preliminary labor and preparation, you have attained the opening of the desired natural light, which will occur only when one has reached Asaya, that is, the world of perfected elaboration, and when the entire wonderwork of our moist. Mercury, which up to the Sephira Malkuth, that is, his kingdom, although he is Yesod, that is, the foundation of the entire tincture, was still an imperfect element, cannot be adorned with the crown of honors until he reaches Malkuth, that is, until all perishable elements have been purified through fire, made permanent, and the universal day of rest has arrived. Johann d'Espagnier, Enchiridion of Restored Physics, Canon LXV, which likeness also applies to our great world in its tinctural rebirth. If it were permitted to set this truth visibly before the eyes of unbelieving profane persons, they would be seized by a salutary shudder that might at once dispel the dizziness of their minds. Note well, SS 7. The wind has carried the fire-resistant sun of the suns in its belly, and this is the fish A, without bones, which swims about in the philosophical sea, says the son of Sendivogius. To this applies what Lullius says, my son. B, since the substance from which Mercury, as once say SC, was created is a small part, D, and the first matter of the metals is that matter in which all 3 instruments E, the revolutions of the wheel, etc., are hidden. Thus, it is also impossible to change the forms without their reduction back into their first matter, to nature with all her instruments. Further, it is said by the same F, that ferment is prepared through exactly the same operation as that which is to be fermented. The preparation of it, my son, is this, that it must first be broken down through things that run contrary to nature. G. 1 will now easily understand what the female sons are, what is Basil's volatile and fire-resistant gold of the son of Sendivogius, the little fish swimming in the philosophical sea without bones, the small part, and the first matter of the metals, or the first mercurial essence. G. Section 8. A, since here only 1 fish is mentioned, which, as is known, is called euthymas by the masters of wisdom, there are nevertheless others who believe there to be 2, among them Lamsprink in the Museum Hermeticum, page 342 ff. Figure 1, who regards the body of the stone as the sea, but the 2 fishes as the soul and the spirit. This fish without bones, of which mention is made here, as the fire-resistant son of the suns, whom the wind carried in its belly, are marked sulfur in tincture. B, in Lucerna Salis, in the Dialogus, page 148. C, in Testamentum Novissimum, chapter 6, cited by Manget, Bibliotheca Chemica, volume 1, page 809, children with the matter from which it is said to be created living silver are small, and this is the first matter. Of metals, in this matter universally are all 3 instruments, rotations, etc. Therefore, it is impossible to transmute the species of metals unless they are first reduced to their first matter or nature, etc. D. Such a small part is nothing other than the fire-resistant salt lying in the center of the substance, of which our masters of being from ancient times have assured that it is the stone of the wise, sal metallorum et lapis philosophorum. And certainly this part, in regard to the volatile, which are the female sons, which first rule over the man, afterward are overcome by him, and are impregnated with countless children, is in truth quite small. This now lies in the lower part. Therefore the little Rosinus says in Theater, Chem, Vol. I. P. 453.
In faecibus est magna tinctura, studeas in ipsis, numen est magnum arcanum.
That is, in the feces there is hidden a great tincture. Practice yourself in these, for in them lies a great secret. With this agrees most exactly the little Bauer, p. 96, when he assures that the medicine from which the artist prepares the plusquam perfection is especially hidden in the feces, and another whose name has escaped me says quite aptly, they have all desired the mercury. But the mother, out of which it must be driven by force, they have not regarded This now is the fire-resistant philosophical gold of Basilius Valentinus. But to draw such out of the so tightly closed metallic bodies is a very great art known only to the sons of wisdom, which without are threefold magical that the elements are not to be accomplished. Therefore also the chemical swan makers, who continually plunder the sal metallorum, and do not know our calcination NB, bring nothing into the world, for which artist has no ash, he also cannot make salt. And whoever has no insoluble salt cannot also make the mercurium philosophorum, Basilius Valentinus in the concluding discourses, p. 960. All of this goes into our preparatory work of one thing from another, like brickwork, which those do not know who have not seen it. E. That is, salt, sulfur, and mercury. F. The same. Chapter 26, in Menget, same place. Page 821. A. Ferment is prepared by the same operation as that which is to be fermented. Sun, its preparation is that it be transmuted first through the principal contraries of nature, before you make ferment of it. That every passable body is reduced to its first matter through the operations of its own nature contrarious. Clang. Buccina, Mr. Ed W. Calais, on the Philosopher's Stone. Hamburg, 1676, octavo, p14, is an old principle which among us can be proven every day, not scholastically, but through effective practice. G. This is the true fifth essence of all things, the balm of life of all nature, the true world soul that passes through all things, which, just as it is in all things of the world, can therefore also be drawn out of all things. Hence the ancients have constantly cried out, Mercurius noster Adamicus in omnibus rebus reparatur, et ubique trinus est et unus. That is, our Adamic Mercury is found in all things, and everywhere is threefold and one. It is the cause of growth in the plant kingdom, of life and movement in the animal kingdom, and of the body-forming power in the mineral. A vegetative force in nature, like flying Mercury in the likeness of white snow, of a concrete not common, is present, which is the spirit both of the greater and of the lesser world. Aphorisms of Basilianus in Theater. Chem. Vol. I4. p. 368. That is, the force that causes growth lies in nature in the form of a flying. Mercury, it resembles snow because of his dazzling whiteness, and, although he is indeed a body, he nevertheless has no resemblance to common Mercury, but he is the spirit of both the great and the small world. Therefore, the philosophical Proer Alipuli says with P.J. Jaber in his Shining Sun, Nuremberg, 1705, octavo, p. 251, if you could capture. The spirit which in animals makes everything that enters into them animal. What could you accomplish with it, if it were set into the metals by art as an agent? Let us hear how finely the upright Basilius Valentinus speaks of this Mercury. All visible, comprehensible things, he writes in his chemical works, p. 228, ff, are made from the spiritus Mercurii, which precedes all things of the world, and all things are made from it, and have solely their origin from it, for in it is found everything that can accomplish all that the lover of the art desires to seek. N.B. This sublimate of Mercury is the master key of all my keys, that therefore the ancient wise men also earnestly advised their sons, above all things, to see well to it that they might obtain this highly noble treasure, and that they should prepare it in the best manner, salus mercurius est reparandus, for despite its volatility, it is the true stone of the wise, lapis philosophorum est mercurius, quia totus est spiritus fugiens, for they are accustomed not infrequently to name their water thus, aqua is sometimes called lapis, and this for the reason that it is the first equality of essence, indeed the hardest essence of all things, and of the metals in particular, is. The first homogeneity of the metals is the argentum vivum. If they are therefore dissolved in the same homogeneity, they are at the same time joined together with one another, and so united that they can no longer be separated from one another. Arnoldus de Villanova in Rosario, Vienna, 1778, octavo, p. 18. For since many designate the volatile spirit that is in all things by the name of quintessence when they have separated it from the elements, thus one can easily judge what an excellent essence this is, for if this is not driven, nothing dies, nor is anything divided in the elements. N.B. And this therefore because, according to the saying of the philosophers, it is a binding together, and the life of created things. C. Cornell. Drebles of Alkmaar, thorough resolution. Erfurt's, 1715, octavo, p. 35. The said fifth essence, because it consists of the elements, makes the spirit and body complete. They also have a defect, from whatever cause it may be, when they are only united with it. Gindaf, p. Trent. As to the inner essence of this excellent creation, it is nothing other than a salt. The origin and first beginning of all things lies in salt. The life and preservation of all things is salt. The purity and clarity of all things consists in salt. The fruitfulness and permanence of all things rests in salt, in salt. The greatest secret is hidden. In salt lies the ground of powerful regeneration of all things. In salt all elements are contained in an essential manner, indeed the beginning of all metals. In salt there lies hidden a spiritual and powerful essence, which is the spiritual magnet of all things. This is nothing other than our mercurius universalis in coagulated pure form, in which nothing can act except what is its own nature. These, then, are the upper influences. Section 1, Chapter 1. Jo Gudef Jugal, on the separation of the elements from the first chaos, p. 40. What is said here accords with truth, whether such salt be still cameline and spread out in the very tender and loose vessel of the obstructive waters, or whether, through the binding saturnine force enclosed within it, it has been congealed and formed in the sublunary creatures of all three kingdoms of nature. In the first case, it is the volatile gold of the above-mentioned Basilius Valentinus, which by some is called the gold of God. Others call it the salt of nature, and the sal ammoniac of the wise, the true refreshing balsamic spiritus mundi. This natural salt, although it is in all things, nevertheless cannot be obtained equally easily from all things. It is very volatile. Therefore, Severinus says in Idea, Hippocrat, Medicine. Chapter 20, in Theatrum Chemicum, Volume 3, page 195, sal armeniacus naturae, as also common sal ammoniac, is spiritual, and of all things most volatile and airy. It is the highest winged serpent, of which our Abraham Eleazar in his very ancient chemical work, pages 8 and 41, writes as follows. The serpent is the spiritus mundi, the most beloved, and the most terrifying of all, which makes everything living, which also kills everything and takes on all forms of nature. In sum is everything and also nothing. From this one clearly sees that the Mercurius Philosophorum, or duplicatus, is nothing other than a mercurial principle and entirely not the actual argentum vivum of the common sort, but rather a mercurial salt saturated with its own sulfur. From this double salt of nature, all creatures are. Now constructed, the author of the Book of Creation says that God made man from the dust of the earth, afar min ha adama, which is by no means to be understood as a common clod of earth, but rather as a special extract from it, as an essence and power being of the earth, which was completely of the same essence as that virgin earth which hovers above our heads, and was nothing other than a mercurial salt, as a further proof that salt was the first substance at the beginning of the world and is fundamental salt. See Geheimnis vom Salz, p. 37, p. 57. One will now likely learn to see what Philolitha intends in Alterth, Der Magi p. 60. When he says that the mind of man is the first matter of the philosophical stone, namely that salt consisting of the three original principles of nature lying in our crude unripe electrum, which must be transformed by our dry and moist fires into that tinctorial pure body, as the former toward immortality was the created body of Adam was, before through the fall into sin he had awakened the seed of mortality. The said wondrous aromatic salt takes its origin from Eden, as is to be read in Genesis the 1st. There it is said, there went out from Eden a river to water the garden. This river divided itself into four principal streams. The first water was called Gihon, and flowed around the whole land of the Moors, under which region the Saturnine stage of leadness lies hidden in putrefaction. The other water, Pison, flows around the whole land of Havilah, and there one finds gold, namely that of the wise, and the gold of that land is precious. And there one finds bdellium and the precious stone onyx. The third water is called Phrath, and finally the fourth Hiddekel, which flows toward Assyria. Now, although some are accustomed to order these rivers differently, this matters little. It is enough if we know where the birthplace of this life-giving salt of ours is to be found, and that it is supplied to us in abundance through the air by the outflows of the upper regions. This is the hidden nourishment of life, which they are accustomed to call, like the dew of night, by day a diluted water. See Sendivogius in Epilogus Novae, Lucis Chimicae, p.m. 438. If the air for only a short time lacks this balsamic salt, what diseases do not arise therefrom, indeed even the plague? For this air, impregnated with healing astral outflows, is precisely the cause that nature does not fall into a general putrefaction. Therefore the stars are to all creatures of God ordered to life on account of their essence and nature salt, for their effluences bring us such a balsamic salt. See H. Ficulus, Chemical Writing, Erfurt 1734, octavo, p. 6. Nevertheless, there are among today's natural philosophers such highly learned men who not only entirely deny the influence of all higher heavenly bodies, but who also cloak themselves in obscurity, claiming that in the air not the slightest trace of salt can be demonstrated. Yet, my highly honored sirs, I have the honor to assure that our sons of wisdom have been taught quite otherwise by their masters of wisdom. They have learned not only from these true natural philosophers to describe the said effluences, or the superius, according to its true constitution, not through empty scholastic chatter, but also to connect it with the lower magnets, or the inferius, in such a way that from this there arises a reborn salt body, NB, namely a congealed spirit, which is better than the entire earth. See Sendivogius, same place. They therefore say that one should pay no heed to idle talk, but firmly believe that the aforementioned Sendivogius is entirely correct when he writes in his works, p. 119, in the following manner. In the element of air, all things are wholly and completely through the imagination of fire, and it is full of divine virtues and power, for in it the Spirit of the Most High is enclosed, which hovered before the creation. As Holy Scripture speaks, and flew upon the wings of the winds, the wind carries it in its womb, according to Hermes. If then it is thus with it, as it truly is, that the Spirit of the Lord has been sought, in it, N.B., why should you then doubt that he has left something of his divine power in it? For this monarch is accustomed to adorn his dwelling, and has especially adorned this element with the living breath of all creatures, and in it is the seed of all different things. In it there is also, already, at creation, the magnetic attractive force. They further say that one should not doubt for a moment that what Jugal writes very necessarily concerning the metallic seed, P7, P15, FF, has its complete correctness. This astral spirit, or spiritus mundi, is now the prima materia of all things of the entire world. The life and movement of us all, it dwells in the air, and through this we ourselves partake of it by breathing. Every creature, not only in the animal kingdom but also in the mineral kingdom, draws such a spirit to itself for its preservation by virtue of its magnet in which its life lies. It is the true world soul that preserves all things. That spirit which at the beginning of creation in nature, and creaturely being coagulated, and took form out of the first chaos through which the creature received its life, movement and growth according to the divine fiat, to effect all things. Same place, P6, P13. The philosophers call it in their writings Mercurium Universale, or a matter from which the whole world was created for. See same place, P3, P16. It is and remains until the end of time the viceroy of God, the spirit hovering over the waters in Genesis the first, as an outgoing power from the same place, the spirit of God hovering and moving the chaos, which as a delicate being of light maintains a closer communion with the clear watery sanctities, yet nevertheless has to do with both. Zenkels, Hora Saturnizens, chapter 1, P47 FF. So long as this wondrous mercury is still salt. Shamlan. Shamlan refers to the most primitive, uncoagulated, volatile state of the universal mercurial substance, prior to fixation or embodiment as common salt or metal. It behaves toward common salt as a spirit toward a tangible body. Our above-named wise men learned this from their ancient Egyptian masters. Hermes says in his emerald tablet, truly, without falsehood, certain and most certain it is that what is below is like what is above, and what is above is like what is below, through which one can obtain the wondrous signs of one thing, by which our forefather Hermes wishes to say nothing other than that one should bring together the upper and lower powers as a spiritual and an earthly being, since they are of one and the same properties, N.B., and therefore easily to be united into one another. These are likewise the thoughts of our Mr. Jugal. With this agrees most exactly. Consequently also with the air, which is nothing other than a diluted water, and also remains so until, through the compressive force of Saturn, which likewise is none other than our Mercury, it is transformed into a earthy purpurstam, or this salt essence, which encloses within itself the constituents of our greatest secret, that is, watery fiery water and watery fire. Purpurstam is the fixed, permanent state of Mercurius Universalis after compression and coagulation. It denotes a condition in which the previously volatile aerial mercurial substance has been rendered stable, non-volatile, and enduringly fixed. In the text, it is explicitly contrasted with Shamlan, which is the volatile, spirit-like condition in agreement, that memphitic tablet from this very school of the wise, which Synesius has brought down to posterity. It therefore reads thus: Orano ano, orano kato, astera ano, astera kato, pano ano, pantu tikato, taota ala, kai utiche. That is, heaven above, heaven below, stars below. What is above is also below. Whoever knows this has found much. Learn this, and you will become rich and blessed upon the earth. See Athanasius Kircher, Prodromus Copticus, Rome, 1636, Quarto, chapter 7, page 173. This is called a different and oral philosophizing, namely, according to the rule of that true wisdom of the world which comes from God, was taught by him himself to Adam, passed on through oral transmission, reached Noah, from the patriarchs, and through his children was communicated to the Egyptians, Phoenicians, Chaldeans, indeed even to the Chinese, and is in the present day taught with great progress in our consecrated brotherhood. Meanwhile, the specters of small, manifold airs have taken possession of the chairs of higher philosophical schools. Now that we have considered the upper, we also wish to add something concerning the lower. We have heard note D, that this essentiality of bodies is nothing other than the fire-resistant, unconquerable plastic little kernel, the seed from which plants sprout forth, and from which the body of man, still its determination, which is dissolution and putrefaction, it is reborn into a tinctorial body, by which the metals are preserved in their essential stage of life. Now since this seed is of the same essence as its upper volatile part, but this latter consists in a most hard, living, and powerfully operative salt spirit, it follows that its permanent part must be of the same nature and essence. This saline salt balsam cannot be destroyed even in man by the elements, but when the curse has been laid aside in putrefaction and has been completely separated through burning, Then this pure salt soul receives light to manifest itself gloriously, and this very thing will be the body with which the dead shall rise. See Secrets of the Putrefaction and Combustion of All Things, p. 31. Even in those so firmly enclosed vegetables, it is of such invincibility that a herb burned to ashes is by no means completely destroyed, but from its extracted salt a new plant of its kind sprouts forth again. Begin Tyrocinium Chemicum, chapter 1, p.m. 179. Another therefore writes of it as follows: in the center of the ashes there lies a certain salt, clear as crystal, of the easiest liquefaction in its supreme and final purification, which alone is our unctuous matter, and is both Diana and nature, for in it resides the incorruptible power of sprouting and germinating of growing things, and it would be a fresh and mature seed taken from the trunk of a growing plant. Nor was that power consumed by the force of the calcining fire, nor extinguished by the coldness of dissolving water, since it is moved and exalted by its own spirit alone, which is called water, which is called wind. Peter John Faber, Myrotheca Spaderica, p. 111. In the center of the ashes there lies a certain most pure salt, like a clear crystal, after its highest and final purification entirely easily fluid. This alone is then our tough adhesive matter, the fair Diana and the whole of nature. In it the indubitable power of growing things to germinate and sprout forth is enclosed, as though it were a fresh and fully ripened seed, or a graft shoot broken off from its stalk, and this power is consumed, neither by the force of devouring fire, nor extinguished by the cold of dissolving water, since it is moved and exalted by its own spirit alone. In the said glorious and reborn condition, it resembles that glassy and fire-mingled sea mentioned in Apocalypse 15:2, and is especially in the creatures of the subterranean realm of a marvelous permanence and penetrating power. It is the true golden magnet and the fire-resistant gold of Basilius Valentinus, of which all these matters have been spoken in the text. From this we now see that everywhere, wherever we look, this double salt, this twofold Saturn, volatile and fire-resistant Mercury, which is salt and yet no salt, passes outwardly before our eyes, stands, lies, flies, flows, swims, is carried by streams, and is even thrown upon dung. For the sal celestris, from which everything grows and lives, floats before everyone's eyes, and the still no one knows it, but everyone whistles as his beak has grown. C. H. Ficulus, Chemical Writings, Erfurt, 1734, octavo, p. 62. Thus, everywhere in nature there is nothing but salt. N.B. Whether it be invisible and spirit equal to Maxim, or coagulated and formed in sublunary creatures. N.B. Salt above, salt below, salt on the left, salt on the right hand. What wonder then that salt has at all times and among all peoples been held so holy? I could demonstrate this at length, but wish only to remain with the consecrated truths. The great lawgiver Moses, prescribed by God himself to his chosen people, says in explicit words, "All your grain offerings you shall season with salt, and you shall not let the salt of the covenant of your God cease from your grain offerings." Leviticus 2:13. And in the fourth book, chapter 18, verse 19, "All your heave offerings of the holy things which the children of Israel shall offer to Lord, I have given to the priests, to their sons and daughters as an everlasting statute. And this shall be an everlasting covenant of salt before the Lord." In the Lutheran translation, instead of everlasting covenant of salt stands everlasting covenant, yet it all comes to the same, and rather explains what the everlasting covenant of salt in the Catholic translation of Caspar Uhlenberg intends to express according to its inner meaning. This is repeated by our blessed Savior himself when he speaks in Mark 9:48, "Everyone shall be salted with the fire, and every sacrifice shall be salted with salt." 2 Chronicles, chapter 13, verse, "Is it not fitting for you to know that the Lord, the God of Israel, has given to David and to his sons eternally by a covenant of salt, that is, by a long-lasting covenant and one. Eternal on account of its permanence, because namely the salt of glory and of steadfast victory, as Basilius Valentinus very aptly names it, can be destroyed and overcome by nothing. Moreover, it is of heavenly origin, and therefore rightly worthy that this divine covenant of grace be compared with it. Therefore, our ancient masters of wisdom, in order to indicate its heavenly origin, designated it with a circle and a perpendicular line niter, although it likewise also has a diametrical line, thus prefiguring salt that these two lines, joined together, represent the figure of the ground span of the wise verdigris, which sets forth clearly the beginning and the completion of all mysteries in nature, for the cross in the circle contains within itself the four elements. This figure was crowned with a cross. Since then, the round circle represents vitriol, and the cross, as Basilius Valentinus says, represents the chariot of the goddess Fortuna, upon which she conveys the salvation of wisdom to the men of God. See das Geheimnis vom Salz, 1770, octavo, pp. 39, 40, 71 fortfolgend. Whoever now knows how to use our vitriol, our mitre, our electrum, our double Saturn, which all in their innermost essence are nothing but salt, will learn to perceive what a magnificent thing salt is. Wherefore also are masters of wisdom their masters, even to their brethren of the lowest classes and to beginning apprentices, impress no truth more frequently than this, that the said incomparable body is the likeness of wisdom, since it, like wisdom, is adorned with 7 splendid pillars: salt, sulfur, mercury, water, fire, air, earth. They have learned this from our ancient patriarchal Kabbalists, whose principles are partly contained in the lexicon Zohar, where, among other things, it is said, Chochma est gradus plumbius salis primordialis, in qualitate plumbum sapientum. That is, Chochma, wisdom, is the degree of leadness, or of the primordial salt, in which the lead of the wise lies hidden. This, it seems to me, is a very important truth, which the Savior himself confirms with his approval when he says in Luke 14:34-35, Salt is good, but if salt has lost its power, with what shall it be seasoned? It is fit neither for the land, nor for the dung heap. And so that one might know that a special secret is hidden under these words, he awakens the attention of the hearers with the following words, he who has ears to hear, let him hear. NB. He also says in Matthew 5:13, not to his disciples, you are diamonds, pearls, gold, and silver, but the salt of the earth. NB. To indicate that this creation, as the mother and origin of all things on account of its great usefulness, is raised far above those, and that such things cannot bring true benefit to the human race, unless they are transformed into a pure and reborn salt body for not only our blessed Savior himself, but also his beloved bride, the Catholic Church, confirms this very thing through her consecrated rites. Everyone sees that at baptism something of salt is placed into the mouth of the newborn child, whereupon the priest says, receive the salt of wisdom, and scarcely anyone perceives the hidden meaning of this mystical act. When holy water is blessed, the officiant casts some salt into it. Such a ceremony is without doubt grounded upon the example of the prophet Elisha, who made the waters of Jericho drinkable with salt. Behind this lies concealed the image of a great natural mystery, which the following paragraph explains. For this natural salt, so long as it is still enveloped in the garment drawn to it during coagulation, is not the original itself, but only its likeness. But when through dissolution, purification, and conversion, it has been transformed into a reborn and tinctural salt body, or a coloring salt stone, NB, then it is the true salt of wisdom, which illuminates our understanding with heavenly clarity, as if solely by irradiation, per traditionem, as Hellmann explains, once it has been rendered more acceptable and drinkable to the animal realm. Through the intermediary of the vegetal kingdom, then from it arises that wondrous tincture, of which in the 4th book of Esdras. These noteworthy words are to be read, behold, the cup is full of liquid, that is, water, yet of a fiery color, NB whereby my heart was burdened with understanding, and in my breast wisdom swelled. Behold, a realm filled with a fluid substance like water, yet of a color like fire, NB, through the enjoyment of which my heart was filled with understanding, and my breast swelled. With wisdom, by which latter expression the sacred writer makes it known that this, which was obtained through the said drink, was nothing common, but entirely an exceptional gift. Go on then, only ever continue your mockery, you profane ones and enemies of wisdom. Call us simple-minded saints, who imagine the lapis as nothing other than the Holy Spirit, through which we imagine for ourselves. All knowledge of nature, its effects, causes, indeed even a quite special insight into creation, if not even an art to imitate it. Handel's Obra Saturnisans, chapter Enk, page 404 and following. We do not imagine this, but we know it with certainty, that this Svirk, heavenly son of light and fire, is a natural Urim and Thummim, through which divine wisdom deigns to present to us openly and unveiled everything in nature, and we may justly boast of a deeper knowledge of God, because we possess the true knowledge of nature. NB. For this reason we laugh at your brain-spun fantasies piled up upon vain deceptions of the understanding, fallacies intellectus, and proceed upon a wholly different path, namely, that which our masters of wisdom have laid out for us from so many thousands of years ago, which has its edifice of teaching. Founded upon the rock-firm cornerstone in Zion, the proven one, the nourishing stone, the precious cornerstone of our most dear Redeemer, is founded, Isaiah Tlexest, 16th, and we pray to him daily, indeed hourly, that he may lead us in this temporality through the highest natural wisdom to the beautiful temple of nature, and in that blessed and joyful eternity make us inhabitants of the glorious city of God, whose walls are of jasper, but the city itself of gold, like pure glass. NB. Revelation. XXI. 8. So that God and his self-subsisting wisdom may be with us there as here, without end. Section 8. Now, we wish to hear further what the only all too outspoken Montefiore A plainly states about this crude matter, namely, when gold, that is, the true philosophical gold B, is amalgamated with a mercurius of Saturn C, the gold becomes porous, and the infernal fire D can calcine the fixed body far better to ignite the solar fire on all sides and to ashes. E, he says, 2 stars are given to man, which are to guide him, etc. I say in truth that one must take into consideration that the philosophical stone F is composed from 2 Saturns and bodies. He says, 2 stars are given to man, which are to guide him, etc. I say in truth that one must take into consideration that the philosophical stone is composed from 2 Saturns and bodies. He posits, G, which was obscurant paragoras in the golden fleece H, explains very clearly and distinctly from the agreement of the taking and giving. Section 4. 4. A. Chemical writings, p. 157, where one may connect what is indicated with what precedes. B. Of such matters we have treated sufficiently in the preceding section. C. Whoever believes that this Mercurius of Saturn must have the flowing form of common Mercury is greatly mistaken. D. What this is has been shown so abundantly in the present treatise and by Montefiore that it would be folly to say more about it. In this one must repeat, it is only to be wondered that under so bright a light scarcely one among thousands sees. It therefore remains undisputed what the interpreter of the beautiful Italian songs, which under the title, The Light Emerging of Itself from Darkness, printed at Langensalz in 1772, in octavo, has written in chapter 3, page 75, concerning our sons of wisdom in the following words: The children of the hermetic sciences alone possess a perfect knowledge of nature, N.B., and see the true ground upon which everything rests. Therefore they alone, N.B., blessed with this excellent insight, deserve the name of guides of nature. To them alone it is permitted to behold the sun, like the eagles, with unmoving eyes as the source of all light, at the hour of its birth, and they are able with their hands to free the son of the sun, to tear him from darkness, to purify him, nourish him, and bring him to riper age. They are the blessed people who know and revere his lawful sister Diana, and since in their birth they have had a gracious Jupiter, they are fitted to imitate the works of the Creator in the composition of the stone, as apes. Therein they honor and praise and be continually their great Creator, and render to him the most vivid gratitude for the surpassing benefaction, and to make ashes. He repeats this likewise in the Appendix E, and applies it to common gold. E, page 180. F, and Basil Valentine says on page 3, and the precious treasure which they possess. This is a true and very well chosen image of our consecrated brotherhood, which by such a praiseworthy character distinguishes itself from all other learned societies hitherto known. From this it follows once again that what was asserted at the end of section 7G receives its full weight, and at the same time it becomes clear that there are still honorable men in the world who do not wish to deny us that which is due to us from God and by right. G. This is entirely correct, and in accordance with the principles of true natural wisdom. For gold is the highest degree and terminus of all perfection, of all purity, of all incombustibility. It is the true universal matter upon which nature displays her highest art. Michael Sendivogius, in Novo Lumine Chimico, Treatise X, page 429, following. Here, one must, in addition, properly recall the old hermetic axiom in
Non habemus salud aurum, quam aurum volgi, sed ID non priodicitur nostrum, quam sit vivificatum per aquam nostrum vivam.
That is, we have no other gold than the gold of the common man, but this is not called ours until it has been made living by our living water. The expression living water is of great importance, and a very high mystery concerning the estimation of whose value in our assemblies, even the younger. Brothers who are just beginning are instructed long beforehand, before they reach that stage at which this hidden thing itself is fully revealed to them. He therefore who has attained this blessedness, and knows the said water in his innermost being, and knows how to prepare it, is a true son of wisdom, and possesses the true fiery water which restores to common gold, as to the great idol Moloch, its spiritus tingens lost in the melting fire, the true spiritus mundi, desired by many, but known by no one, or the true materia prima, the universal tincture of metals, and because he has this, he esteems all else as sophistry and quackery. Ficulus, Chemical Writings, page 69. H. On page 81 he speaks very remarkably as follows: just as through fire the whole world will one day be burned, melted, and thereafter heaven and earth shall be created, beautiful, pure, clean, bright, and clear, so must you also through fire, that is, through mercurial water or atrum, destroy, break, kill, and completely dissolve the whole world, that is, gold, into a water, that is, the entire body must become water. For the altar, that is, become one thing with the mercurial water from which the artist makes new heavens and earths, or, after his manner, for the spirit of Mercury is the heaven thereof, and the part that remains settled as ground is their earth. On page 132 he continues, thus, by the dragon is meant the inner salt of it, the matter of the wise by the poison, however, is understood. The same spirit because it penetrates like a poison by the twins, the spirit of Mercury and its fixed sulfur, but by Hercules, the duplicated Mercury. Jacob Tollius, in his Guide to the Chemical Heaven, Jena 1752, octavo p32 and following, takes Hercules to be the acidum, or the acidic salt, whose circulation in the melting of the matter, that is, from a twofold mercurial substance. See repetition of the great stone of the ancients, Basil Valentine, p. 68. Valletta, in the Ring of Ornament, elaborates the philosophical iodine. He here says something which he likely did not himself fully grasp. By Hercules I understand our double magical fire, for just as the poetic Hercules slew and destroyed the seven-headed Lernaean serpent, so likewise our chemical Hercules, that is, our magical fire, kills and destroys all seven metals without exception. For this reason, the preliminary work is called the Herculean labor. Fourth section, on sulfur and salt. Section 1, Hermes says, the sun is the father of this union, and the white moon its mother. The third enters as the governor, namely fire. In the emerald tablet, that is, the sun is the father of this conjunction, the white moon, its mother, and fire comes in as the ruling and third mediator. The prophetess Maria A. says, smoke embraces smoke, and the white herb growing upon the little mountains B takes hold of both. That is, one vapor encloses the other, and the white herb which grows upon the hills embraces them both. Horton, in Michael Meyer, instruct me therefore without reservation as to whether our matter is gold, or mercury, or gold and silver, or whether one must take all three concerning this. Many clever and subtle questions have arisen, yet you have not yet grasped the matter except in general terms. For some of these things you must discern from one source, others from another. This same Flaccus, cited by Meyer, continues as follows. On a certain day I heard my teacher speak thus, that many patient and learned men, with much toil and labor, have found the white stone, but few will there be indeed, scarcely one. In 15 great realms of whom it can be said that he possesses the red one, a most worthy master, says Thomas Norton. B. This may be seen in our preliminary operations as well as in the subsequent work. The white herb that grows upon the mountains is nothing other than the fire-resistant earth or salt. B. In Symbols of the Golden Table of Man, in the questions proposed by Tonstius of Norono, Chapter X, page 475. C. Ibid, page 478. D. This indeed seems somewhat obscure, but if one carefully considers what follows, one will, with divine assistance, become sufficiently enlightened. Moreover, the true dissolution of the salt by which the stone is reddened is not so easy a matter as many might suppose. It exists in two bodies, the sun and the moon, and in another, which is that which is not spoken of unless it is revealed from the part of God. In the sun, however, it is more perfect, because it is more thoroughly digested and cooked. Section 2. Zolema, in the same Meyer, gives a clear explanation of this matter when he says, a sulfur of this kind is not found upon the earth except insofar as it is present in these two bodies, namely gold and silver. And in another thing note well, which is that which is revealed to no one except to him to whom the Most High grants it. In gold, indeed, this sulfur is more perfect, because it has attained a greater purification and has been better digested, but it is not so abundant in gold and silver as in this raw body, in which it cannot be so perfect before its digestion as after it, by means of which it can also become still more perfect. Note, well, this is known only to the wise of the world. Section. That the sulfur of the philosophers is among the principal secrets of the art is evident. In seeking it, innumerable persons, and almost all, grow weary. He says that this lies hidden in the sun and the moon, and still in another body, which body is very deeply concealed. Section 3. The son of Sendivogius A. says, one finds many who imagine that they possess knowledge of the preparation of the philosophical Saturn, but after they have been tested by our red servant A, it is scarcely believable how few and what a very small number were found who endured this trial. Where does one find such a book that would give us sufficient instruction on this matter, since the wise keep this point silent and wish it to remain concealed, just as our beloved Father also, instead of a revelation of this hidden thing, left to his successors nothing but only these few words, one single thing which is mixed with the philosophical water. B. Whoever knows this sulfur need not go far to fetch Paracelsus's rose-red blood of the lion, or Lollius's golden oil, which he commands to be drawn from the philosopher's lead, concerning which more is said at the end in the abbreviation of the magnum opus. True. Meyer writes thus, that the sulfur of the philosophers belongs among the principal secrets of the art is evident. In seeking it out, countless persons, and almost all, are exhausted. He says that it lies hidden in gold and silver, and also in another body, which body is very deeply concealed. A. In Lucerna Salis, chapter 6. He calls it here the red servant, because, despite its dazzling whiteness, it holds enclosed in its belly a marvelous fire-resisting, dye-producing redness. B. Concerning this the wise say, Sol et azoth tibi sufficient. Likewise, in Sol et sale sunt omnia. This is pure truth, but it cannot be understood sooner than when a disciple of the wise standing within our consecrated bond has attained the 8th step of the Solomonic throne. Meanwhile, the following fine words of Monty Snyder from his Medicina Universale, chapter 8, page 76, shall follow. p. 76. For diligent consideration, set down here, when you have brought about such a soul that is sulfur of the metals, especially by means of the magical elements, then add to it its own salt, and the earth, mundi, sublimate, from the anima mundi, and dissolve the two principles therein, then the tartar will be saturated with its own salt. After this, pour on a vaporous sublimate. And tartarize 3 parts, let it digest for a time, and you will obtain the true and highly precious aurum potabile. But if you wish to have a metallic medicine, then fix the aforementioned sulfur and salt with its earthly sublimate, which always goes before and also follows after. This is a perfect process. One may add chapter 20 of his Metamorphosis Planetarum, which confirms this. It is to be wondered that although this man writes so clearly, yet so few learn anything from it. Indeed, what is still worse is that Kunkel, in Laboratorium Chemicum, P11, C10, P68, FF, goes so far as to call him a sophist, though he was not worth so much that he should loosen the shoelaces of this great master of the art. He might have become an analyst if he had not, out of self-conceit, departed from the true hermetic principles. Thus he is, and remains, a windbag. Truly, this sulfur A is one of the most noble arcana, which is never revealed except by God, through a special dispensation, or by his will, by the wise of the world only orally to their true sons, as also formerly happened to me, to the Most High be eternal thanks. Thus it is revealed by the will and grace of God, and indeed by nature herself, yet very deeply hidden. For this sulfur lies concealed beneath a great, thick, and hard rind, and yet it is manifest and easy to find commonly to those who do not consider it, and therefore despise and reject it. For it is the stone which the builders rejected, and it has become the cornerstone. This is the stone which the builders rejected, and which has been made the cornerstone. Psalm 1 Ye 1733. SS4. How precious and costly this rejected stone or sulfur is, God himself declares through his prophet Isaiah 2:8-16. Behold, I lay in Zion a foundation stone, a precious cornerstone, firmly founded. Whoever believes in it shall not flee. I lay a foundation stone, a proven stone, says the text. Indeed, this stone of stumbling, this precious stone, must in truth be proven to be far more precious than common gold itself. Note well, yes, through the harshest trial by the tyrant of this world, he is torn away from his mother, before he can be placed into the foundation stone of Zion, and yet the text says in fundamento fundatum, which means as much as already truly set into the foundation. This, however, is to be understood of the first coarse, material foundation. Finally, he counsels the one who believes, who recognizes and finds this stone and builds in the strongholds of Zion, that he should have patience and not hasten. For all haste is from the side of the devil, for all haste comes from the devil. Here indeed lies much delay. In this there is a great pause. Should I ever have the good fortune to find a worthy and true student of hermetic world wisdom, I would sincerely advise him to seek this sulfur in the Cherigogia Heliana, as well as in the book Zohar Mizayef. To seek. Sulfur, therefore, also has the power to bring all imperfect beings into perfection. C.S. Fictulos, Writings, p. 154. Those who, in my opinion, have written most clearly of all authors in the world. To this latter book, the Kabbalah Denudata E refers in the book Zohar F. Nevertheless, one must not imagine that everything can be found here so clearly, completely, and with all practical manipulations as one might wish. Section 5. A. Our sulfur has the power to make all untimely sulfur timely, and to make mercury swift, for it is a sulfur of all sulfur. B. Those who, in the spirit of the permitted brotherhood, read what has been written above at length concerning this matter, will very easily and clearly understand who the tyrant of this world is. C. In Theatrum Chemicum, Vol. 4, p. 265, De Aro Philosophico nec dum cognito, on the philosophical gold not yet known. D. From this Kabbalistic book, Leander de Meer made an extract, and his own. Before this, they secured their interpretations, which contain beautiful matters on both sides, yet this compendium is very rare, since to my knowledge it has not yet been printed together. The extraction of this sulfur is found in chapter 7, and is concordant. But since the incomparable Kabbalistic chemical book mentioned is in few hands, I will set down the said extraction here for the benefit of those brethren who know how to destroy metals and minerals in our manner. One takes the salt solution, which has been leached from the metallic ash with V-water, according to our practice, and filters it until complete transparency. From this lye one precipitates the sulfur most diligently by pouring in a very sharp vinegar. The precipitated sublimated sulfur is hung in a paper filter so that all V-water may run off from it, and is then washed again with other V-water until no saltiness is perceived, after which it is dried again. This sulfur is finally, after having been dried, melted for 3 hours in a glazed vessel of pure V-water, and this is repeated 3 times. Thus, the sulfur is prepared with the greatest diligence. I believe Montemayor has. Note, it should be observed here that the vinegar, which must be very strong, should be added to the lye only in small amounts, as is done with the sulfur of antimony, which is precipitated from alkaline lye. For if too much vinegar is poured in at once, nothing precipitates, as has happened to me myself many times. But so that I, since it is required for my own part, may do enough, I will still adduce some very important sayings of the philosophers, by which the deficiencies mentioned above, for a wise man, may be more completely supplied. Theophrastus says that this sulfur has shown it to the sages in precisely this manner, for he says in a certain place, which does not occur to me at the moment, that the sulfur which one employs must be well cleansed of all hateful salt, which can most fittingly be accomplished in this way. E Kabbalah denudata vol. I. Sulzbach 1677, vol. 2, Frankfurt 1684, in quarto, a very rare work. F. This Kabbalistic dictionary is one of the finest parts of the said work. It should further be noted that the Eish Mazaref, together with 5 other small treatises, stands in the first part of the Kabbalah denudata. However, these are by no means arranged there in a continuous sequence, but are all analyzed through the compendium Eish Mazaref and are to be sought in the Alphabetum Hebraicum. For example, one finds from the latter a passage on p. 116 under the name Elisha the Prophet, p. 298 under the entry Oram, p. 301 under the entry Eish Mazaref, etc. That sulfur is not a burning sulfur, because it itself is a fire and loves fire, especially the solar fire, but rather that it purifies itself more and more in fire, and that even in its crude state it gives proof of its tinging property. Basilius Valentinus says, Be, O son, a king of this world, the moon preserves your lineage, Mercury unites you both. Without the favor of Venus you accomplish nothing. She who has chosen Mars as her husband, may Jupiter's grace not be lost, so that Saturn, old and gray, may reveal himself in many colors, etc. Call upon the green woman. Ah, dear son, antimony, give me assistance, and noble salt, help nourish me, so that the worms may not consume me. Here, in truth, nothing else is lacking than the 16th verse of the previously cited 54th chapter of Isaiah, and the method taught by Alexander von Suschen. Thus one would soon see what gold and silver truly are. See, yet a cold shudder. Section 2. It reminds me of the words of the Count of Tervis, Deo, philosophis et equitativovi. I have vowed to God, to philosophers, and to equity, yet there sticks in me a red spirit. I know no name by which it is called. The preceding words require no explanation, but are chiefly to be noted against those fools who, of so many thousand-year experience that both the medicinal power of gold and the existence of the stone of the wise are denied. What dreadful confusions these rhymed lines of Minsicht have produced among the sophists is beyond description. They have twisted them in every imaginable way in order to make people believe that which they themselves wished. Because chalcantum among those who have written on minerals is said to be vitriol from kauphalam de kapos or chalkos means copper or bronze, and is called a flower. Minsicht, therefore, whether he wills it or not, must here have meant vitriolum veneris. In order to nourish this conception of theirs, they take the 2 words milvi ortivi, transpose them into voltimori, aromuli, velutrium, etc., so as to bring forth from this the anagram vitriol vam. If these good people had only paid some attention to the word chalkas, and considered that the same is here as an ancient Greek hardness. For a vitriol, Geisler D. answers to this, it is no common one, no Hungarian, no Roman, but a philosophical artificial vitriol. E. Basilius Valentinus F. nevertheless asserts that this vitriol is venerish, and says that copper is like the same trees, as they let their resin flow out sideways. Here indeed a great step would have been made in true magic, if one were to know the salts among the ancients in the transformations of Ovid, where Vulcan caught. His wife Venus in intercourse with Mars would know how to interpret, but one would have to know how to apply the above-named cold fire, or so-called amalgam of NB. Mercurius, with the gold of the fiery Montefihnidert Chi, H. From this matter there occurs to me what the aforementioned Montefihnidert says of this sulfur and vitriol of Venus, namely, that the sulfur of gold is powerfully improved by the sulfur of copper Y, for just as the red lion feeds itself and is nourished with the blood of the green lion, and thus becomes altogether very blood-rich and inflamed, in the same way the gold also rejoices, feeds, and strengthens itself with the tincture of copper and iron. Therefore the sages of the world have not unjustly said, aurum non tingit, nisi prius tingitur. Gold does not color unless it is first colored. Section 7. A. What is said here as necessary is a pure, fiery, sulphurous, incombustible substance, which, if it truly is such, may be called the light of nature, for it is the splendor and the form of all metals, which illuminates all bodies and renders them perfect. Geophor, Bauer, p. 13. One may add here the printed Kabbalah Chemica, p. 132, which provides a very well-founded line of reasoning on this subject. Concerning the coloring power of the salts of metals, I recall having read in an author whose name escapes me that this penetrates all metals, opens them up in a radical manner, unites with them inseparably, and turns them into a coloring stone. Indeed, the renowned English canon Laplace reports, in the Polycor, Chrysocomus in Antro Naturae et Artis Aperto, published in 1710 in octavo, that the strongest salts melt diamonds like water. On this matter, the Theatrum Chemicum, Volti 2, p. 746, writes very remarkable things, but that our author, in the present passage, by the designation sulfur, means nothing other than this fixed volatile salt, or coelno, etc. The true fire-resistant root power of the metals, which Sendivogius regards as the true seed, the elixir, and the fifth essence, when in his new chemical light, tract 2, he thus speaks of. It, sperma, is the elixir of everything, or its fifth essence, or its most perfect decoction, or the balsam of sulfur, which amounts to the same thing as the root power in the metals. Of this, there is no doubt. One need only consider the properties he attributes to it, among which especially this is to be weighed, that it purifies itself more and more in fire, thus everything will be clearly disclosed. And this manner of speaking is not contrary to that of our masters of wisdom, for among them one not seldom hears of a double sulfur, of which one is volatile, the other unconquerable and resistant in fire. Just as that which was said above concerning the binding and coloring power of this understanding accords with our concordance, that is, with truth and experience, so it is also certain that even the volatile part of our stone, and of the red metallic bodies, although in comparison with the aforementioned fire-resistant and most highly purified root power, it displays its coloring power only to a small degree, nevertheless, in such a way that when it is well and most thoroughly purified, and when a mercurial entrance into silver is granted to it, it converts some parts of that silver, and indeed more than is necessary to demonstrate the transformation into gold. Do not know how one could write more clearly, and yet no one wishes to become wise. One prefers rather to remain with the trifles of accursed sophistries. B. Page 144 and following. Those who know from what the substance of our stone is composed, and who the mineral priest is who unites its parts, among whom some fools and the dull-hearted have understood running, crude, watery mercury, they will clearly perceive that here not a single word stands in vain or incorrectly. What kind of bearded man is represented, they could very easily have thought that a saturnine mineral would fit better here, if they had gone further and reflected in what manner the unripe minerals congeal in the earth, and by what means the same are set into this condition, they would have employed that dry fire wholly essential to it in its interior, in order that its dwelling might be destroyed, and thereby at last the true vitriol the wise attained. But since they went an entirely different way, and mishandled the good vitriol just as barbarously as they are accustomed to deal with the poor running mercury, it is no wonder that all their laborious works have failed, since they did not even know the true matter. Our sons of wisdom indeed hold all conceivable esteem for vitriol. It is known to them that it is a pure gold, sulfur, and salt, and that he who can become its master has a great reward. F. H. Hickvin's Chim. Schrift. p. 221. They do not at all fear its cunning leaps in the search, for they are in a position to raise its glorious salt and sulfur from its middle point by means of nothing but aids of the same kind as itself, and to volatilize this mineral ends, in its entire substance, mountain-like, and to transform it into a fluid essence, so that not the least thing remains. We know that they also render the red metals volatile, and to make them into medicines for human and metallic bodies, whose effect extends further than all mixtures of present-day pharmacy. It would therefore be well-meaningly advisable to those who rightly know this salt, and wish to employ it for the healing of poor sick persons with great benefit, that they place themselves into instruction with our masters of wisdom. Thus they would be able to carry out their calling with less responsibility, better blessing, and greater benefit. See, Basilius Valentinus explains the same in the Triumphal Chariot, page 433 of his chemical writings, where he thus writes concerning antimony. At first, as the earth received me, only from heaven must I become. Faithfully it also helped that I was born, ale and doubly chosen, my strength the heat of the sun gave me, without which fire and be. No blood do I sweat. Take Pluto as your companion. In struggle, let him be calfactor. Vulcan proves your rightful marriage, Methuselah may then be useful to you. Whoever now knows from what kind of fire the sun and the sulfur consist, for both are nothing other than wholly and entirely an essential fire, the blood-red sulfur shamanism, from which no earthly fire can ever gain anything, or may, but it must be worked through the heavenly fire. Welling, Part 1, Chapter 2. Section 4, p. 8 degrees Fahrenheit. He will soon understand why our worthy brother author has said better above, that the sulfur of which he speaks is a fire, and loves fire, especially the fire of the sun, and that for the dissolution of bodies, in whose depth it is enclosed, he must make use D, although there are dreadful examples of what misfortune has befallen the preachers of the victory of enrichment, and of the so finely guided Styx. I will nevertheless not mention these, but only set down, for the well-intentioned brotherly warning of everyone, the terrible prohibition of Lullius, who was in the central point of nature, and without doubt understood a great part of the divine will. G. Philaletha, in the Antiquity of Magic, p. 135 ff, not to make known the beginnings of our stone. Here, I swear to you by my soul, he says, that you are damned if you reveal these things, for all good comes from God and belongs to him alone. Therefore you shall keep and hold these secrets preserved and closed, which belongs to God alone to reveal, and you shall affirm that you do the preparation in an unshown manner, as is due to his honor. For if you, with few words, were to reveal that which he has prepared over long times, you would, on that great day of judgment, be condemned as an offender against the divine majesty, and obtain no forgiveness from God for the committed evil deed. This one should note for his benefit. D, in his little book which he calls Excellens Viridis Noster, Panacea Leonis, E. p. 157. It will not be improper here, to which the outcome adds the said rhymed lines, which read thus: Now I am, however, a fiery heat, a medicine strong and precious, to this violence N.B. has brought me, that I have obtained a new power, the breath which I make merely with effort. If the old thinker drinks of it, thus I give him a new soul, and become entirely a splendid oil. Of this oil, the following is written by the Polytheoria Chymica, Chrysostomus in Antronat. Et art aperto, p. 195. A gold-colored oil is extracted, or something similar, from our subtle red lead, of which Raymundus says, when he had grown old, that it is far more precious than gold. For when by reason of age he approached death, he prepared from it the aurum potabile. For if both can be circulated into one, namely the oil and the vegetative menstruum, and are heated through art and labor, then through art there comes from it a heavenly grain, of such fiery nature that again we call such our basilisk. Of this vitriol Basilius Valentinus says, p. 957, that this sulphur of the wise, vitriolum, and magnet are to be esteemed English and heavenly, and from this proceeds the universal or stone of the wise, but from sulphur, vitriolo, or magnete vulgari, poorer particularia, and medicaments can be made. If von den natürlichen und übernatürlichen Dingen.
p. 240.
G. See his general medicine in the short appendix. p. 15. H. Our masters of wisdom, with whom God and his wisdom are, know how to interpret this fable incomparably well, and to make this important step in magic. They are namely able to weave a mineral net, with which they know how to catch these adulterous lovers so artfully that it is a pleasure, and because the said wise ones are friends of purity, they give Vulcan the command to kindle a very sharp fire, far surpassing all melting fire, and to throw the offenders into it, so that they may be cleansed and washed of these stains. Thereupon Mars goes off volatile, yet is again caught upon the roof, although in another form. Venus, however, throws herself out of shame and despair into a deep well, from which she is drawn forth again, cleansed of her blemishes. What has been indicated above has prompted the ingenious sophists, vel quasi, to set forth all manner of Saturn out of all manner of things from these two metals, to refine them in many kinds of ways, thereafter to apply them to silver, in the hope of obtaining a rich particular, which they call windbringer. But, since they have known neither the true philosophical dissolution of these metals by the dry nor by the wet way, the calcinations, dry and still burdened with much stupetish earth, have also had no entrance into the above-mentioned noble metal, but have instead slagged upon it and frustrated their unfounded hope. The said tincture, says Basilius, is the king's rent man. This is now sufficient for all, but only for those who know his volatile and fixed gold, of which he so often speaks in his writings. Finally, and indeed as an addition, the good Basilius says, A. The slag of iron and copper fills the purse and the sack. B. They are not yet satisfied with what they have. They already want a third. In B. Here, it would be necessary to rightly consider the faithful reminder of Al. Gottlob B., the interpreter of Montef Neidert, where he says in his preface, Fulmen ad dura fortius, the bolt must be stronger against hard things than against soft ones, or hard matters require hard means, but gentle ones gentle means. Thus, it would thereafter be easy to understand what the son of the Cosmopolite writes at that place where he speaks of the three kingdoms. All salts have altogether no power or force to color, but they are only the keys to the preparation of the stones. Otherwise, they are capable of nothing. But as far as the metallic and mineral salts are concerned, I now speak somewhat, when you will rightly understand me, of what distinction I mean among the mineral salts. These are by no means to be rejected nor to be weakened with respect to the tincture, since one cannot dispense with them in the composition. See section 8. The sages of the world say, if God had not created salt, the lapis philosophorum could not be made. Gratianus says, De omni re potes fieri sinis, et de io siner sal, et de illo sale aqua, et de ia aqua mercurius, et de illo mercurio per diversas operationes sol. That is, from everything ash can be made, and from that ash salt, and from that salt water, and from that water mercury, and from that mercury, through various operations. Sol. Not only Basilius says this, but it is already a very ancient hermetic proverb. One must only know how to cleanse this metal according to the manner of our masters of wisdom, from its stupitish earth. B. What confusion this little saying has caused. See above section. 6. C. This is taken word for word from Basilius Valentinus, p. 449. One makes an ash, and from this ash a salt, and from this salt a water, and from this water a mercury, and from this mercury, through various operations, gold. One must therefore rightly distinguish of what sort of salts the sages of the world speak, whether the question concerns raw and merely warmed or cooked salts, for they often name everything by the name salt, indeed even the perfect stone itself, according to the well-known saying, the salt of the metals is the stone of the wise. Sal. Metallorum est lapis philosophorum. Concerning this, the Rosarius will give us a great exposition, saying, there are 3 stones and 3 salts, in which the entire masterwork consists, namely, a mineral, a vegetable, and an animal, and there are 3 waters, a solar, a lunar, and a mercurial. Mercurius is an earth mineral, the moon is a plant, and holds within itself 2 colors, a white and a red, and finally the sun gold is assigned to living creatures, because it encloses within itself all 3 essential constituents, is called the great wonder beast, and the salmiac of the wise is prepared from it, the moon. Silver is therefore called a plant, because from it the alkaline salt is made. Mercury is called mineral, because from it the common salt A comes, which gold and silver dissolves and transforms the ore, that is, the metallic electrum, from which the matter of the stone of the wise consists, from corporeality into a spiritual being. With this Replaus B fully agrees, writing, since I wish to instruct you perfectly from the very beginning, so that you may understand that there are 3 mercuries, which are the keys of the science, and which Raymundus calls his menstrua, without which nothing proper can be accomplished. 2 of these are superfluous, the 3rd essential, namely gold and silver. Now enough has been said of this philosophical medicine, which indeed is in itself and initially twofold, or also manifold, according to how the artist understands it. Sunt duo, sunt tria, sunt quatuo et unum. There are 2. A. This is a cooking salt, which certainly does not dissolve gold and silver, but only gold alone. But it is our fire against nature, which is a mercurial salt, which in fact is so common that no one can live without it, just as little as without common salt, as Sendivodius notes. B. This English author has written the 12 gates, of which Michael Meyer says that in them the art is perfectly described. If one compares these with the 12 keys of Basilius Valentinus and the 12 palaces of H. Ticheld, one will obtain a great facilitation toward understanding the above-mentioned, still rather obscure passage from the Rosarius. There are 3, there are 4, there is 1, A. But as concerns the proximate matter in the work of nature, it must be only simple, namely the verum hyle primordial, the true original mixed being B, and again simple, yet twice born from Mercury, Mercurius, C, and B, so that from such there arises a strong poetic water, the true universal water, the philosophical Mercury, and the sole root of the work of nature and art. In the aforesaid root consists the entire philosophical truth, whoever understands this ground exactly, namely how this is above and below. Entirely constituted below, this one knows the use and the effect of this philosophical key, which with its bitter penetrating power, amara sua ponticetate, accomplishes everything. D. And with this I open and close my lamp, says the son of Sendivogius. E. A. Basilius Valentinus explains this very beautifully in his chemical writings, p. 58. As follows. You must also know besides that the stone is made from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. From 5, that is, the quinta essentia of its being. By these are understood the 4 elements. From 3, these are the 3 beginning things. From 2, for it is a twofold mercurial substance. From 1, that is, the first of all things, which was brought forth from the word let it be. B. What the wise understand under the word hyle has already been shown above in Part 2, Section 1, Section 5. C. Why he is thus named. Concerning this no one has written so clearly as our illustrious Montev Niderts. D. See above Part 2, Section 3, Section 5. E. In Lucerna Salis, p. 31. Third part, first section, on the wet fire, or the fiery water, and watery fire. Section 1. There still remains for me the fire, as the third point in my description, for explanation. This point is the hardest and most artful in the entire hermetic work, as Pontanus, the wise of the world, testifies with these words therefore apply, yourself, to knowing the fire, for if I had recognized it at the very beginning, I would not have erred 200 times in the working of the matter. And upon this point, the greatest importance rests, as is heard in the instruction De Arbora Solari B, with these words, know therefore that the greatest secret of this art consists in fire, and in truth, whoever knows how to govern, it will attain the perfection of the work, for fire and azoth are sufficient. But since the word fire is general, and comprehends within itself all kinds of it, of which there are many kinds, It is therefore here to be examined what the wise mean by their fire and be, and what sort of one they have, and use and be. In the great work, A, in Epistola Sua in Theatrum Chemicum, Vol. Vi, p. 48.
Studias igitur igni, quias ego hanc, primo invenissem, non erasem ducentis in practica super materiam. B. In Theatrum Chemicum, Vol. Viex p. 190. Saias igitur summum arde secretum in igni consistere profecto, qui sit igniem regere, veni ad perfectionem, nam ignis et exauth, sibi sufficient. This is a very ancient doctrinal principle and in accordance with truth.
What the author here calls fire is nothing other than the dreadful natural fire, hidden and compacted together in the fire-resistant lower part of our stone. Azoth, however, is our liquid dissolving agent, saturated with its equally essential sulfur, the highest arcanum that belongs to this art, and also the key of this entire art, without which no true operation can be, neither of perfect nor of imperfect bodies, etc. Without this milk or vinegar-like operation, nothing is dissolved, distilled, putrefied, coagulated, and then brought neither into a stone nor into an elixir. But ignorance of this vinegar, of which none of the ancients has written, has deceived all present-day laboratory workers, etc.
Seite C, GH. Besondere Geheimnisse eines wahren Adepti von der Alchemy. Dresden, Sutton, 57.
8 degree, p. 40, f. Section 2. Joannes Mehung A. speaks under the name of nature. Thus I cook, dissolve, and sublime, without hammer, tongs, and files, without charcoal, vapor, and fire, without a water bath, dung, or the deceptive distillation furnaces of the sophists. For I have a heavenly fire, B, U2, which awakens. The elemental one, E, according as the matter requires to have a suitable or a harmful form, this very nature says, U3. A, demonstratio naturae in materia hermetica, p. 149.
Quoquo dissolvo sublimio absque maleo forscipe val lima sine carbonibus vapor ine aut balneo Mariae aut fimi et sophistarum alembicis coelestem meum ignem habeo qui elementarem pro materia idomiam desentem firma aber desiderat excitat.
B, just as the preparation of our stone is an imitation of that operation of nature, by virtue of which metallic and mineral bodies are generated in the earth, and whose heat is caused by the modus sphaerae ignis and the fiery quality which they have within themselves. See Bernardus of Tervis, Part 3, Chapter 129, which inner heat, stimulated and made effective by the underground fire of the sun radiating from itself, so likewise in the fissures of our philosophical metals, whose heat in the same manner is stimulated and made effective by the modus sphaerae ignis, and the fiery property which they possess within themselves, just as in those by the warmth of the upper great sun of the world, so that our stone, without further human manual intervention, can be brought forth to perfection. What the great sun of the world does not accomplish through its warmth alone, but also through its irradiating, an active and operative power for a preeminent force, in das Geheimnis der Verwissung und Verbrennung aller Dinge. J. F. 1757, 8 degree, p. 33, section 55. The highest and fiercest corrosives lay aside their sharpness through a gentle digestion and putrefaction. Such a corrosive consumes itself, as it were, within itself, and becomes pleasant and sweet, just as, by means of the solar gold fire and the burning mirror, many mineral extraterrestrial things are brought from their raw wildness into a truly sound, homogeneous natural state. For through the external warmth of the fire not only is the inner power, which is implanted in matter by its own nature, awakened and driven forth into act, but at the same time a solar ray-like power is pressed and impressed inwardly from without. For if it depended only upon the external warmth and the internal form alone, why then does not a constant warm tiled stove or dung heat accomplish such an effect and impregnation, etc. At p. 54, section 58, where the experiment with the antimony calcined by means of a burning mirror is cited, from which it is incontrovertibly made clear that the sun acts not merely through its warmth, but also through the communication of the light and fire particles necessary to creaturist. Yet one can convince it not only through the above-cited experiment with the antimony, but one need only some jugglers themselves. They themselves again call forth harsh reactions, among whom there are various ones who, by means of certain artificially prepared salves with which they rub their hands, are able to let glowing coals be placed into them and to carry such around without the slightest injury. But as soon as one places into their hand coals that have been ignited by means of a burning mirror, they immediately throw these away and say, "That is solar fire." Untie this knot, my gentlemen. See, what he here calls the elemental fire is by no means such as our common mechanical fire, but rather that which we above B have called the internal one, and which is contained both in the elements of the stone and in those of the great world, and which in our artificial imitation of nature is therefore doubly effective, because it is sharpened with a more mature and digested sulfur, by means of which the physical sublimation is completely accomplished. For fire increases fire, and two fires united together warm more, and affect the elements far more gently than a single one is able to do in its nature. It is consequently a great feat of art when one knows how to support fire with fire, and the entire art of chemistry is nothing else than the skill of knowing how to handle the fires well. He says, D. Remain a little restrained, you who boast of being such a great artist, and strive as though this were in accordance with the learned principles of my science, to make potable gold by means of charcoal fire, and a water bath in my distillation vessels. E. N.B. Know that I am provoked on account of your disgrace. Do you not feel shame? When F. You consider my works, to know them well, and to know how to preserve them properly? See the light breaking forth from darkness. Sect. 3. Chap. 4. P. 220. If F. D. Ibidem. P. 452. I address you, I say, sea fire. You who glory in being so artful, and perhaps attempt to make potable gold in my alembics through charcoal fire and the bath of Maria, and know that I recoil on account of my honor, are you not ashamed, if you consider my works? Have mercy upon yourself, and I ask that you consider me. E. This is known only to the true sons of wisdom, and such are wholly and entirely distinct from the distillation vessels of the common chemists. F. We must imitate this, and since it proceeds in its operations wholly gently and simply, we must follow this path of nature, and allow ourselves to be reminded. By a great philosopher of the world, do not imagine for yourselves things so subtle of which nature knows nothing, but remain in the simple path of nature. Sendivogius, Introductio in Chemiam, in Enigmate Philosophorum, p. 450, ch. 1. Do not imagine such lofty things for yourselves, of which do you observe? Have mercy on yourself, and observe me, I beg you. Finally, he thus continues. G. Do you now think that I shall live, that you in your distilling helm, in which you have earth and water, through stinking, fire, and heat, on account of your imagined white and red color, according to your pleasure of my dross, and that I myself, according to your liking, should allow myself to be brought to where you suppose? Do you then imagine that you can move heaven, and draw in its influence H into your work that is worthy of nothing? U4, section 3. Of which nature knows nothing, but remains, I say, on the simple path of nature. G. Ibid. P. 154. Do you therefore think that the earth in the alembic, in which you have earth and water mixed, through your fire and your heat, through your white and red color, that I, according to your good pleasure and will, would permit you to gather me as your own? Would I then arrive at the desired end? Or do you suppose that you can move the heavens and be able to pour their influence into your ship of work? H. It is not enough that our stars are set into motion by an inner working force, energiae, through the outward warmth of the sun, but there must also yet be the influence of the other stars from the upper regions, contributing its own part to its over-perfection and strengthening. We wish to hear how beautifully the microcosmic preludes express themselves concerning this, because wisdom is a light. Sirach 8, 18, c. 13, and following. U, F, and this light is the life of all creatures, and life is a tincture, and such a tincture is found in no realm except the metallic, and there permanently and constantly. Thus the men of God have followed this life from hidden wisdom directly into the manifest and compact realm of metals, and since they found it there in a powerless dark body, it is none other than our mineral mercury, with which our gold must be amalgamated where no one readily seeks it. They have made the same free, tinged, and increased it with the upper light as its origin, NB, and afterward used it as a medicine for the prolongation of their natural life. Section 3. Basil Valentine even rejects the fire of lamps and of dung heaps, so highly praised and by many held to be a great secret. Lamp fire, he says, with spirit of wine is of no use, and dung heap is a ruin. A. The author of The Mystery of the Hermetic Tetractus B says, I flee the fratricide. C. From which, in the great work, the greatest danger arises. Prugmeyer D. therefore writes in the following manner. Every fire of coals, of sand, ashes, lamps, baths, and dung is most unsuitable for the philosophical work, and untrue, and for no philosophical operations in the extreme. Fitting. Thus, such must necessarily be avoided. For the philosophical fire, as Joe Mering himself clearly proves, must be cold and dry, warm and moist. But neither the coal fire nor the fire of the water bath has these properties. Thus, the brief philosophical conception of Flamel is here described with the following words, with this intent. The true sages of the world have also established no other fire than the natural fire, which they likewise follow. The above-mentioned Pontanus F. confirms this, when he writes, I have failed 300 times, although I knew the true matter, in the working and practice of this true matter, before I found its effect in use. A similar error arises in this art when one does not employ that fire which converts the whole matter into the true stone of the wise. Therefore I do not wonder that so many, and again many, have not attained the work. They err, have erred, and will err, because the sages of the world have not brought the proper active principle to light, except one who is called Artephius G, yet by itself alone, that is, in association and in a hidden manner, since in the greatest brevity, and now shorter than the entire expositions of wisdom. And if I had only seen the Treftons and heard them speak, I would never have attained the perfection of the work. H. But so that we may rightly understand this fire, opprobrium agents, I wish here to cite what Arnold says in the Turba, nothing is refined by fire, because those things attend to it together as spirit, unless then you bring them to perfection. If you do not refine these things through the fire in such a manner that they together rise up like a spirit into the height, then you've accomplished nothing. I. Sección 4. A. Re-explanation of the great stone of the wise. p. 75. B. Augur of the Hermetic Arcana, Philosophical Work, Chapter 21. Now flee fratricide, from which in the whole work, most especially, the greatest danger threatens. C. For just as Cain, the fratricide, upon that which he himself built to the honor of the Most High, the abomination and rejection of beautiful nature who employs another fire, which does not arise from the matter itself, does not burn within it in the glass, but outside of it for the decoction of his work of nature. D. In the Hermetic Scrutiny, page 93 and 114th. Therefore every charcoal fire of sand, ashes, lamp, bath, and dung, for the work of philosophers, as being utterly useless, as being most false, must necessarily be avoided, for the philosophical fire, as Joe Mering most clearly indicates, ought to be hot, moist, cold, and dry, but the charcoal fire, or even that of the bath, has these four qualities in no degree. E. Philosophical Summary of Flamel in Mur. Hermit, page 175. For which end even the true philosophers have chosen no other fire than the natural one, which they follow. F. In his epistle in the Theatrum Chimicum, volume 6, page 487. But, although I recognize the matter, I erred 200 times before I discovered the true operation and practice. G. Artephius has so clearly and distinctly, in his writings, spoken of the fire which is first buried into the earth and then, in the form of a water, must be sought out again from it, which indicates all the offerings of Ceres, and also that the fiery Uranus finally becomes so, whereby the spirit of man is highly enlightened, likewise the vital spirit gladdened, the humidum radicale strengthened, life prolonged, and one is preserved from illnesses until the determined end of life, so that he rightly is called by, is to be kept dear and diligently preserved by all and everyone. Naxagoras in Or, Veher, p. 307. The author does not, without important reason, indicate the word finally, in order to show that this water does not immediately and at once become that fiery drink, before which he recounts so many and lamentable virtues for human health, but rather that still various other things must precede, before it can arrive at that point. H. Therefore, the same error of that art is not to receive the fire which converts the whole matter into the true philosophical stone. For this reason, I do not wonder if so many and such great men have not attained the work. They err, they have erred, and they will err in this, because they did not know the proper agent, and B, with the exception of one, who is called Artephius, but he speaks for himself, and unless I had read Artephius and perceived him speaking, I would never have arrived at the completion of the work, in the same text. I hope one will clearly perceive from what has been said so far, that here the discourse concerns nothing other than our fiery water and watery fire. Of this ascent of the spirits, the Hermetic Triumph speaks thus. A. He who knows how to sublime the stone in the philosophical manner may with right and justice bear for me the name of philosopher insofar as he knows the fire of the wise, which is the only instrument that can effect the sublimation. No philosopher has ever brought this secret fire and this mighty agent, which works all the wonders of the art, freely and openly to light, except Artephius, as Pontanus says, for the knowledge of this great secret is much more a gift of heaven than a light obtained through the powers of keen reflection and inference. Therefore also the mystery of nature naturing, and nature natured in the Davidic deed proves and speaks, most beloved children, whoever reveals this secret, let him be accursed and of death. And B. Without the sublimation of the stone, continues the Hermetic Triumph. B. Further continues, i.e. the reversal of the elements and the separation of the beginnings are impossible unless this conversion takes place, and this conversion which makes the water vie from the earth, the air from the water vive, and the fire from the air, is the only way by which our Mercury sea is the only way that it can be made. After this, therefore, apply yourself diligently to the knowledge of this secret fire. N.B. Note to reader from the editor, study the secret fires of the alchemists, which dissolves the stone in a natural manner and without force or violence, namely in putrefaction N.B., and causes it to dissolve itself into water, in the philosophical sea, of which it is written, and the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. Genesis the first N.B., through the distillation of which Isaiah chapter XLV 8 says, Rore coeli, heavens from above, etc. Drop dew you heavens from above, I, etc. And this happens through the rays of gold and silver, namely through the burning with the water, and the washing off with the fire, as Rufinus teaches according to the truth, because in this great work nothing else takes place than a dissolving and a joining together, and thus the fire unites with the water, which happens in the earth, which is laid on with the fire. D. N. B. A. page 202. B. Page 203. C. What he here calls our mercury is the whole composite, after it has been transformed through the inversion of the elements into a viscous metallic water. Folgende Grossbauer, page 7, where it is said, an almost great part of our mastery consists in the dissolution of the body or corpus into water. This, however, all happens when the composition is completed, which the philosophers call a putrefaction, a rotting or corruption, without which the circulatory transformation of metals into one another cannot take place, for the destruction of the one is the generation of the other. Especially when such rotting or corruption and generation have their origin and beginning from one and the same ground. D. Between the sublimation of the common chemists and that of the wise, there is this difference, that the former tear apart the constituents of created things by force, and through a strong fire, which they call sublimating fire, without knowing how such separated parts may be reunited again in accordance with nature, whereas the latter, namely, the wise, there, sublimation is nothing less than a violent separation, but rather a joining together of the purified constituents by the same path which nature itself uses in the generation of its substances, namely, through a circular motion and through the attractive force lying within their parts, by virtue of which free things become volatile, and volatile things become fixed. Here there again appears with complete clarity the truth of the above-mentioned principle, funus funum complectatur, one vapor embraces another, and so forth. Among the common pharmaceutical practitioners of separation, I would know of none who had understood the intended philosophical sublimation, except Peter Johann Faber of Montpellier, who, in his Poliad, Spagier, chapter 42, page 216, writes of this as follows, Unio est nova et iterata anime pure cum corpore permixtio, sive conjunctio, by which words we do not understand that the very same body rises again entirely, since the degree of union is not the same, nor does the same form arise. The matter from which all forms originate may indeed be the same in substance, yet it is nevertheless different in qualities and in degrees of perfection, which give being to forms. That is to say, the union is a new and repeated mingling of the pure soul with the pure body. By these words, we do not wish to say so much as that the very same body, namely that which existed before purification, should rise again, for the degree of union is no longer the same, thus the same. Form no longer arises, although the material from which all forms spring is, certainly one and the same according to its lower essence and its components. Yet it is nevertheless distinguished according to properties and with respect to the degrees of perfection which give forms their existence. By these beautiful words, a truth is at the same time explained, which appears more clearly below. It is nothing less than incomprehensible how a fixed body, when it has previously been made volatile through a suitable addition of volatile spirits, can thereafter bind those very spirits again, and make them fixed and fire-resistant, so that even a body volatile by nature can make another volatile body. Section 5. Now let us, for further confirmation, hear how the aforementioned Artephius, so highly praised by Pontanus, describes this fire, this proprium agens, and whether this description is accurate. He says, it is a bright spirit, and the Saturnine antimony accords with and within it is the mercury, in which fine metals like silver dissolve, except for the gold. The gold will not dissolve, but the silver and other prepared or fine metals will. Footnote D. Kant. For it is in truth the spirit alone that is strengthened in the antimonial Saturnine mercury, and without such living silver no metal can be made white, for it whitens the bearer, that is, gold, and has the power to bind it. First, it is intelligible that internally every fixed body preserves, indestructibly, the seed and kernel of its fire resistance at the central point of its structure, but that the latter are nevertheless able to bring about precisely this effect occurs through the attractive force hidden within them. This is therefore called an equal in essence, inseparable union. See Jugel, Experimental Chemistry, Part 1, Class 3, Remark I, page 85. He demonstrates this in the same place. Theorem 2, Explanation 4, page 8 and following, by the example of spirit of wine and the spirit derived from sal ammoniac. N.B. It would be desirable that physicians would earnestly apply themselves to properly uniting these two spirits, and through an artful disposition, to bring them to the highest perfection. They would surely experience the benefit of gold, and it brings the perfect corpus into its first matter of whiter color, and shining brightly like a mirror. I say, it dissolves the perfect body, which is of its nature, for that same water is related and agreeable to the metals. It makes the gold white A, because it has a pure quicksilver in itself, etc. It does not burn, but dissolves, and afterwards runs together, like a bitter juice, etc., that same water makes the corpus volatile, and the like, and raises it up above the water. He says, take the raw leafed, or beaten gold, and that calcined by, and put it into our antimonial Saturnine mercurial vinegar and sal ammoniac, as it is called, into a wide glass vessel, 4 fingers high, or somewhat more, and let it stand in a temperate warmth, So you will in a short time see that it rises up like a moist oil and floats above like a little cap, collect the same, etc. Is therefore the whole secret of this antimonial hidden art, that we thereby know the living silver, if it does not draw burning from the body of the magnesia, and this is the antimonial and mercurial sublimation, that is, one must draw from it an incombustible oil, which has caused the living water to arise from it, together with the perfect body of gold, which is dissolved therein into a white and thick substance, etc. c. But beforehand, the gold, in its putrefaction and dissolution in this water, will lose its brilliance, will become dark and black, nigrum, nigrius, nigro, the black will become blacker than black, and likewise there will float above upon it a white color in a white substance. And this is to make the red bearer white, to sublime the same according to the philosophical manner D, and to bring it into its matter, that is, into its white sulfur, into a fixed mercury. And thus the perfect body obtains life in the water, becomes living spiritually, increases, and is multiplied in its kind like other things, etc. Concerning this, Artephius indeed speaks only for himself, or incompletely, as Pontanus says, because he does not properly name the philosophical Saturn, nor its first reduction and return into a water. Meanwhile, since he speaks only of the solution or dissolution of gold, which his addition of ammoniac produces, fe per stomachum aruthionis per acilae acritudinem, fort sicati, namely through the power of the solvent sharpened by the sharpness of the eagle, and concerning the other part, that is, the solution or dissolution of silver, it is said, simplicem struthionus stomachum, foemina requiret the female, namely the moon or the silver, requires a simple solvent, from which, however, it then sharpens, N.B., and thus makes the seeker believe that it is only one, to be able to direct the continuation of his work along the proper paths. F., the son of Zendevogius G, says, the dissolution takes place in itself, through itself, without another thing, always in its own blood. For the wind has carried the fire-resistant son of the suns in its belly, who, like a fish without little bones, moves about in the philosophical sea X4, a single solution, and thereby misled. E. Take the doubled artifice, as is learned through experience, the experienced hand of the learned artist in such a purified form, especially so that it swims about. Lollius writes, H. Gold and silver are dissolved into things which in the root are equally essential with them. Section 6. A. Even this our water does, because of the arsenic hidden within it, which has the upper hand in it, and hence it comes that when one dissolves any self-chosen body therein, it transforms such into a white salt, from which its mercurial property clearly appears. B. What Artephius here calls magnesia is nothing other than our electrum or chaos, in which all the fundamental parts of our stone lie hidden among one another. C. Concerning this manner of drawing an incombustible oil in the form of an oil from metals, I have read in various writings, for it is almost beyond doubt that one uses more circumstantial means and procedures than another in the first operation, that is, in the preparatory work, see Gross Bauer, page 15. Yet they all aim at a single final purpose, which is to separate out the seed of gold as the true matter and root of the tincture, the elixir, or the fifth essence, its balsam, or the true radical moisture. See Sendivogius, Tractate 1. But since here the discussion concerns solely the royal path, which our secret brotherhood, guided by divine wisdom, is accustomed to follow, this does not properly belong here. D. In the philosophical sense, to sublime means the same as to make subtle. See Gross Bauer, page 6. One should add what was said above on page 4, following. E. Concerning the philosophical making sharp and its many different names, as many as there are days in the year. Sebald Schwarzer, the Alchemia denudata, and even, where we are correct, Sincerus Renatus, hold corrosive oil of vitriol to be this, they say, when the metal has been dissolved in its proper menstruum, it then stands half open. If oil of vitriol is then added in its proper weight, its sulfuric acid joins itself to that which is also present in the metal, whereby disharmony arises among the components, which causes the natural bond within them to be separated, so that one may therefore, by means of the addition of sal ammoniac, which according to the testimony of certain writers represents, as it were, the place of a dry alkahest, sublime all parts, take each one separately, and by means of mortification also present them separately. But if one wishes to have this in crystals, one must proceed to spirit of wine, and first dissolve it with vinegar, then with spirit of wine, and lastly with distilled rainwater, and allow it to settle, whereby one obtains a volatile pure vitriol, from which one may in open fire drive out all parts in liquid form. They ground this latter work upon the statement of the great Bauer, page 48, who says that the means of dissolution lies in the wine cask, that is, spirit of wine, vinegar of wine, etc. Yet such must not remain therewith, but must withdraw again after the solution. Others chose instead the nitrum. They mix it with sal ammoniac and drive from it in various ways a volatile double spirit, which some writers hold in very high esteem. Now, it is indeed not unknown to me that when something sharp is mixed with a mineral acid, the one makes the other volatile. Nor is it less known to me what the so-called sixth bath of Basilius Valentinus has found for its adherents, since certain definite spirits from all three kingdoms of nature are combined with one another. Nor do I in any way deny that those who know how to apply these things according to philosophical usage should not be able to accomplish much good thereby, but if one considers our great sixth bath, of which continual mention is made here, and also by Basilius Valentinus himself, according to its secret meaning, according to its true preparation and inner nature, one will find that to it, above all others, the name of a philosophical sharpening stomach is most justly due. I therefore cannot believe that the expressions of our worthy brother, which still contain something obscure within themselves, are to be understood otherwise than as I explain them. The words from the Zorathon and from Lullius, which he adduces at the end of the present section of discourse, make this not unclear, since it is more than certain that a true root-based opening, solutio radicalis, in itself, through itself, without another path, then always in its own blood, and by such means may be brought about which are related to the dissolving agent at the root, cum rebus radicalibus sui generis, which properties have been implanted in our double mercurial spirit in the highest degree by nature and art. I therefore conclude with the words of the Lesser Rosary in the Theatrum Chemicum, Volume 3, page 658 and following, with this praiseworthy corrosive. Water, you are able in a moment to dissolve all bodies, both crude and calcined, likewise precious stones, and to congeal them again whenever you wish. This water has such marvelous and praiseworthy effects. It dissolves the solid and renders it liquid, cleanses the impure, corrodes the superfluous, fixes the fugitive, consolidates what is dispersed, most excellently increases the white tincture and the red. It penetrates all things, softens the hard, hardens the soft, reconciles discordant things, and is the key of the whole art. That is, with this praiseworthy water you can instantly dissolve all bodies, whether they be raw or dried, no less also precious stones, and cause them to coagulate again according to your will. This water has such wondrous and praiseworthy effects that it thins what is thick and makes it fluid, cleanses what is impure, bites away what is superfluous, makes the volatile stable, gathers together what has been scattered apart, so that it promotes and increases the white and red tincture. It penetrates all things, softens what is hard and hardens what is soft, unites contrary things, and is the key of the whole art. That here no other corrosive is to be understood than our fiery V or watery fire is assured to us by Montagnesi's in the Medicina Universalis, chapter 3, section 17, where it is stated, the double mercurial V water is also otherwise called acidic vapor and double corrosive, therefore. Paracelsus says that without such the gold is not dissolved. Gold is not dissolved except by our corrosive. The little word instantly must not be taken in a narrow sense, for there are bodies of which one, before another, requires a considerable time for its most effective opening, which is here recalled for the notice of certain impatient brethren. F. Saturnia Regna, Book, Canons 30 and 31. The words of Lullius, read thus in the heading, each art having been purified separately by the learned hand of the artist, you may arrange them for propagation into one species. G. In Lucerna Salis, page 108. H. In Compendium Anime, Book 2, Section 3, Subsection 5, in Manget, same place, Volume 1, page 781, therefore gold is dissolved in things that are radical of its own kind. N.B. This one should hold before the sophists who make their fine dissolutions using nothing but wholly foreign things. Theophrastus in Tinctura Physica says, kill Mars, that is, iron, with the spear. A. The water or agent arising from this artifice calls now vinegar, B. Now quicksilver. X5. Sometimes oil, sometimes sulfur, sometimes spirit, sometimes body, sometimes volatile, sometimes fixed, which indeed in fact is all true, but successively, everything little by little, and not at once at the beginning of the work, as it seems to give to understand, and therefore seeks to confuse the beginning students with this repetition. Furthermore, he commands to separate with the hand, and to operate, which nevertheless is only uniquely and solely at this point the art and operation of nature, and accordingly this upright author has shown what Moses the Spirit of the Lord, which hovered over the water, which is the volatile and fixed of Lullius, the little sphere of Hermes, the grace of Hermogenes, the fish ichthys, the sea and the philosophical fishes, the lunar water of life of the masters of the wise. What aether, pneuma, the spirit of the world, the spirit ruach, this gives to you the most clarification, what ruach Elohim, the upper and lower of Hermes, and thus the true and proper active principle in this work, and of the entire active nature clearly shows, and where all this is to be found. C. At the conclusion finally of the natural fire, I will once more cite the esteemed Sendomic von Siebenstern, who says, strive after the fire, so you find fire, kindle your fire, add fire to fire, stoke fire to fire, lead spirit, soul, and body into the fire, so you have death and living fire. From this comes red, black, yellow, and white fire. Beget your children in the fire, feed, give drink, nourish them in the fire, so they live, and die in the fire, and are fire, and remain fire, silver and gold, everything becomes. Fire, heaven and earth pass away in the fire, and there becomes a fourfold philosophical fire. N.B. One thing I must still philosophically, but clearly, report here concerning the natural fire, that the wrath of God is the first fire, but which is known only to the true wise ones, and through this fire, the overthrow of Lucifer in all beginning must be revealed. The reigning and moving of nature is the second fire, immediately after the resurrection of A. Although at the beginning of our work of nature, this spear is nothing other than our magical fire, through which the fall of Lucifer and the wrath of the Most High are revealed. Nevertheless, this is not what is spoken of here, but rather that fluid philosophical fire, which in the present discourse is indicated under so many different names, is a closed, airy, circulating, and bright fire. The wise call it their sun. It does not cause the matter to evaporate, but only brings it to maturity with a gentle, penetrating, living heat. It is unceasing, and therefore it transforms the chaos and finally destroys it. The wise have called this fire their bath, but it is the bath of nature. In a word, without this bath nothing is generated in the whole world, so that you may now understand what degree of fire is required for the work. Consider the nourishment of human beings, or also of another creature. It is not kitchen fire, nor an unnatural heat resembling a burning fever that acts upon the seed in the womb, but a holy, gentle, moist, natural heat, which proceeds from the true life of the mother. Thus it is also in this work. Philolitha, in Antiquity of Magic, page 137 and following. When the sophistical market criers read in the writings of the masters of wisdom that for the incubation of their highest natural mystery a moist, steaming, and vessel-encompassing warmth is required, they imagine that this can be no other than the warmth of a BV or BM. But they err, for the sweat bath in which our elder must sweat, and which wounds him like a spear, even unto death, and also heals him again, is heated neither with coal fire nor warm water, neither with the fire of lamps nor of dung heaps, but is beautifully warmed by its own nature fire, both internal and external, in such a way that it surrounds the entire sweat bath with a continuously enduring watery vapor, which does not cease until the king has been completely cleansed of his excretion and has attained his perfect health. B. Here one should take note of what the incomparable hermetic triumph, page 208, says thereof. It is properly the wine vinegar of the wise, and it happens, in the distillation of this spiritual liquor, exactly this, as in the distillation of common vinegar. You can take from this a useful instruction, that the water and the phlegm rise first, the oily substance in which the power of our water consists comes last. This is indeed a princely oil, to which one may with good reason apply the words Proverbs 6e. 20. A desired treasure and oil are in the dwelling of the righteous, but a rational man will waste it. G. Mystery of the burning and putrefaction of all things, sect. 1759. Section 8. p. 78. To the beloved brethren I hereby say as a very useful notice that, so long as they have not yet brought our fiery water, and necessary fire into a heavy mercurial oiliness, as the hermetic triumph requires, they will not open the sulfurs in a radical manner. C. From this most important matter, we wish again to hear the high spirit of our Trismegistus, who writes thereof in the following manner: as soon as the fiat was spoken, N.B., there arose a terrible thunder and lightning, and there ascended toward heaven a thick white mist, and in this mist was the Spirit of the Lord, who sat upon the waters, hidden. But when this went forth, no one could hold it, but it flowed and did not return, escaped the delta, and went to its own predestined place. And there was a confused dark being, and the good thing was very little, N.B. And thus it was divided among us under the moist and the capable, such that one could not make use of it. Therefore, the highest ruler ordered that the dry be separated from the moist, whereby the soul and the earth, along with the heavy sublimated vapors of the transformed iron, through dissolution by delta fire, become a clear and transparent liquor. And this liquor is the same delta fire that might become into a fire-dry hardness in such a way from special providence of the Almighty. Out of the transmuted Mars and its Gebais, a new world has been created, which stands everywhere in service to the rich and the poor, etc. O metamorphos. Planetar. Chap. 11th. Section 66. Et sec. All the above one comes to see clearly in the preparatory work. This is page 333 in the original text. Of chaos, from the Spirit of the Lord, who hovered upon the water, was begun through the separation of the waters from the waters, but continues through the rotation of the elements and of the whole of nature until the great Sabbath, where even complete rest and the true perfection rule in the fire triangle, which is the true character of the perfect fire, whose three sides have a perfect equality, and through this, in sensu mystico e magico, indicate not only the perfect earthly work, which is the stone of the wise, but also the natural heavenly being, the highest mystery of all, which is God, the Father of nature himself. Second section. On the artificial fire. Section I. Accordingly, the artificial fire in philosophical work is by no means to be rejected nor dispensed with, because this is the driving fire of the natural fire, so that the same must lead successively and step by step to the goal. For if nature did not require the outer fire, then, of necessity, all unfinished metals would become pure gold, and for example already be gold, And from this single philosophical axiom, fire digests all things, fire perfects all things, says Pugmire, it is clearly proven that the philosophers posit both the one fire and the other fire, for the one digests, the other completes. From this, however, is by no means to be concluded that I here admit the material wood fire, which I above rejected altogether, and thus contradict myself herein. No, at all. For I reject such a thing once again, as above, as most harmful, and therefore most to be avoided. N.B. Now, it is easy, from my ambiguous discourse, to discern what kind of fire this is that I mean. B. One author says, the one fire burns and consumes, and another burns and increases, and between these two there is the greatest sympathy, just as between the heavenly and the earthly sun in gold. C. Another writer. He himself says, if you wish to be a world sage, and investigate the rotation of nature, then you must also be an astronomer. D. Section 2. The necessity, however, of astronomy for testing the great work is to be known, that the world sages not only have their 4 seasons in the work, because the stone is a field which the wise man cultivates and tends, and nature and art sow the seed which is to bring forth its fruit, and just as these 4 seasons are required for complete fruit-bearing, bringing forth, thus the stone also has its winter, in which cold and moisture rule, its spring, in which the philosophical seed is accustomed to sprout, its summer, when its fruits ripen and are made ready for preservation, and finally its autumn, in which the perfect fruit consoles and gladdens the wise. The most suitable season of the year must also be applied to this work. Some philosophers name this time plainly and directly, namely March. Zaborellus says he began his work at Easter and happily completed it in 1 year. Measure in Sim, R, Ment, and Milius in Basilica Chim. Philos, both countrymen, say that the proper time is in spring, when in March day and night are equal, and the sun and moon unite with one another, or else when the sun and moon stand in the sign of Aries at the dragon's head. The Cosmopolite writes that the most fitting time for philosophical work is that in which every living, sensing, and growing being appears as if animated by a fire, and therefore he gives, in a skillful allegory, through the comparison of the 3 heavenly signs of Aries, Taurus, and the twins, the 3 months of spring to be recognized. Section 3. A. Nature always intends toward the perfection of gold is an old philosophical principle, and this would at all times be brought to fulfillment in the subterranean workshops, if not through the stronger or sharper effect of the subterranean fire, as of a kind of subterranean sun, nature were made confused in its working. B. It is precisely this fire that our sages mean when they have expressly recommended to us that, after we have arranged our purified philosophical elements of the stone in their double artificial vessel, we should place them in a glass furnace, secure it well with a lid, so that the warmth may remain nicely together, and thereby the natural exhalation may be promoted as a thing very beneficial to health. For the rest, one should commend it to nature and its irradiation. One should only not lift the cover too early from the king lying in his sweat bath, lest through an external striking cold a feverish attack seize him, which might very easily turn into a deadly illness. C. Thus there is indeed no doubt that the warming property of the suns, just as it awakens in plants the spirit lying within them and the nourishing sap, is likewise capable of doing this in the components of our philosophical metals, whereby the latter, just like the former, be brought from capacity to activity, et potentia ad actum, especially since they are brought up into the vegetable kingdom and, through philosophical destruction, purification, and refinement, freed from the contracting power of Saturn, thus made fit to receive the higher influences more effectively. Of the above-mentioned sympathetic relationship, however, between the sun and gold, Basilius Valentinus speaks in his manner quite beautifully in his work on natural and supernatural things, page 260 and following. Thus, just as the sun, as the heavenly light, has a particular fellowship and love with the small earthly fire to draw it to itself in a magnetic manner and way, so likewise the sun and gold also have their particular understanding and their particular attracting power and love together, because the sun has wrought gold through the tria principia, which have their magnet, which is most closely related to the sun, etc. I will ask only one question. From where does it come that the golden antimony glass, when fused by means of a burning mirror, not only increases in weight, but also becomes stronger and better than when this happens through charcoal fire? This question is easy to answer according to our principles, and Basilius Valentinus has already done so in the place cited above. Lefebvre in his chemistry has also explained this well. The newer physicists deny it, in that they do not wish to admit that the sun behaves toward the sublunary creatures related to it as an inflowing matter, but only as a tool for their growth. C. D. J. B. Jenkel's Flora Saturnia. Chap. 5th section. 193. See above p. 135. B, however, in our philosophical system of doctrine, which indisputably is the true one, not much regard is paid to this denial. D. This is indeed necessary. For although every composite thing, and thus also our stone no less, has its own astronomy and its own meteorological alternations hidden within itself, as our worthy brother notes very thoroughly. Nevertheless, the observation of the seasons of the microcosm must not be neglected. D. Moreover, a world sage must, in his astronomy of the great world, properly investigate the properties of the earth and of the air, so that he may investigate the four properties of the inner philosophical fire. Fire, which, fire is warm and dry, cold and moist, must come to assistance with the very same properties of the outer heavenly fire and promote them, if it does not wish to suffocate the above enumerated properties one after another. A. Hollisby says, when we speak of the heavenly power, then understand that general fire which must bring the vegetative driving forces into motion and forms, and seals the inner constitution of our substance, insofar as the same is rightly ordered through the aforementioned general fire, with respect to its nature. And this general fire is formed and is governed through prudent handling in moisture, C, with regard to the heavenly power, and thus we wish to act philosophically, insofar and to the extent that its impulse in our masterwork requires it of us. When, therefore, my son, you wish to sublime our mercury, you must first separate its elements in such a manner, D, that, namely, its driving spring, in which its property consists, cannot perceive the external fire. E. Section 4. Michael Measure says that one must pay attention that Vulcan does not allow the heat of the sun, which in any case is already by nature dry and warm, to gain excessive dominance. Therefore it is advisable to begin the work when a not too harsh north wind blows, which takes its origin from the high mountains, so that the strong heat of this divine fire may somewhat abate, and the pleasant west winds bring with them a proper moderation of cold and warmth, moisture and dryness. Therefore some judge it good to begin this work when the sun is accustomed to enter Taurus, or according to another opinion Aquarius, because these two signs of heaven are commonly found in the same deviation from the midday line, all of which happens in order to moderate excessive heat. Should someone by chance wish to transform this Alsatian land, come into a region? D3. A. Here the falsely so-called separating powers will say, what does this long since discarded stuff bring to light? It is indeed the doctrine of the four fundamental qualities, which has been completely eradicated by the new German world wisdom. But if these gentlemen world sages knew the double mercury and the double sulfur of the wise, no less the cold and moist fires in nature and art, they would not chatter so miserably. B. In Testamentum Novissimum, Chapter 7, apud manget in Bibliotheca Chemica, Tome 2, page 810. A. When we say heavenly virtue, understand the common fire, which ought to move the vegetative instrument, which is moisture, the formative and sealing matter, insofar as it is well formed through the common fire with respect to nature. And the common fire is formed and governed by the wise practical moisture with respect to the heavenly virtue, and thus we wish philosophically, according to that which its action has required of us in our magistery. C. Here he again understands the moist fire, namely, our fiery water and watery fire, which has so strong a sympathy with the fire of the sun and the cold of the moon. D. This does not occur in the manner of the Typhists, with the so-called strong subliming fire, but in our glass mining work, and more through a conjunction than through a violent tearing apart of the parts. E. Therefore, when, my son, you wish to sublime our mercury, you will first separate its elements in such a way that its instrument in which the property resides cannot sense the external fire. Lollius, Ibid. Chapter 10, apud manget, Locke. Tome I, page 812. A. In order to understand this better, and to remove from people the delusion of those who believe that no external fire at all is needed, even in the preparatory work, as some let them dream who work with common mercury, and such, with practice with all manner of washings into the philosophical one, then I must set down the words that follow. They read thus: nothing solely that which is mixed with it contrary to nature serves to corrupt its elements, etc. Bi. Only that which has been added to it destroys its elements contrary to nature, etc. This is a distinguished passage, which prevents many quackeries. In this matter, one must take into consideration the region in which one dwells. Then it will see these two A go up and down together, as it were a loving married couple. Nevertheless, nothing is born of them unless they are joined together through a lawful marriage. These united spouses already truly lie together in one place, where the gentle spring winds, or the rain-bringing west and south winds, are felt in stronger heat, so that the said bridal pair may receive some refreshment. For if their sleeping chamber did not have some moderate warmth, then the seed would either dry out through excessive heat, or be hindered in its fruit-making power through excessive cold. The sleeping chamber is a green turf under the open sky, which serves the new married couple for delight, therefore. After the course of the proper time of pregnancy, the joy of the world sages arises and is born. Raymond Lullius B. speaks very variously, and in more than 40 places, of this fire, which is very much to be considered. For this reason many unbelievers have been blinded and deceived, as is made evident from their annotations and futile interpretations, namely from the clamoring of the Jew Democritus and of Rabbi Abyssal, who believe that our sublimation takes place in dryness, and indeed with an external fire, or else in moisture with an external influence of both, can understand that the natural fire cannot be awakened without that which is contrary to nature. just as Kezu, Merali, and others who have prescribed our sublimation to be carried out to its greatest detriment by all manner of external operations, which has never been customary in true world wisdom. My son, therefore draw off all volatile moisture by means of the external fire, yet without incineration. Son, why the newer and young world sages fail in the recognition of natural properties, and indeed more in the strengthening of natural power than in the purification of corrupted matter, because they do not understand how to make strengthening medicines, which depend more on form than on matter. For they do not know how to spread out medicinal matter from its corrupted things. Note, in which this matter has been sunk together with all the heavenly powers contained within it. Note, through the complete course of nature with a gentle cooking of the sun and the stars. D, for it is necessary that to the natural power, which is heat, as the governess of nature, helping hand is lent through the power of the heavenly fifth essence, E, in the mixing with the finest medicinal substance, which is to be drawn out from the state of its corruptibility through the skill of a learned intellect, which a good world sage ought to possess if he wishes to understand the work, by means of which every natural metal is to be treated, whose end is the preservation of its uncreated power, through which it ought to act. F, therefore they are deceived, because they do not know the measure of the strength of the bodies bound together, with which the operative power holds the upper hand, are not at all knowledgeable, and therefore the aforementioned power is unbound, and is improved by its subject, the burning fire flees as its mortal enemy G, and the matter remains without strengthening power. And this is the cause why the power withdraws from the fire, because its underlying thing, its substance or its body, was not exhaled, together with the said power, before a fire was given to it which exceeded the measure of the strength of its bond, since the strengthening power is preserved and drawn out by the common fire, applied together with the natural fire, in which the heavenly virtue is embedded, which you must also seek in the same manner. Therefore, we admonish you, my son, he continues, that you should not employ yourself in an uncertain art instead of recognized and instructed truth, and that you should not wish to use burning fire as a tool. The power that embeds its property is governed by a certain mode of operation, which is given to the artist together with a certain power of judgment, to know this, and therefore do what you do prudently. From the composite, make a simple, from the heavy, a light, and therefore, when such is poured into a mineral matter, it immediately receives a mineral determination, which it receives from the mineral matter, but not from a vegetative or animal matter. H. Observe. That natural fire alone, which has been strengthened with new natural fire, accords with our intention, because the fire contrary to nature is harmful, whereas natural fire possesses operative power within itself. And fire against nature drives out the spirit in such a way that it finds no place in which it may rest, nor any airspace in which it may draw breath. K. Further, it is not to be wondered at that you contemplate in your heart the power of this watery fire, since it is the guide and ruler of the whole of nature. This essential fire, namely, which burns, common gold more strongly than elemental fire, is something that common fire is incapable of accomplishing. Therefore, we advise you that on the hottest days you can find, you should perform your masterwork. D. Section 5. In the same Vede Mechem A, Lullius again speaks differently about the fire which could easily mislead an inexperienced person, namely, nature does not wish to be forced, therefore remove her sweat by means of a slow fire. And see that you obtain one of our mercuries. Note well, these are the principal keys and the bath of rebirth. This is the washing and purification of our stone and of the whole of nature. For this is one of the chief secrets. A. These two lovers are called Gabricius and Baya in the adeptical world wisdom, and are nothing other than the active and the passive, which is a known matter. B. In Testamentum Novissimum, chapter 10, at Menget, in Bibliotheca Chemica, tome I, page 812, A, whence many faithful ones were scorched and deceived, as appears in their notes, and condemnations, namely in the epistle of Demosthenes the Jew, Rabbi Abraham, who foolishly likewise others who have rejected sublimation from fire as being contrary to nature. Therefore we say that no generation occurs, nor multiplication of forms, and although it is so that they have asserted, they have alleged that our sublimation takes place with an external fire in dryness, and others in moist fire with an external nourishment, and others who reprove sublimation as occurring with fire contrary to nature, whence we say that generation does not exist without corruption. And although here they might have understood that natural fire cannot always be excited without that which is contrary to nature, and hence they have produced Kesu, Merali, etc., who with great corruption made known our sublimation under external operations, which was never the custom of philosophy. If I were minded to be more verbose than has already been done, I could draw forth from the aforementioned history a heap of chatter, from the Jew Democritus and Absal, no less from the two, sweet ravers Keles and Meritib, but such is not worth the effort, for power confined within its material vessel, until the stepwise ascending heavenly heat, FF, surpasses the power of the bond. C. In the same work, chapter 20, page 819, a sun. Extract all airs and moistures, without calcinations with an external fire. Chapter text, page 817, B. Sun. You know why modern philosophers and the young fail in the knowledge of the virtues of nature, They are more concerned with the comforting of natural virtue than with purging corrupted matter, because they do not know how to compose consoling medicines, which are more of form than of matter. They do not know how to expel medicinal matter from corrupted things, note, in which there is matter with the entire virtue of heaven within, note, in this work, through the entire cycle with gentle decoction, of the sun and the stars, because it is necessary that natural virtue, which is heat and the governess of nature, be aided by the natural fifth celestial virtue in mixing with subtle medicinal matter, drawn away from its corruption by the virtue of a good intellect, which every good philosopher ought to possess, if he wishes to understand the operation by which the matter of natural metal is treated and brought to completion under the preservation of its virtue, through which it ought to operate. They are therefore deceived, because they wholly ignore the measure of the strength of the bond, by which the operative power is bound in its matter, and what might supervene concerning empirical gradual heat beyond the power of the virtue of the bond. And if therefore the said virtue is loosened and renewed from its subject, and flees from the burning fire, which is its mortal enemy, then the matter remains without the conserving virtue. And this is the cause why the virtue recedes from the fire, because its subject, the substance, or its body, was not exhaled together with the said virtue before the fire is given to it beyond the measure of its bond, because the conserving virtue is preserved and drawn together with the common fire applied with the natural one, in which is the celestial virtue, which you also seek here, etc. D. Now I hope that everyone will learn to see clearly what kind of fire this is, of which the wise make use in the subsequent work. E. See above section. 3. D. F. Our magical fire has, among other splendid effects, also this one, that it destroys all metallic and mineral bodies, yet in such a manner that every part of the destroyed body retains its metallic and mineral properties, and none is displaced from the central point of its essence. The sophists can likewise, by means of the breadless art with all manner of additions, raise the said creatures out of their natural fabric, but with the distinction that their destructions deprive the metal of its innate property, completely displace it from its central point, and entirely drive away the indispensable power of which Lilius here speaks so clearly. Therefore they also bring such fine results into the world. FF, in the Latin there stands the adjective empiricus, concerning which Carolus Dufresne du Gange, in the Glossaria Media et Infime Latinitatis, has the following: empirica, a cargo ship, a merchant vessel. Glossary Greek-Latin manuscripts, Expedigos Empiricus. The printed edition has empiricus. Some believe one must read haber empiricus for authenticus. Yet this is not necessary here, and I believe it to have been rightly attributed to excessive heat, for through an all too great excess thereof, this harmful effect arises in bodies of which discourse is made here. But one must know an acting principle, agents, equally essential to the higher heavenly fire, through which this heat, and consequently the separation of the components fixed within the material vessel, is brought about. Whoever diligently reads the writings so often cited by me of Herrn, especially his general physics and experimental chemistry, together with Traumschmidt's within our sacred union and in the manner of our exposition, that is, at the foundation of gnosis, and under the invocation of divine understanding, will come to know physically this acting principle of which discourse is made here. Since it is fitting here, equity requires that I render justice before the whole world to Herrn. He is, among all present-day hermetic natural philosophers, the one who, in true natural art and knowledge, especially of the mineral kingdom, has been brought to the highest esteem. And since this judgment comes from a Rosicrucian who stands in such a rank that he can, should, and must know it, it is therefore reliable, whatever certain metallurgical dilettantes, such as Herr Zimmermann and other enemies of this upright man, among them the pitiable scribbler who scraped together the second part of Hermannus Ficulus's Probierstein, may wish to object against it. He is not commended to our bosom of wisdom without sufficient reason, for in our schools of teaching one knows his excellences only too precisely. He lacks nothing to reach the highest summit of hermetic wisdom, except that he stand within our fraternal bond. Then he would quite easily grasp wherein the true destruction of gold, silver, and all other metals consists, and would not have committed the unforgivable error of so great a knower of nature, namely, to pass off the destruction of gold and silver with cinnabar as radical, since it is merely sophistry, and the remaining ash nothing other than that derived from the sulfur of cinnabar. I would count myself fortunate if I were the one who had the honor of introducing this worthy man into the temple of beautiful nature. We only judge people according to the esteem in which they stand among the true investigators of nature. G. Here he undoubtedly understands the afterwork and decoction of the stone, where this heavenly effective property can very easily be driven away, no matter how firmly one may always seal the glasses. Soften what is hard, and sweeten what is bitter, and you will possess perfection together with knowledge of the instrument by which the work is governed through the acting power, since it inclines the matter toward its form, and the operation is effected by the natural power which is poured into it from the higher part. And this is the place and the fixed determination, locus eloquatum, because it is produced by infusion into its place, since every genus receives a particular determination from the heavenly properties which are poured into, or enclosed within, matter through the irradiation of the stars. Yet, however, whatever the heavenly elemental operation is able to accomplish in the vessels of nature, it accomplishes the same in the vessels of art, when they are fashioned in likeness to the natural ones. And what nature can do through the warmth of the sun, the heat of fire can likewise do, provided, however, that it is moderated, so that it does not exceed the moving and operative power poured into it from above. For in all things that are sustained or destroyed, we perceive the influence and powerful action of the stars, and that they receive their determination from that thing with which the matter is in accord. This heavenly power, because it is universal, receives its determination through the power of its underlying subject. H. In Vedamekam, p. 830. A.P. Manget, Bibliotheca Chemica Tome 1. Therefore, son, we admonish you that you do not wish to have an uncertain art in place of informative truth, nor wish to use burning fire in place of an instrument. The informative virtue is governed by a certain mode of operating, which with a definite rationale is given to the artist for knowing it, and therefore whatever you wish to do prudently. From the coarse make the simple, from the heavy make the light, soften the rough, sweeten the bitter, and you will have perfection together with knowledge of the instrument, which is governed by the informative virtue, moving matter toward its form, and the act is formed by the natural power which is infused into it from the higher part. And there is place and the placed, because it is generated through infusion in its place, because a genus has another placement through the properties of heaven, which are infused or flow into matter through the rays of the stars. But nevertheless, whatever the heavenly elemental virtue does in the vessels of nature, this it also does in artificial vessels, provided only that they are formed according to the manner of natural vessels. And what nature does by the care of the heat of the sun, this also the heat of fire does, which nevertheless must be so tempered that it does not exceed the moving and formative power which is infused into nature from above, because in all things which have been corrupted and having been made putrid, we have seen the powers of the stars flow in, taking their determination from that thing with which the matter has suitability. For the celestial power is excessively common, and it takes determination through the power of its own subject in mixed things, and therefore, when it is infused into mineral matter, it immediately takes on determination and mineral power, because in those it is infused through determination, which it takes from mineral matter, and not from vegetable nor animal matter, etc. What he here calls the unnatural fire is not that of our magical elements, with which bodies must be heated, but the common fire which one uses for the cooking of foods, and he gives it this designation in contrast to that which he has called the natural fire. What this is, see above C. K. Note that only natural fire strengthened with new natural fire is of our intention, because fire against nature causes harm, and natural fire contains within itself active power, and fire against nature corrupts the spirit, so that it has no place in which it may rest, nor air in which it may breathe. In the same place, p. 851st, b. N.B. L. It is not to be wondered at that you place the power of such a menstrual substance before yourself in your heart, since it is the guide and governor of all matter. This fire A, which burns the sun gold more than elemental fire, something common fire cannot do, is prescribed to you, because we command that on the hotter days you are able to have, you should carry out the magistery. In the same place of art and nature, through which you will cleanse the dragon, and you must lead it out of the great Arabian desert, otherwise it would immediately perish from thirst, and would be in danger upon the Dead Sea. Thus you know the difference between great and small heat, or also of cold, etc. Note, the spirit which has departed from its journey must not be consumed by excessive heat, because it would not have the power to be brought back to its body by such a violent means. Therefore, when you work with great fire, the property of that spirit, whose property is exposed to life and death, is set apart, separated, and everything flies back again into the realm of its sphere. This you are not to reveal to anyone, unless it be that such is made known to him by divine inspiration, with keen understanding. He then continues further, if, therefore, you wish to sublime our mercury, or make it ascend upward, you must first separate its elements in such a manner that its test work, in which its property consists, is unable to perceive the external fire, but only that fire entirely and alone, which is added to it against nature, so that it may gradually bring its elements to ruin, even to the end, and until it becomes a sparrowhawk or bird of prey, regains its feathers, and learns to fly again. The above writer further says, in Compendium Anime, that the vessel must sometimes be buried in the earth, sometimes hung in the air, sometimes placed, immediately, sometimes immediately arranged, and thus set toward the sun, so that its rays may penetrate through the flask when it is filled with water. Section 6. A. In Manget, Bibliotheca Chemica, Tome I, page 849, B. Nature does not wish to be forced, therefore, with a gentle fire separate its sweat, and make yourself possess one of our mercuries, with the form of white water, which is the washing and purification of our stone and of the whole of nature. For this is one of the principal secrets of art and nature, in which you will rectify the dragon and cast it out from the great secret of Arabia, because it would immediately perish for itself and be endangered in the Dead Sea. From this, you may now know great heat, small heat, and cold. Note, the property of the spirit which exits from the body must not be devoured by excessive heat, because it would not have the power of leading itself back to its body in those conditions. Therefore, if you operate with great fire, which acts between the life and death of the said spirit, it will be separated, and all things will flee into the realm of its own sphere, and reveal to no one, until something becomes manifest to someone through inspiration, together with noble understanding. See, in Testamentum Novissimum, chapter 10, by the same author, page 812a. Therefore, my son, when you wish to sublime our mercury, first separate its elements in such a way that its instrument, in which the property resides, cannot sense the external fire, except only that which is sent to it against nature, for the gradual corruption of its elements to the end, so that our sparrowhawk or goshawk may take back the feathers which it has lost, and that it may be able to fly. D in Latin sparverius is used, which, in the vernacular of the Middle Ages, signifies a sparrowhawk, from the French épervier. Si Dufresne, Gosserium mediae et infime latinitatis. Entry sparverius. E. Auster is a bird of prey belonging to the family of hawks. Frederick II, De Venesine, chapter 2. All these statements of Lullius, as well as the other differing discourses concerning fire, show with complete clarity what artificial external fire is, namely, that it must assist the inner natural fire in all degrees, like a driving wheel, without which the wheel of nature cannot run. Therefore, one must not allow oneself to be misled when Lullius says in the cited place A, that the third decoction, which decoction is to be distinguished as to whether it is the artist's third or nature's third, must be carried out with the common fire in a furnace called tripus athenor, since in his Elucidarius B, he speaks quite differently. He speaks as follows, namely, there is only a single furnace, which is called the athenor, the interpretation, of which is an immortal fire, because it possesses a fire that always continues in the same degree. And immediately below, in the same chapter, he says that the furnace should entirely and absolutely have only a single air hole, so that the heat of the ignited fire may draw air, because nature requires this fire only in that furnace and in no other, and the construction of this our furnace is called the hermetic seal of the wise, since it is known only to the wise alone, and has never been discovered or made known anywhere by any philosopher, but is kept hidden within wisdom and under the authority of the universal law of secrecy. This is a complete and noteworthy description of the philosophical divine vessel, of which above the prophetess Maria and other world-wise authors have spoken, although the degree of the fire, note well, is not always the same. Taction. 3. It remains constant, and can still remain so, which the author of the Hermetic Secret testifies in the philosophical work cited when he writes, the furnace of the secrets is called the guardian, Athenor, on account of the immortal or ever-continuing fire which it preserves in constant and enduring stability. It is called perpetual, even though it may at times maintain its heat unevenly. Although this author appears to understand a different Athenor, whether it be one or another, natural fire and natural artificial fire cannot always continue equally and in the same degree, even if one were to take natural fire alone by itself. A. Compendium Anime, in Manga, Locke. Page 784 billions. B. In Elucidatio Testamenti, in the same author, page 823 ff. We use only one furnace, which is called the Athenor, whose interpretation is immortal fire, because it provides fire that always endures evenly in the same degree. It must have entirely one single vent, so that the heat of the ignited fire may breathe, for which reason the fire of nature requires this furnace alone, and no other, and the clause joins the junction of this. Our furnace is called the seal of Hermes and of the wise, because it is known only to the wise, and has never been expressed by any of the philosophers, but is preserved within wisdom, which guards it by its common authority. See, whoever carefully repeats what was discussed above in the first part must admit that here no other furnace is meant than our so simple one, that very ancient glass furnace of the mysteries, already known to the patriarchs, yet so unknown to the unwise. D. Author of the Hermetic Arcana, Philosophical Canon 116. The furnace of secrets is called the Athenor, the guardian, named from the immortal fire which it continually preserves, although it may sometimes present an unequal fire in the operation. E. This is also not necessary, for what is lacking in the heat of the day is compensated by the influence of the moon and the stars. Last section, which contains a repetition of various pieces already casually touched upon above, but chiefly comprises the correct execution, and treats of the sinking of the work into the philosophical furnace, the drying, cracking, increase, and the removal thereof. Section. I, since I have now, insofar as my present circumstances permit, fulfilled my promise, in the description of the philosophical vessel, the matter, and fire, with complete and clear satisfaction, I nevertheless wish, insofar as time allows, to bring the work to an end and completion, and to bind together again my twofold matter, of whose difference I have spoken sufficiently above, after I have brought it from a hard body into a soft fluid being, after I have purified it, sublimed, putrefied, distilled, congealed, drawn from it one element after another, and perfected it through all four circulations. Lullius A. writes, and therefore we say to you that the stone does not come into being until it has been dissolved 4 times. I shall therefore lead Gabridius and Beja into the bridal bed, so that they may beget a son B, as much more glorious than his forefathers, and a king and a ruler of the whole world and of all nature, who by the sages of the world is called the universal of the world. The universal generalissimum, of which I speak here, must, however, according to the statement of the late Montesnider, be born from a double Mercury C, and ensouled with a solar sulfur, and doubled, also figured with a fixed salt of gold, and further augmented to infinity through two other sulfurs in quantity and quality. Duality, as a life, is nourished by a sulfur, quantity is increased through the previously mentioned Mercury. The weight of nature D must, however, be taken into consideration in all these things. Nature is not weight, but measure. Nature is not the weight, but the measure. The artist, however, should add his own to the weight of nature. Hollandus E. says, if you wish to bind or to fix, then you must make 3 parts free to 1 part volatile, but if you wish to make volatile, then you must take to 1 part free 3 parts of the spirit. F. For it is just as easy that 3 parts free bind 1 part volatile, thus that 3 parts volatile carry 1 part free along with themselves. Section 2. The Mercury of which Montesnider speaks has a twofold nature, and is therefore called a hermaphrodite. It has 2 parents, or arises from 2 other Mercuries, of which the one is white, the other red. A. In Testament. Novus. Chap. 9th. Apud Menget Lok. Sit. P. 811. A. And therefore we say to you that the stone is not made until it has been well dissolved 4 times. B. Concerning the supernatural birth of this son, the 10th tract of Sendivogius in his New Chemical Light deserves to be read. C. Not only our beloved Montesnider, but also all other true sages of ancient and modern times agree with this. The verses of Basilius Valentinus, in which he thus sings of the matter of the stone, are well known. There is nothing, said the philosopher, but a twofold Mercury. Chemical Writings, p. 66. Our work is made from 1 root, and taken from 2 mercurial substances, wholly raw, drawn pure and clear, driven together out of the mines, and administered by fire, as the matter requires, instead of being cooked, until 2 become 1, and in this one, when they are mixed, the body is made into spirit, and the spirit is made into body, writes Count Bernard with joke. Tanquio in Bernardo Redivivo 1619. Part 3. p. 152 ff. D. This cannot be determined by any mortal, but by the most high master builder of nature, who has arranged the laws of motion in such a way that, according to the different proportions of the weight of the constituents, different creatures must also arise. Meanwhile, as far as our stone is concerned, one has the following rule concerning it, which is confirmed by the assent of all masters of wisdom, and therefore reads, the spirit of Mercury adds no more weight to the body than the amount of metallic moisture which it contains within itself, which moisture has passed into water and remains metallic. Turba in Theatrum Chemicum, Volume 1, page 179. That is, the spirit of Mercury adds no greater weight to the body than the amount of metallic moisture. It holds within itself, in that the watery moisture disappears, but the metallic remains. Note well. E. In Fragments in Theatrum Chemicum, Volume 1, page 126. F. In the Little Bower, Augsburg, 1753. Octavo, p. 63. F. A passage is found which is very apt. I will set it down here in full, because it belongs here and gives some clarification. The ancients write of this thus, let the weight of the male be singular, and that of the female always plural. This the Count of Meyer and Terrace explains by saying, earthly power resisting upon itself. And according to the resistance, the action of the agent is extended into the other matter. Do you understand this? I answered, it is somewhat obscure. He said, do not trouble yourself about this so vehemently, for when you come to the growth of these 2 lines, you will then yourself see how you must proceed with it, etc. The Lunecia is the white mercury. A. The sharpest vinegar. Of Lullius is the red one. This white mercury is the bath of the moon, and the red mercury the bath of the sun. In order to determine these 2 mercuries more precisely, nourish them with a flesh of their own kind. The blood. The slaughtered innocent children, that is, the spirits of the bodies, are the bath in which sun and moon go to bathe. B. Lullius says, know that the mercurius primus must be sublimed, either from a white or a red metal, and that the dissolution cannot take place otherwise than in its own blood and in its own vessel. C. Now it is finally to be understood what precisely this same author. D. means when he writes, our child has 2 fathers and 2 mothers, and because it has been nourished as something precious according to its entire existence and essence in the fire, it therefore never dies. Michael Mayer E. gives to this philosophical child, from a different point of view, 3 fathers, and 3 fathers there were together of great Orion. I finally enclose the bride and bridegroom in a bright chamber, surrounded by spiritual warmth. A. Otherwise, one also calls the foliated earth, thus after its purification. C. Philosophia Salomonis. Augsburg, 1753. Octavo, p. 52. B. This is the true bath of health, which strengthens our elders and frees him from all his illnesses. C. We have seen above in Part 1, Section 2, what the sages sometimes understand by the vessel. D. Lullius in the Vademecum, Apud Manget, p. 852a. Our infant has 2 fathers and 2 mothers, and because he himself is clearly nourished from the entire substance in the fire, he never dies. E. In his emblems. Emblem 49. Warmth into our philosophical natural vessel. Whereupon I write with Morianes, omnes qui omnia secum habent, alieno auxilio nulla tenus indigent. All who have everything with themselves are in need of no other or foreign help, go secretly away with it, and thus leave the work to nature alone. But do not forget that this newborn be nourished with a new and proper food, so that it may grow and increase. Section 3. After the completion of my so extensive discourse, I must nevertheless confess with all sages of the world that the whole work is nothing else than a dissolution and improvement, a mere solution and coagulation. In these two consists, according to the testimony of all sages, the entire science, especially in the Zofstung, which is the hardest in the whole work, and which is threefold. The first is that of the raw body, the second of the philosophical earths, and the third in the multiplication. As far as the first solution is concerned, it is to be known that it is the beginning of the work, which has been named by the sages with many names, of which I have, however, treated very extensively. Alkindus A. says, "Know, you wise men, that from the philosophers nothing is so hidden to hold as the beginning and the secret of the art." NB, which is the most difficult of all, and indicates nothing other than to destroy the body and bring it into a spirit. The second solution of the metallic earths is twofold, namely that of the fire-resisting metallic body and of the foliated earths, or of the philosophical sulfur. The dissolution of the fire-resisting body is the impregnation of our earths with the starlights, with the flesh of their own kind, of which I spoke above, B, for they melt in the mercury like wax in the fire. That which dissolves shall remain inseparably with that which is dissolved, says Count Bernard, C, for they unite with the water in a root-like manner, and with an inseparable union, both in weight and in property, since that which dissolves and that which is dissolved are of one and the same essential nature, and from one such same matter, yet with the distinction that the nature of the body is constant, wrought out, and perfect, whereas the nature of the water is imperfect, crude, and volatile. D. The dissolution of the foliated earths is when, alongside the white and volatile, one also wishes to prepare the red and fixed elysimiste. E. The third solution, finally, is the multiplication of the stone, when it is dissolved in its first water, and again made perfect according to philosophical manner. Count Bernhard F. says, this work also cannot be increased or multiplied by anything which is not equal to its first disposition. G. Section 4. A. In Speculum, Lucis Book 2, Chapter 7. Know, wise men, that nothing has been hidden by the philosophers except the beginning and the secret of the art. Note well that this is the most difficult, and signifies nothing other than to destroy the body and to turn into spirit. B. Part 2. Section 2. Section 8. C. In Bernardo Redivivo of Joc, Tankius p. 227 ff. One sees at p. 234 f, where it says, therefore no water can dissolve the bodies except only the water which is of their own species, and that conversely this must be made from the bodies. Under this, some understand the running mercury, which in truth has made more fools than wine and love, are delta fiery. Water and watery delta fire is far more adhesive than the water volatile common quicksilver, which those know who know its innermost, namely, are sons of wisdom, without striving to enter their bond, nor will anyone learn to fathom its power and capability. D. The water of the sun is volatile, its body fixed. This is an old chemical principle. E. He who rightly possesses a first dissolution will already find this second as well. F. One may see at explanation of the fourth part in the same Tankius p. 366. G. From that upon which the beginning of a thing depends, in that same will its increase be, from that on which a thing's beginning depends. In that same will the ground of its growth be found, says the chemical Plato in Theatrum Chemicum Vol. IP 95. Now we know that the beginning of rebirth and the ground, basis, thereof lies in the viscous root moisture, in viscosa humiditate, consequently must also be the ground of its increase must likewise be sought in the same thing. One cannot speak more clearly. If the stone were continually nourished with its metallic food, it would finally become so delicate, volatile, and penetrating that it could no longer be contained in its vessel. It must therefore be fed with a portion of the fire-resisting metallic root moistures so that it may acquire firmness and lasting strength. Just as a human being may not always consume liquid foods and drinks if the solid parts are not to become slack, but also requires dry foods for nourishment if he is to have denser and firmer flesh, it is likewise impossible that a reborn, glorified, and from all imperfection freed tinctural body could return to corruption, unless through the addition of a less perfect being which has something more earthly than the glorified body, it is rendered fit for the state of corruption into which it is again to enter. It has exactly the same condition as the glorified and tinctural body of Adam. Such was, before the fall, pure light, and the Spirit had dominion within him, which was also the cause of his immortality. But as soon as he had eaten of the earthly fruit of the forbidden tree, which is to be regarded, as it were, as an addition that stirred the very small part of the perishable substance within him, previously held captive by the Spirit, this substance began to react within him, and awakened in him the capacity for dissolution, corruption, and rebirth, as still occurs daily in our Adamitic earth. The nitrosophic preludes deserve to be read on this matter. They left the press in Danzig in the year 1755, in octavo. Section 4. On multiplication, I wish further to add what Oswald Crollius advises in his hermetic wonder tree, namely, first he says, herein diligence is to be applied, that this living child be given its metallic nourishment, that it may also become accustomed to earthly food A, and, through the means of this nutriment, make fellowship with its friends. Otherwise there is cause for concern that, since it has been so highly prepared, and has traversed the highest regions of heaven and firmament, it would despise the earthly, and as it were, destroy its friends. But if, immediately after the reception of life, such a morsel is placed into its mouth, which is composed from two natures joined together, from cold, and warm, moist and dry, volatile and fixed parts, then it can all the more easily, and in much shorter time, be mastered by the operator. B. This is the first part of how one should regenerate metals and minerals, and, like the kernel, create them anew, beget them, and bring forth a thousandfold fruit therefrom. The other part comprehends within itself an even much higher and more powerful work, indeed to be called an altogether supernatural work, namely how this regenerated metal can and may be increased and exalted, etc. C. But this you must know, that this preparator, who is to destroy again this your heavenly and regenerated metal, cannot be the former one, but must be a much higher power and essence. If he is otherwise to subdue this spiritual child, to kill it, and to cast it into the outermost and deepest place of the world, and to annihilate it, namely into its first being, from which it has taken its origin, the first key does not open the gates, but there must be another. The reason is that the first key has been spiritual, a clarified, pure, twofold spirit, which could easily subdue the metallic body and master it, for a spirit is more than a body. But since from this body a spirit has come to be, which penetrates all things, destroys, alters, and has more power and strength to act than before, as the key D was able to do, with what then will you constrain it? There a skill will be necessary. Understanding and wisdom must not lag behind. Another preparator will therefore be the one who subdues this body is not the first, but another. If the first has been natural, then this must be supernatural. If the first has been heavenly, then this must be superheavenly. E. Therefore be intent on dissolving this hard knot. Otherwise it will fare with you as it has with many who indeed knew regeneration but did not experience multiplication, and obtained it even less. But if through the inspiration of God the Holy Spirit you recognize this key, then you would not have an earthly fire, but a heavenly fire, which through its radiance overcomes the regenerated fire, and, like the sun gold, outshines as a light and torch, and destroys, acting therein not gently or slowly, but swiftly, instantaneously, fiery red, carbuncularly regenerating in that which suffers, seeing metalline, clarifying and igniting it more highly, awakening many thousands of forms and souls, circulating and uniting, within it and with it itself, so that thus from this regenerated metallic fire, a heavenly and further through manifold regeneration, a superheavenly may be made and prepared. Thus and in this manner, the augmentation in virtue and effect 1,000 times 1,000-fold is to be understood and ordered. F. Now hear the other part of this preparation, that when your heart is surrounded by such desire for transmutation that you also gladly wish the tincture to grow in quantity and increase like grass in the field, then this must be undertaken differently, as stated, namely, so that I may give you an example. If one part of the tincture has tinged 100 parts, then you will see and perceive that each part tinges 1,000, and this can be done by you, without end. Now the third part of the other part is to be reported and shown to you as a secret, namely, how and in what manner this regenerated body may not only be augmented successively in quantity or virtue, as previously considered, but also simultaneously together, so that you will then see the capability of nature, and how from a grain of mustard so great a sum arises that it cannot be expressed, and moreover each stem will bring you several thousandfold fruit. To attain this now happens and comes with its origin from the fact that firstly quantity precedes and virtue follows. That is, that first your projection of one part upon 1,000 takes place. Then, with your unceasing fire and heavenly key, unlock those 1,000 parts and proceed with reduction and retrogradation until again the lowest becomes the highest, and the circulus rotation as well, having completed the circuit of multiplication, you will have of your tincture 100 parts, such that one part has tinged 1,000 times 1,000 parts, and further thus with the other augmentation, and so without end. Know also this besides, that when such a high tincture has come to such a high multiplication, and demands a plusquamperfection raised still higher, it will despise the imperfect metals and not deem it worthy to mix with them. How then do you bring it to act? I ask you, take note that although the tincture is rightly prepared, and the ingress or incineration, which must come ex arte, is rightly applied, still no transmutation will take place, therefore act through a means. That is, as previously the hermaphrodite was the means to unite the form with the matter, or the anima with the body, so must you also have a means here that the plusquamperfectum may be united with imperfection. That is to say, the perfectum, namely, the sun gold is the means which creates for you a friendship between the heavenly and the earthly, and brings it about that the tincture may perform its operation in the metals, etc. Beforehand you will perceive that in the opening there comes about a mute blackness, through the means of putrefaction intervene. Then, before the dawn truly begins to rise, the rainbow will appear, and after that the adamantine radiance will come, which like lightning will extend from rising to setting, thereafter the bloody leonine heart, together with the sweetness of the spiritual pollen, and then, further through the constant and all manner of impression, note well, will be illuminated, matured, and finally perfected through Vulcan, with the firmamental splendor, note well, so that what is far removed is brought near, and what is nearest is cast into the farthest, and the highest comes to the lowest, and the lowest with the highest may prepare, effect, and enter into a communion through the marriage of heaven. Thus the highest virtues are held and subdued by the lowest. Likewise by the highest the lowest are impregnated and transmuted through the seed and origin which flows from both cells of the deepest region, and from it springs forth like balm from the fountain. Through such means and ways you can, O artists, bring your seeking to an end and overcome the treasure, reach the highest and the lowest. Section 5. Now there remains nothing more for me than to speak of the removal of the great work. To A should probably mean food. B, CP 58. C, CP 60. D, this is without doubt our double magical fire. E, CP 61. F, in the same place. F, G, CP 61. FF. H, CP 62. FF. I, CP 63. For which end I again call here to help the great Raymond Lullius A., who writes of it thus: from the philosophical lead a certain golden-colored oil, or the like, is drawn out, with which, when you have sublimed the mineral, vegetable, or mixed stone 3 or 4 times after its first fixation, it will free you from all labor of dissolutions and dryings. The reason is this: because it is that hidden oil which renders the medicine penetrating, amicable, and capable of union with all things, and will increase its effect beyond measure, thus that there is nothing more certain than this in the world. Therefore I say such wondrous things, which would appear unbelievable to the ancient sages, namely, that if you know how to apply this oil well, and to separate it from its viscosity, and to work according to the above-mentioned manner of mixture, then you will be able to prepare this stone in 30 days. This, however, is not in itself necessary in the vegetable work, since the dissolutions and compositions of this stone occur swiftly, yet if the exaltation thereof were carried out in the manner indicated, I believe that the power of the tincture would increase greatly. From this abbreviation of Lullius, the first infer nothing else than that the separation of the watery parts of this oil, of which he here speaks, as well as the extraction thereof, ought to take place in no other way than by means of philosophical resolution and sublimation, so that the crude and hard bodies may become fluid, separated, and volatile. This Janus Latinus B confirms when he says, if therefore it makes the gold and silver grow, it is clear that this will occur by means of their dissolution. Consequently it is, namely, the vegetable menstruum or water of life, that acts upon the bodies, which, nevertheless, beforehand must in a natural manner be calcined, dissolved, and into nature of the spirits must be brought forth, and then he calls the same foliated. Therefore Lullius also says that the entire way of the minerals consists in 2 waters, of which the one makes the stone volatile. That which in the fire does not evaporate is called a body or stone, and the other fixes the same and fixes itself with it. A. Section 6. At the end of this text, Lullius says, since these dissolutions take place swiftly, yet if one were to perform a sublimation there, I believe that the tincture would spread much further. In Epistola Accurata, apud manget loc, sit, p. 866a. From the lead of the philosophers there is extracted a certain oil of golden color, or, as it were so, with which, if you shall have sublimed the mineral, vegetable, animal, or mixed stone after the first fixation, 3 or 4 times, it will excuse you from all labor of solutions and coagulations. The reason is, because this is the hidden oil which makes the medicine penetrating, amicable, and joinable with all things, and will augment its effect beyond measure. Thus, that there is nothing more certain than this in the world. Hence, I speak of wonders which would be incredible to all the ancient philosophers, namely, that if you know how to adapt and separate this oil well, and labor according to the mode of mixture already described, you can compose the stone in 30 days. This, however, is not necessary in the vegetable work in itself, since its solutions and coagulations occur quickly, yet if its sublimation be done, I believe the tincture of the stone is greatly enlarged. B. In Margarita Pretiosa, p. 397. C. Ibid, p. 393. D. Behind these few words there lies hidden an important truth. For it is more than certain that the alkahest, on account of its ponticity and the acid it contains within itself, makes all bodies volatile and turns them into a three-principled salt, whereas the spirit of mercury, as the true fifth being arisen from the four operative properties, note well, not only dissolves and purifies them at the root, but also makes them volatile and again fixed, and unites itself with them inseparably. And thus it also proceeds in our furnace of mysteries, for there only the most volatile, white and red mercury can soar up to its vault, which will not seem strange to one who knows with what degree of fire this furnace is heated. Joe. Zubner, who was a better historian than world sage, relates in his Nader lexicon, under the word alkahest, all the powers which the sages of the world have ascribed to this dissolving water, but he adds, further, that for this very reason such a water cannot exist in the world, because, since it would dissolve all created bodies, it would therefore be impossible to find a vessel in which it could be contained. Yet the good Herr Zubner might have spared himself this concern, for besides the fact that, before it is stimulated by fire, it does not display its dissolving power in all things, our sons of wisdom also always keep before their eyes the saying of their wise masters, which reads thus, Menstrum est aqua ignea quae, calor balne excitante movtur, that is, the dissolving medium is a fiery water which is set in motion by the impulse of a warm bath, whether wet or dry. At the same time, they know how to present to it such foods by which it is satisfied, and also to give it such a degree of fire that this need not be feared. But if one wished to attack it with such a heat as that with which the sophists storm against good nature, then it would indeed turn the glass itself into salt. This is intended to be shown as a notice to the unpracticed brethren. He himself resolves this passage when he speaks in another place as follows, the manner and way is this, that gold and silver be written takes place after they have been dissolved and putrefied, without your separating the elements from one another, and without allowing them to circulate until they become fire resistant. This is the foundation, and constitutes the greatest distinction between the slow and the short way. Ripley says, if you possess the earth, you need trouble yourself about nothing, provided it is truly itself. Yet no philosopher will be able to deny that the distinction of the earths, or of the ferment, also makes a distinction in the entire work or stone, especially in the tincture. A. Paracelsus writes, therefore I say, take the rose-colored blood. From the lion and from the eagle the glue when you have united. These two, then coagulate them according to the instruction of the ancient process, and you will have the philosophical tincture. Section 7. A. It seems to me that Ripleyus here intends only this much, that everything lies in the center of created things and is immovable, chiefly within metallic bodies, wherein indeed the sages of the world are in agreement. The great Bauer writes most remarkably in section as follows, the stone of the wise is a metallic matter, and all metals, the pure as well as the impure, are indeed latent Sol, Luna, and Mercury. Likewise, Isaac Hollandus, in his little book on the salts and oils of metals, appended to G. E. Stahl's Chymia Rationalis Experimentalis, Leipzig, 1729, octavo, expressly asserts on page 529, section 1, that the salts of metals, no matter from which metal they come, are true essences and medicines. Thus, the distinction of tinctures does not consist in the fire-resistant salt, which is the same in all, but, footnotes A. Kant, which lies in the volatile sulfur and mercury. Therefore, the great Bauer says very aptly on page 19, our mercury is the earth, whatever one sows into it, that it brings forth. Here I must still add what Alexander von Sosten A. writes concerning this physical tincture. To speak of dissolution with the calidum causinum of the acid is nothing other than to turn the innermost of things outward, so that what is hidden becomes manifest. Therefore, he says, the opinion of Theophrastus is nothing else than that, when you have made two from one, NB, or when you have taken the two pieces which are found by nature to be differently constituted, in themselves, then abandon the old mode of operating, and take only the blood of the lion away, that is, remove only its heart from it with its own sharp spear. For every dissolution takes place in its own blood. But, as Bernardus says, kill the king with its own poisonous water, B, in proper German, also nothing, other than the tincture or arcanum of the earths, out of it thus the blood, the radiance of the suns, the dry spirit go forth all at once together. We behold how burdensome the Jewish service of God was with its sacrifices and ceremonies, and how much toil and labor was reserved therein, until Christ came with the baptism of water. Consider this, you who boast yourselves of Christ. Let so much now be done toward this until one arrives at it. since every Christian must pass through Old and New Testament in his process. For the Old Testament shows how wrath in the centrum, nature, has the first right, and how the forms are clarified in the fire of wrath. N.B. I have wished to append this as a final edition, together with a well-intentioned admonition to the winged sophists, which stands in this very thorough author, P94FF, and reads as follows. Therefore all these enthusiasts and deceivers, indeed seducers of the people, indeed the grossest ignoramuses, who know no more than the defier of the common man, N.B. Even if they had rummaged through all the subjects of the entire world, like a sow through a dung heap, they are nevertheless only sophists and mechanics, N.B. For they do not know the elements of the wise, N.B. Neither do they know the Vulcan of the wise, N.B., which is their defier, N.B., by means of which they boil, roast, and bake their lilies and roses. They do not know their water, by which they cleanse them from horny filth, N.B. They also do not know their earth, N.B., from which they out of it amounts to exactly as much, or is just as good, as if you were to distill for a long time, and it is true, in a few hours, through such extraction or solution, the same is accomplished, and indeed more N.B. than can otherwise be achieved through the distillation of the ancient philosophers in half a year, I.P.W. But you must understand me correctly here. I am now not speaking of the other dissolution of the earths, but of the first dissolution of the raw and uncooked body. How such a solution or extraction properly takes place does not explicitly belong here. Yet it is said, whoever wishes to reach the great sea must first pass through narrow waterways, which are the first to uplifting rivulets, hereby, that is, toward the glorious city, full of all that is good, to which E.A. refers. Yet it itself has a narrow path, such that only one person can walk upon it, and is therefore E3, very dangerous. For on one side there is fire, on the other water, namely born of water and fire. Bernard must not be forgotten when he says, F. The king never comes forth unless the fontina draws him. From the matters cited above, it becomes clear that Raymond, Lollius, and Paracelsus are entirely of one opinion, and that each, like the other, knew the amortization, or the short path. This same Theophrastus says elsewhere, you will have the shorter way to attain the treasure of the red lion if you have learned astronomy and alchemy together, as they are explained in the revelation of Hermes, of which astronomy I have already spoken above, page 406. One must know that our masters of wisdom have two kinds of waters, with which they wash away impurities and separate the husks from the kernel, a dry one and a wet one. Here the discussion concerns the former, as the excerpt from Sushton expressly indicates. This dry water is at the same time such a dreadful fire that nothing can withstand it. We use it in the first opening up of bodies, when we are still enemies of nature. See the little book Amor Proximi, Erfurt and Leipzig, 1746, p. 126. For it is the true antimony knife alone. N.B. See likewise Ibid, p. 140. That fire which in the art proceeds with darkness and obscurity, in earthquakes, wind, and fire, before the gentle whispering of the light, as the Lord passes by. 1 Kings 6, 9, 11, 12. Which beforehand reveals the avenging fire of God and the fall of Lucifer before he descends as an exalted spirit upon the surface of the waters, unites himself with it, and as a delicate being of light maintains a closer communion with the clear particles of water than with the dark parts of earth, yet nevertheless has dealings with both. See D.J.F. Kendall's Florilegium Saturninum, chap. I. p. 47, ff. The above-mentioned little book, Amor Proximi, p. 99, compares this our fire very aptly with the Old Testament, and says, of this we have a clear image in Holy Scripture, when their pot, furnace, and vessel make N.B., yes, so that they seal all things N.B. How then do they wish to know their heirs, through whose blowing all dead bodies become living? N.B. If they take note of all their N.B.s, add them together themselves, and draw the conclusion, they will find that so little science remains for them. Let them therefore believe the true sons of wisdom, who by reason of their calling must understand this matter better than you, my highly honored gentlemen. Let them allow their bungling operations to rest for so long until they have attained the knowledge of all these things. Until then, however, much water will likely flow down the Elbe and the Weser. See, the apprentices of our true masters can observe this ebb and flood every day, and thereby, alongside the principal benefit, also attain an expansion of their understanding in the explanation of this natural, local, daily phenomenon. D. Book 4, Chapter 7. E. Suchten, Loch. Sit. p. 407. F. St. Bernard, Revived, Loch. Tunkius, Part 4, p. 163, where it says, the fontina draws the king to itself, and not he it, for it is, as it were, like his mother. G. In the first part. B. 6. Use the sun for the sun, and the heat of the higher sun, and dissolving the sun moving the sun. And this substance, loosened by the son of the physicists, you shall melt with heavy fire, and from it the stone will be made. That is, use the sun of the fixed earth, and the warmth of the upper sun. Thus you will dissolve the sun of the earth through the moving sun, and dig up this sun earth dissolved with the ripe sun onto a weak fire, so the stone will be made from it. For the conclusion of this entire work, I say with Janus Licinius, but we, who are not altogether hungry for gold, are satisfied with this single Epistle of Raymond Lull, and leave the great work, or elixir, to those who are of high understanding, unless the fundamentally good God ordains otherwise, to whom be praise, honor, and thanks in eternity. Closing address. Now come, you dear friends, venerable fathers, you artists, of whom God says through the prophet that he created you to blow upon the coal fire, so that you may bring forth your matter into the work. Now come with me to the very divine, wisdom-consecrated, inwardly vaulted temple. Ask and knock, God will hear you, and nature, which is its true completer, are commanded to permit you to open the temple's concealed trapdoors, to hand over to you their twofold key. Go, however, cautiously, so that you do not defile this consecrated ground, and bow yourselves in all humility, so that you do not soil your silver-gray hair with the royal purple hanging above. You would regret it. Bear with deliberation your twofold offering, one after the other, upon the altar artfully raised in the middle. Take, like Prometheus, the tinder, and burn cautiously, and in the name of him who revealed himself to Moses in a fiery pillar, with a double or twofold strong fire, so that the flames may rise, and that through a thick sea of smoke you may move heaven and earth to assist you in your undertaking. Withdraw yourselves swiftly, however, lest you be seized by the strong storm, when the earth, as you know, is destroyed with trembling, fire, vapor, and lightning, mist and rain, and afterwards the mountains plunge into the abyss of the sea. Withdraw yourselves, do not look back. Remember how Lot's wife was transformed into a pillar of salt. Close the traps cautiously, so that when the sluice is open, the waters beneath the altar and thresholds gather and flood the access. The surging and crackling flood may bring no harm. Yet do not forget to purify the ashes of the offering and to cleanse the marshes, and leave the remainder to benevolent nature, this cautious priestess, until she calls you in fair and dry weather. BB2, H, more exact upon the Epistle of Lull. Isaiah chapter live, verse 16. Better, when the moon and the sun are shining. Therefore speak here. Come, Holy Spirit, fill the hearts of your faithful, and kindle in them the fire of your love. Send forth your Spirit, and they shall be created, and you shall renew the face of the earth. The sacrifice of praise shall glorify me, and there is the path by which I will show him the salvation of God. Psalm 49:24. A sacrifice of praise will honor me, and this is the way on which I will show him the salvation of God. Ash, Oper, Magim. Pater, Nah. Dry water is at the same time such a dreadful fire that nothing can withstand it. We use it in the first opening up of bodies, when we are still enemies of nature. See the little book Amor Proximi, Erfurt and Leipzig, 1746, p. 126. For it is the true antimony knife alone. N.B. See likewise Ibid, p. 140. That fire which in the art proceeds with darkness and obscurity, in earthquakes, wind, and fire, before the gentle whispering of the light, as the Lord passes by. 1 Kings 6, 9, 11, 12. Which beforehand reveals the avenging fire of God and the fall of Lucifer before he descends as an exalted spirit upon the surface of the waters, unites himself with it, and as a delicate being of light maintains a closer communion with the clear particles of water than with the dark parts of earth, yet nevertheless has dealings with both. See D.J.F. Kendall's Florilegium Saturninum, chap. I, p. 47, ff. The above-mentioned little book, Amor Proximi, p. 99, compares this our fire very aptly with the Old Testament, and says, of this we have a clear image in Holy Scripture, when their pot, furnace, and vessel make N.B., yes, so that they seal all things N.B. How then do they wish to know their heirs, through whose blowing all dead bodies become living? N.B. If they take note of all their N.B.s, add them together themselves, and draw the conclusion, they will find that so little science remains for them. Let them therefore believe the true sons of wisdom, who by reason of their calling must understand this matter better than you, my highly honored gentlemen. Let them allow their bungling operations to rest for so long until they have attained the knowledge of all these things. Until then, however, much water will likely flow down the Elbe and the Weser. See, the apprentices of our true masters can observe this ebb and flood every day, and thereby, alongside the principal benefit, also attain an expansion of their understanding in the explanation of this natural, local, daily phenomenon. D. Book 4, Chapter 7. E. Sufton, Locke. Sit. P. 407. F. St. Bernard, Revived, Loch. Tunkius, Part 4, p. 163, where it says, the Fontina draws the king to itself, and not he it, for it is, as it were, like his mother. G. In the first part. B. 6. Use the sun for the sun, and the heat of the higher sun, and dissolving the sun moving the sun. And this substance, loosened by the sun of the physicists, you shall melt with heavy fire, and from it the stone will be made. That is, use the sun of the fixed earth, and the warmth of the upper sun. Thus you will dissolve the sun of the earth through the moving sun, and dig up this sun earth dissolved with the ripe sun onto a weak fire, so the stone will be made from it. For the conclusion of this entire work, I say with Janus Licinius, but we, who are not altogether hungry for gold, are satisfied with this single epistle of Raymond Lull, and leave the great work, or elixir, to those who are of high understanding, unless the fundamentally good God ordains otherwise, to whom be praise, honor, and thanks in eternity. Closing address. Now come, you dear friends, venerable fathers, you artists, of whom God says through the prophet that he created you to blow upon the coal fire, so that you may bring forth your matter into the work. Now come with me to the very divine, wisdom-consecrated, inwardly vaulted temple. Ask and knock, God will hear you, and nature, which is its true completer, are commanded to permit you to open the temple's concealed trapdoors, to hand over to you their twofold key. Go, however, cautiously, so that you do not defile this consecrated ground, and bow yourselves in all humility, so that you do not soil your silver-gray hair with the royal purple hanging above. You would regret it. Bear with deliberation your twofold offering, one after the other, upon the altar artfully raised in the middle. Take, like Prometheus, the tinder, and burn cautiously, and in the name of him who revealed himself to Moses in a fiery pillar, with a double or twofold strong fire, so that the flames may rise, and that through a thick sea of smoke you may move heaven and earth to assist you in your undertaking. Withdraw yourselves swiftly, however, lest you be seized by the strong storm, when the earth, as you know, is destroyed with trembling, fire, vapor, and lightning, mist and rain, and afterwards the mountains plunge into the abyss of the sea. Withdraw yourselves, do not look back. Remember how Lot's wife was transformed into a pillar of salt. Close the traps cautiously, so that when the sluices open, the waters beneath the altar and thresholds gather and flood the access. The surging and crackling flood may bring no harm. Yet do not forget to purify the ashes of the offering, and to cleanse the marshes, and leave the remainder to benevolent nature, this cautious priestess, until she calls you in fair and dry weather. BB2, H, more exact upon the epistle of Lull. Isaiah chapter live, verse 16. Better, when the moon and the sun are shining. Therefore speak here. Come, Holy Spirit, fill the hearts of your faithful, and kindle in them the fire of your love. Send forth your Spirit, and they shall be created, and you shall renew the face of the earth. The sacrifice of praise shall glorify me, and there is the path by which I will show him the salvation of God. Psalm 49, 24. A sacrifice of praise will honor me,